can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Tomfoolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 11/27/2024. It is 10:06 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's go. Starting off the show right. We got Getting Bigger Reddit. Joining the Fools One membership. Appreciate it. Let's go. Let's get some cheers in chat. Let's use some of those, use your new emotes. Get some cheers up in there. Appreciate the new membership. Anybody wants to join the membership, you can either click join button, or I think on some apps now it is subscribe plus, where you get a bunch of new emotes and you even get to participate in some members only aspects of the channel and some parts of the show. So join the membership, and then also join the Discord. There's links in the description for you to join the Discord. That's how most people call in, and then that's also you're able to find my links on Twitter, or my links for Twitter, my links for Instagram, TikTok, all that gay shit. So oh yeah, and then also if you want to send donations, easiest way to do it, send donos through tips. There's a link in the description for tips. Instead of using super chats, you can use the link in the description, to where YouTube doesn't take 30% of that, and I get the money immediately instead of having to wait a whole month. What do we call you? I'm gonna call you Bigger. Yeah, I don't know. I see all I can see is like a pink profile picture. And so I thought getting bigger was a woman for a while, but then I just clicked on it just a second ago just to see what it was, and it's Anakin from Star Wars. So now I'm like, okay, it looked very pink, so I thought it was a woman, but now I'm thinking it's probably not. But maybe people look at my profile picture and see pink and think that Tom Foolery is a woman. So, oh, it's Obi-Wan. Okay, fair enough. It's Obi-Wan standing behind Qui-Gon. Okay, all right, fair. I lose. I lose. L Tom. Happy Turkey weekend. Yeah. We got Thanksgiving coming up, I think tomorrow. So been pretty crazy here in Georgia. Everybody getting ready, and my fridge is full. We ready to get crunk for Thanksgiving. And so what is better for Thanksgiving than watching people get arrested? My favorite Thanksgiving celebration. So let's get into it.
Stand up.
On September 21st, 2023.
I have trouble believing a lot of these, though. There was a couple that I watched a while ago that literally had millions of views. And while we were watching them, the whole time, everything they were going over, they were talking about like how all of these FBI agents, all of these police officers were breaking the law, that they were illegally arresting people. And the whole time we're watching, I'm like, no, they're not breaking the law. This is all legal. This is exactly how they're supposed to do it. This is bullshit. And then they would show that like some of the people were like, I'm an FBI agent. You're fucking up big time now. But they never showed any badges. They never showed anything. And the whole time, like the person who's narrating the whole thing is like, wow, they really messed up big time by arresting this FBI agent. And I was like, what? There's no shot, dude. There's no shot this guy's actually an FBI agent. And then I would go do research on these things, try to find the actual cases, try to find the actual reports and shit, and find out that like almost everything in their entire videos were just all bullshit. Just trying to like get people all riled up over illegal arrests and crap, or arresting FBI agents, or just like they just wanted to hate on cops, and all of it was bullshit. So now I have trouble believing any of these things these days. I don't know how many of them are just completely made up.
Airport officers responded to a service call regarding a fight at a restaurant. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that the suspect had vandalized multiple businesses, spat on an individual, and struck an elderly woman with a closed fist, resulting in a minor laceration.
Yeah.
This guy will explain what's going on.
I was just walking up, and you hear this loud bang, and I guess a younger woman hit this elderly woman in the face with a phone. And the elderly woman's cut. She's bleeding down the side of her face.
Let me turn the captions on and make them a little bit bigger, because I can barely understand what this person's saying, and I'm sure other people are going to have issues as well. How do I make these bigger? Font size at 50%. Let's do 100. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Then the woman went and spit in somebody else's face, and then a bunch of us were trying to contain her.
So
she went back down into Terminal
the
C.
individual hit two people?
And they're off the screen.
Hit one person, spit in another woman's
Hit
face.
one, spin the other. Okay.
And they've been
Okay. Okay.
so there's the elderly woman right there.
Hey, what's going on? Hey.
She has like all crazy.
The lady who was assaulted.
And both of them were. She spit on her and then knocked her with a cell phone.
Okay, Dave, what? You can show it. 1997 at the room.
Of course, she was like in the way, but you can turn this up.
Call the police.
She's screaming and yelling at her right here.
She did take the face of her cell phone, and that's what hit her.
That's what hit her, but it's you were in the way. Look at that. So right here is when she walks up to her and hits her. That's where she hits her, and then she comes.
Control.
No, she punched her with her hand.
Raising her hand.
No, yeah. If you slow it down.
Glasses.
Can't see anything. Get the fuck out of the way. Either show her butt or show the fucking phone, but pick one of these. Dude.
She went that way.
Charlotte? Okay.
And then she looked like she was trying to find somewhere to hide because we were all like congregating. She could have gone past us and gone down D, but
Okay. Is that video something you're able to possibly send to us?
Of course. This is her. And then this is where she's got glasses on. And then you can see where she spits on this lady right here in the pink. And you can't tell right here. This is because she was kind of in the way, but this is where she hits her. Right here. And then right here. That's where she hit her.
Yeah.
And then she's bleeding on the corner there, but
that's where you would have been able to see it.
Okay.
So,
yeah, this is exactly where she hits her.
how long's the video?
Very angry.
Ooh.
She had knocked over.
Okay, I think I saw it that time. Hold on. I think I saw it that time.
What's the video?
Very angry.
So it looks like this black woman is hitting this white lady.
And she had knocked over a bunch of stuff on the desk there right before that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I feel like.
Can you pull that video up?
Yeah.
And let me see if I can grab it. That's the beginning.
Here.
Okay, here we go. Oh.
I mean, that's like your own mama getting hit, you know? It's like,
yeah,
makes me sick. Yeah. I would have gone after her, but I was too scared she was smack me in the face as well.
I thought she was coming towards me when she saw my phone.
She definitely didn't go out the exit. No, we would have seen her.
That's it.
It looks like that white lady might be talking shit, though. I'm not sure. What's up, Spitfire? I'm not sure, but it looks like, because she's, like, looking at her the whole walk. Like, you can see
My phone.
the old lady, like, that woman's, like, trying to, like, tell her to... She's like, yo, fuck, chill, dude. Like, it looks like the old lady might be talking a lot of shit.
She definitely didn't go out the exit. No, we would have seen her.
That's it.
Yeah, she's definitely down that way.
So
Because why, I mean, unless it's like a horrifically mentally ill person, why did they just stop and just walk up to them and hit them? Why would they do that? Why so many incidents of black men and women randomly decking Asian and white women? There's not, actually. If you go through the reports, there's not like a lot of them. There's more, white people are hitting white people way more often than black people are hitting white people. But black people hit black people at like the highest rate of anything.
the
Bathrooms.
the couple screenshots. Can you grab a couple of them?
Does someone have ability to let our flight know that we're like late now?
Lies? That is not lies. That is true. All right, let's see. Okay, this is just arrest by race. But yes, it 100% is true. Through the FBI statistics, they show that black people are way more likely to attack and assault black people and kill black people. White people are more likely to assault, attack, and kill white people. And then there is some overlap where white people will kill black people or black people will kill white people, but those are just way less often than the other way around. Black women are 6 to 7% of the U.S. Correct. What? Yeah. So not just, but we're talking about percentages as well. Like, yeah, we're like in percentages of like white people live around white people, black people live around black people. So they're both just way more likely to engage with each other than they are to assault or attack somebody else. Yes, black on black is the highest. We all know that. The question was, why the rise in black on Asian/white? Wait, when I said that there isn't really, that they're more likely to attack their own race than others, there isn't a rise in these things. There's just a rise in fucking people posting the videos and then them going viral. But there's not a rise in the let's see. Fact check. But yeah, you said lies when I said that. So I don't know if I don't know why you're moving the goalpost now. Yes, that was the question. But you said to my statement that was lies. So whites killing blacks 2%, police killing whites 3%, whites killing whites 16%, blacks killing whites 81%. Hold on. The claim there are significant race-based disparities in civilian homicide rates, but not in police homicide rates. A viral meme purports... Oh, okay, this is the meme. Okay. The page behind the viral version of the post, they support law enforcement officers, had over 611 shares on this post. USA Today has reached out to the page for comment. Some versions of the meme include this line: America does have a problem, but it's not what the media tells you it is. Rates of white on white and black on black homicides are similar at around 80 and 90%. Overall, most homicides in the United States are intraracial. Okay, I thought that said interracial. I was like, no, they're not. This is fucking bullshit. I don't give a fuck what you say, dude. Okay, intraracial. And rates of white on white and black on black killings are similar, both long-term and individual years. Between 1980 and 2008, the U.S. Department of Justice found that 84% of white victims were killed by white offenders and 93% of black victims were killed by black offenders. In 2018, the Federal Bureau of Investigation reported that 81% of victims were killed by white offenders and 89% of black victims were killed by black offenders. So yeah, there we
go. We'll get you there.
Okay.
We're not going to hold you here. In fact, you got a card?
Yeah, she's still down there, so somebody's got to find. She is on something.
She would have hit anybody here.
Okay, so here.
Yeah.
So that's Andrew Brennan, BRENNAN at
Got you.
FlyNashville.com.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mantasy ignored the point. You're ignoring the point, Catmere. You are ignoring the point. You. I said there's not a rise in it, and then I also went on to say that there's not a differential. You said lies, and then now you're ignoring the point. So I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck you think I ignored.
Want to go look?
Yep.
We're going to go look.
Correct.
What direction? Where? Okay. Did you just have somebody come through and knock all this off?
Well, yeah. We have a picture.
Was it a woman?
I'm nosy. I'm black. I'm trying to see.
Was it a woman?
Yes.
I just need to see a picture of what she looks like.
This girl.
Thank you. Control 18, she just knocked a bunch of stuff off of Air Essentials too. I'm still trying to make contact.
After a 10-minute search, Officers located her seated in the waiting area near one of the gates. Before approaching her, officers consulted with the victims to determine if they wished to press charges. When the victims declined, the officers proceeded to take her into custody on a disorderly conduct charge.
You want me to go ahead and take her for disorderly? All right, I'll take her for disorderly. Hi, ma'am. My name is Officer Link with the Airport Police. You should go ahead and stand up. Stand up, please. Ma'am, stand up. Put your hands behind your back. Stand up.
Do not resist.
Plank mode. Let's go.
Okay.
This is a good strategy.
Any worse than you've already made it.
Plank it.
Okay. Come here.
You gotta keep your legs and arms straight. It doesn't work unless you keep your arms and legs straight.
Put your hands behind your back. Do it now.
You gotta do like a fucking gingerbread man, right? Okay, you gotta put your legs out just a little bit and then your arms out just a little bit. That way you're able to use your arms and legs while you're laying down to kind of fight any direction that they try to roll you over. What are they gonna do? They can't do anything.
Hands behind your back.
Now,
Do it
give
now.
me your hands.
Officer Lincoln, was it the store at
Put your hands behind your back. Do not resist.
or was it one
Do
down
not
here?
resist. Okay? Do not resist. Okay? Thank you. Very good. Stop.
Stop resisting.
I had a girlfriend who would fall on the ground like that, dude. I would barely fucking punch her in the face and she would just fucking flop over like that. So over dramatic.
You're making this more difficult on yourself. Roll over onto your stomach.
Do it now. Put your hand behind your back. Do it now. Okay? Do not resist. Do not resist. Being placed under arrest by this officer for disorderly conduct. Do you understand?
Stand up.
You want me to bring my car over here?
We may need that.
Yeah.
Stand up.
We're going to set you in this chair, okay?
Right, come on. Okay. Okay. Well,
You can hang out there. That's fine.
she wants to do that. That's her thing, okay? It's an additional charge. Resisting an officer. Hey, you want to sit up in a chair? Let's get you sit up in a chair. Come on, stand up. Okay. Okay. All right.
You said me to be in the chair. Let me in the fucking chair, bitch.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that, okay? And you can relax.
Who's not relaxing?
Okay?
Who's not relaxing? Do you not see how relaxed she's been the whole time? She was literally just totally relaxing on the floor, and you came over and fucked up her chill, dude. You fucked with her vibes. Is U.S. COVID recovery? Wait, is U.S. COVID recovery is one
Is
of
U.S.
the best
COVID
in the world?
recovery is one of the BST in the world.
The recovery, I don't know much about. I would say probably in percentage wise, yes. But as we went over the other day, in proportionalities, we had some of the, I think we had the highest death rate or some of the highest death rates. It might have been the highest death rate, I think, if I remember correctly. And yeah, it was, and our country was one of the longest to get vaccinated. We took way longer than pretty much everybody else. But we did get to 99%, so I don't know. I'm not sure about the recovery. Was our economic recovery one of the best in the world? Yeah, it was the best in the world. Yes. Yeah, our economic recovery was the best in the world.
There's no need for pulling away. There's no need for language.
Who's pulling away?
Okay?
You are.
I'm not playing games here.
I can sit the fuck up if I want to.
You can sit right here, just
Let
like
go
that.
of me.
Put your
No.
feet on the
Pedo.
ground.
You also did treatments that killed more than saved, like the ventilation system. Wait, you? Are you not American? I thought you lived in America. Wait, you think ventilation systems killed more people than they saved?
Okay.
Y'all want me to sit like this?
If that's what you want to do.
Calm down.
Okay.
Oh, you're Australian. I thought Australia had one of the highest death rates as well, though. Didn't they? Oh, no, that's right. No. No, Australia had the worst fucking lockdowns in the world. That's right. That's what they had. They had the fucking worst lockdowns in the world. They were stringent over there, dude. Yeah, you guys had lockdowns. Yeah. That was... I had some friends that were Australian. They were all fucking furious the whole time.
What are y'all waiting for?
A vehicle, since you don't want to walk.
I can sit the fuck up.
Where's your wallet at, ma'am?
I can sit up. I can lay
Where's
down.
your wallet at?
I can sit down.
Okay.
Where's your ID at?
I don't have ID.
Okay. In the airport.
I magically appeared. Yeah.
That one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Magically appeared in the airport. Okay.
Let's go.
Hear
Walk
me.
into a car. Stand up and walk. Get a chair. Get a chair. You don't need to do that. We're going to put you in a chair then.
Come on.
You know, you don't want to walk. You ride in the chair.
No, you don't want to walk. You're going in the chair.
Oh, I'm gonna ride.
You going to walk now?
No, I want to ride. Y'all gonna show for me.
Okay.
I want to ride.
Additional charge.
Hurry up.
Right. Last, we'll take 165 vehicle. Take it away.
Where are we going?
Oh.
Quick.
Oh. 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 She got dancing feet. Yeah, probably strap the top part of the legs first. That's probably makes it easier. Yeah. Probably a good idea, bro. Yeah, the crazy chair, yeah.
I'm walking that way, but what do you think?
Stop, please. Stop.
Y'all see this stuff?
Y'all see this?
Mayo.
Mayo, bitch.
Come on,
What?
push me out.
Stop, resist.
Come on, push me out. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Yeah, she showed you. She showed you. You'll think twice.
She's not going to have that.
Okay, push me out.
That would be very unwise.
Did she just snap him? Ha! Did she just...
That would be very unwise.
Additional charge, resisting stop, halt, frisk. Lead
She
the way.
fake bit him, yeah.
Spitting.
The Hannibal
Second
Lecter
count,
chair.
disorderly.
I'm going this way.
Z King re-upping at Fools 1. Let's go. Back in the membership. Mantis with a what is it? 14 months membership message. We out here. Let's fucking go. We are out here. She's right. She is correct. We are out here. Thank you, Mantis.
Hey, we can take the elevator.
Why can't we go through our water?
We need to take the elevator. Alright. We need to take the elevator. I can carry it.
She's spitting.
Oh, okay.
That's right, make your ass work.
You're making us do less work, actually.
Okay. Congratulations.
You mean push her, Brendan?
You got it. So I'm being arrested for disorderly conduct.
Resisting officer, stop, halt, frisk.
So what does disorderly conduct mean? What does disorderly conduct mean?
Well, you see to know everything, so look it up.
Means your conduct is disorderly. I've
Try to have a conversation with you. And be polite and be civil.
Whoever will broke bitch.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Thank you.
right, what we're going to have you do is lean over the hood of this car. She's going to search you before you go in the patrol car. Do you have any questions?
I can't walk, so you have my figure out.
I can't walk.
Yeah. I don't want to drag her. I don't want her touching me. Can I have a guy do it? I don't want her touching me.
Be like, I have Tourette's. My arms just fucking swing around, so you want to be careful of that.
Not resist.
How am I supposed to resist?
Stand up.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Do not resist.
Just search on the ground.
I'll take my glasses off. Wait, take my glasses off.
Do not resist.
I'm searching your person.
I don't want to break those. Those are 400.
Okay. Well, don't resist. Don't damage your glasses.
Y'all damage me.
I'll roll you over. Get you up. Okay. Do not resist. Do not resist. Okay. Okay, we're going to help you sit up, and we're going to put you in the car. Yeah, we're going to put them right on you as soon as we get you in the car. Do not drag your feet. Walk to the car. Turn around.
She said, thank you, guys.
Okay. But
Hold on, wait. I need my glasses.
we're going to get you glasses in the car.
I can't see where the car is. I need my glasses.
We don't want to see you damage your glasses by your actions.
Let's fucking go. Formerly Rudy upgraded membership to Fools 2. Let's get it, dude. Let's get some fucking cheers in chat for Rudy. Upgrading memberships up in here.
I don't damage myself.
Okay, good. Yeah,
Thank you. Now
Thank
can I have
you.
my glasses?
Sit back. Don't get them. Promise you that. Put your feet on the floor. Do not resist.
Oh, that's good.
Sit up straight. Do not resist.
I need my glasses. Come on, with
Sit
my
up
face.
straight. Sit up straight.
No, they're in my hair. Ooh, my bad. You gotta go up. No.
There you go. Sit up straight. Watch yourself.
Thanks, Hannah.
Good job,
Guys, appreciate you.
Well done. Well done, everybody.
Okay.
Congratulations, guys.
Appreciate you.
Congratulations. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Well done.
Wait. Did you get her handcuffs? Hey!
Everything okay?
You're...
Tom, I love you and will eat volcanoes for you.
Let's go, dude. Fucking Z King with $2. Tom, I love you. We'll eat volcanoes for you. I was thinking about asking you to eat a volcano. Actually, I was just thinking, damn, I'm probably gonna ask Z King to eat a volcano soon. So I'm glad that you mentioned that. I'm gonna hold on to that one, dude. She just fucking like she just how
okay?
she just bro, how does she, why don't they have cuffs on her? What the fuck, bro? They got in the car and they're like, wait, did we put cuffs on her? And they open the door and she's just sitting there smiling. What happened? I think they probably heard her like pulling on the fucking door trying to get out or some shit. I don't know why. I don't know why they're all congratulating each other. Like, oh, did we forget to arrest her? Oh, this is too good, bro. This is too fucking good. Oh, shit. Yeah, here's the link to the video.
Everything okay?
Here.
Y'all must really like me.
It's like anybody not be able to drag her out of the car. The hobble's in the front door.
She slipped her handcuffs.
Where's handcuffs, guys? You got 20 cops here. None of us have handcuffs? She's still not walking, dude. She still won't fucking stand up. She's making them pick her up and carry her everywhere, dude. This is actually fucking hilarious, bro.
Oh, I was trying to be nice to you.
Stop resisting.
No one's resisting. No one's resisting. You guys just like to.
The other door cracked, Ken? I'm just gonna drag her through like I did before.
Guys, it's no leg November. Everybody knows that. I can't stand up. Did she just say good work? Did she just say good work at the end?
Okay, so if I take you out of this hobble so you can walk, are you going to walk for me?
I'm not.
What did she say? He asked her if she'll walk, and she said what?
Walk, are you going to walk for me?
I'm not.
Oh, she said yeah. Okay. She said she's gonna walk. Alright, one's in chat if you think she's gonna walk. Two's in chat if you think there's no fucking shot she's about to walk. They're about to fucking drag her again. One's in chat if you think she's about to walk. Two's if she's not walking, bro. Okay, we got James with a 1. James thinks she's about to walk. That's it, just James. James is the only one who thinks she's about to walk. Oh, Z-King. Oh, Z-King thinks she's gonna crip walk. Okay. Alright. We'll see. We'll see.
I'm me and Buckley here.
Huh?
I was just saying with me and Buckley. Trying to get out.
Keep your trouble.
Oh, shit! James!
You have to.
I'm not just 80.
Can you use your...
What did she just say?
Try to get out.
Keep your trouble.
Did she say I'm a sapien?
You have to.
I'm not just 80.
Can you use...
I can't tell what she's saying. I'm a sapien? She first says, I'm not going to have my picture taken. He says, you have to. And she says, I'm a sapien?
I have my picture taken.
You have to.
I'm not just 80.
Can you use...
I'm a staple you? What does she say?
Your work phone?
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Why y'all so mad?
What's up?
I said, why are y'all so mad?
I'm mad.
He's acting the way.
Why are y'all so mad?
The woman was charged with elder abuse, assaulting a first responder, resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, and vandalism. Share your thoughts below and remember to like and subscribe for more.
Yeah, so apparently she just walked up and punched a woman. And then she walked up to a kiosk and just grabbed everything and threw everything off the kiosk. And then just went and sat down somewhere. And then they went over and asked her for her ID. She said, I don't have an ID. They said, how did you get here? She said, I teleported. And then just started planking. And then just like, yeah, refused to like stand or anything. But she was like perfectly like calm the whole time. Just super chill, from beginning to end. It was just like super calm. All right. I think we got one more of these. I got one more.
This is why you should never fight a cop. On August 27th, 2022, officers from the Superior Police Department in Wisconsin.
Oh shit. Trigger warning, bitches. There's gonna be fighting. There's gonna be fighting.
Would respond to a 911 call from a strip club. As the story goes, a male and female couple attempted to enter the club. However, the 19-year-old girlfriend was barred from entry as the club now served alcoholic beverages. The club allegedly told her she could only enter as a worker and offered an application. The girlfriend applied and the club allowed her in as a dancer. Supposedly, after she made a decent amount of tips, her boy...
This sounds like a fucking Reddit post, bro. No shot. This sounds like a Reddit post. They said you can't come in because you're under 21. We're serving alcohol, so you're not allowed into the strip club because you're 19. Unless you just fill out an application. We're not going to run I-9s. We're not going to get your tax information. We're not going to run a background check. We're not going to, make sure that we have your payroll. We're not going to, no. You just fill out an application and you can start stripping right now. And then your boyfriend will be able to come in and drink. No shot, dude.
Boyfriend decided it was time to go. He allegedly scooped up all of her tips and physically escorted her out of the club. This action triggered the emergency call, and it wouldn't take long for police to find the couple walking nearby.
Hey, what's going on? Okay, ma'am, you want to come over here and talk to me? Ma'am. Okay, come here. Come here. What's going on?
Everything I...
Yeah, you are way too young. You cannot come in here and be around alcohol. That would be totally irresponsible of us if we allowed a 19-year-old around alcohol. Unless you want to get naked. You can be naked around everybody else. That would totally change everything. That's the only way we can handle this responsibly is if we allow you to get naked. $2. What the fuck?
Strip for us, Tom.
I only do that on Instagram. The links are in the description. Okay, you can go find me stripping on Instagram. But that is something that I no longer do on YouTube. All right. I'm tired of everybody always coming in here, treating me like a piece of meat, and telling me to strip, telling me to take off more clothes. I am more than that. Okay, I am an intellectual now, and now I talk about strippers getting arrested.
The maid of the strip club is ripped up and gone.
Okay, what's going on?
She said all the tips I made at the strip club are ripped up and gone.
Strip for us.
There's gonna need to be a lot more dollar. No, actually, no. Just to stop. No, I'm just realizing people are gonna start sending a lot more money, thinking I'm gonna do that. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do it. It's not happening. Shut the fuck up. I'm not stripping. Shut up.
Can you please be nice?
Okay. I'll talk to him. Just look at me.
He was upset because I was stripping. Okay. And everything I made, he ripped up.
Okay. Who's he to you?
That's my boyfriend. Am I going to get arrested for stripping?
No, there's nothing illegal as long as you're doing it in an establishment that's licensed, which they are. Exactly. What's your name?
Intellectual my ass. Meat boy.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
No.
Shut up.
No. Look at me. Ma'am, look at me. Don't look at him.
He's going to get arrested. No. Can you just tell him to calm down?
It was a good call. I'm not going to lie. I mean...
Don't look at him.
I would have done the same thing. I would have looked at her and been like, you can strip though, if you want. I know this is just a fucking Papa John's, but we don't mind. Keep whatever people give you. Just fill out an application real quick.
No. Look at me, ma'am. Look at me. Don't look at him.
Oh, he's gonna get arrested. No. Can you just help?
Testicle Johnson with the 17 months membership. Let's go. I am the greatest. You are the greatest, Testicle Johnson. Well done.
Ma'am.
I'm okay.
Step the
Please
back.
do not push me.
Step the back.
Do not swear at me. You're an officer of the law. Please do not.
do not swear at me. You're not allowed to do that. You're an officer of the law, bro. You're not allowed to say cuss words. Don't do
swear
it.
at me.
All right, tell me what happened.
Nothing happened.
Did you strike her?
I did not strike her.
Okay. You have an ID?
I do. Would you like to see my ID?
Yeah. Is that hers?
That's hers. I was carrying it for her tonight.
All right.
Here's my ID. You can look at it. You did not have permission to go in my pocket. You did not ask to go in my pocket. You did not ask to go. Get on the ground now. Get on the ground.
What the fuck, bro? So, okay. Is he autistic? No, this is kind of a fuck up. So, they can't just come up and search you. The cops are not allowed to just walk up to somebody on the streets and search them. They do not have the right to do that. They are not allowed to just come up and start searching you. But if you're under arrest, now they have to search you because you are in their possession. Therefore, everything on you is in their possession. So they have to search you. But they can't just walk up and search you. I'm assuming they are arresting him. They already got calls and they already feel like they know what happened. And so they're planning on searching it, or they're planning on arresting him. But I feel like they have to tell him he's under arrest first. I don't think they can just say, we're detaining you. Also, we're going to search your pockets. They can't do that. And so I don't think he will get in trouble for that, honestly. I honestly, I don't think he's going to get in trouble for that because they can't just walk up and search him like that. They can't do it.
No, dude. You're gonna tased. 3, 2, on your stomach now. On your stomach now.
No, he's gonna turn.
Relax.
No, he punched him in the face,
Stop.
and you know
Yeah,
that
I
was
sure
right.
did, because he cocked back on me.
No, he what does he have? A fucking gun?
Stop.
Am I gonna be able to?
Stop. Just relax. Just
You
relax.
know that was illegal. You fucking assaulted my boyfriend. He didn't.
No, it's not illegal.
That's police brutality,
It's
sir.
not police brutality.
That is police brutality.
Okay, I'm sorry you feel that way.
You straight up punched me in the face.
Yep, because you swung back like...
He didn't fucking swing at you. He put
stop.
his hands up. I'm sorry. I don't want to get arrested.
Stop.
Here, we have one in custody.
Stay right there. You good?
I am okay.
He has my backpack and my purse. Am I able to get that?
Yeah, just hang on.
Yep, that's hers. Can you please give that to me? I don't feel like you had the need to punch me in the face, though.
If you cock back on me and you look like you're about to punch me in the face,
Yes.
I'm going to defend myself.
Oh.
You're not going to get an upper
Okay,
hand on
but you're an officer of the law. You have.
I have every right to defend myself. Just because I wear a badge and I'm a police
Right,
officer
but just
does not
because-
mean that you get to have the first swing.
They fucking gun, Jason.
Stop.
Sorry.
Wayne, do you understand that? Do you understand that?
Right, but just because I'm
So I will punch you in the face if I think you're about to attack me.
Will you let me speak?
No, I won't.
But just because I'm a brown person,
It has nothing to do with who you are.
It does have something.
It doesn't.
Yeah, dude, what's up with all these white people attacking Asian people, dude? What is up with this? All the fucking time, bro.
It doesn't. Are you brown? You're done, bro. You're done.
Why do they keep cutting out every time they hit him? Why do they keep doing this? Why do they keep doing this? They cut out when they punched him, and now they cut out when he tried to headbutt them. Why do they keep doing this?
You are.
It does have. No, I won't. But just because I'm a brown person. Are you brown?
Y'all can do better than 13 likes. Shame.
True. True. Let's get those likes up. If you're watching in the vertical chat, you can just double tap the screen. We got 8 likes over there. We got like 80 people watching. Let's get those likes up. Then in the other one, I don't know how many people are over there, but I'll check the other chats in just a little bit. But yeah, let's get the fucking likes up, homies. Okay. Well, I don't know why they keep cutting out.
Nothing to do with who you are. It does have something. It doesn't. It doesn't. Are you brown?
He says, "Are you brown?" Whoa! What the fuck, dude? First off, this is so weird, bro. Why does he ask him, "Are you brown?" Why did he do that? Why did he say, "Are you brown?" Like, was he gonna say like, "Are you brown?" or "Are you yellow?" Like, I don't. What was he doing? But then as soon as he asks the fucking question, whoa, dude, what the fuck, bro?
It does have something. It doesn't. It doesn't. Are you brown? You're done.
Bro, his facial expression when he does it, he's just so like it's so emotionless when he does it.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Are you brown?
It's so weird, bro.
You're done, bro. You're done.
Watch that.
He's trying to headbutt me in the head. Don't cut the bag. Just take it off. Shut up. Just take it off. It's not my bag. It's not my bag. Yasmina, stop. Stop. Bag is hers. Stop. You got a search on that side? No. I have 2 grams of cocaine in my butthole. Okay, outstanding. And I have 3 grams of marijuana in my stomach. Okay.
Oh, there's not.
Good. You fucking piece of
He just tried biting me. I got another squad.
Wait, you just tried to bite him?
Good.
He did.
You fucking piece of
He just tried biting me. I got another squad over here. This guy's trying to bite us and spit on us. And we just leave him alone here. Stop, dude.
Don't punch me.
Stop.
That's illegal.
It's not. It's a pressure point. Stop.
You're punching me in my...
He wants that butt surge. Yeah, he really wants that butt surge. What? When I was locked up, I got when I was in county, we were on workforce, and I was able to get my girlfriends. I went out to the dog pound every day. When I would go to the dog pound, my girlfriend would come up there and hang out with me. She would pretend like she was just going to look at dogs, and then just come up there and hang out with me while I was locked up. And she would bring me like drugs and shit and give them to me, and I would take them back inside the jail with me. But then every night when we would go back to our dorms, they would pat us down and search us, and there wasn't really anywhere for me to put them. So I would like put them in places, and then as they were searching me, I would start fucking with them and be like, they would like start touching, like, "Oh, rub my nipples too, please." Like, and I would like stick my ass out, be like, "Do it harder, like, and they'd be like, "All right, you're good. Go ahead. You're good. Thank you. Later."
My throat is a pressure point?
It's not. It's underneath your chin. Stop.
He just punched me in the throat.
Stop, dude. You're gonna get tased.
Tase me then. I have a...
Aramsan tipped $20 if Tom gets 100 likes. He agreed to strip. Also, Tom does not have drugs in his rear. That is just a rumor.
It's happening again. There was another time where somebody told me to take my shirt off, but I turned around and told them to take their shirt off, and I got in a lot of fucking trouble for it. Now people are telling me to strip. If I turn around and tell you guys to strip, I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble, so I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. Thank you, Aaron, for the $20 tip. If anybody wants to send donos, it's much easier to send those donos through the tips. There's a link in the description. Big Tech does not take 30% of it, right? Like they do with Super Chats. And I get the money immediately, whereas with Super Chats, I got to wait a month for it. So, yeah, consider using the tips button in the description.
A seizure disorder. You're gonna tase me? Get back!
I'm gonna
Just
have
go
a
stand over there.
disorder.
Just go. It's all ruined. Just go stand over there.
Swear to God, sir. You kicks me, you gotta spit it.
Get back. You gotta sit here. Get back. Yeah, hey, get her.
That is kind of fucked up. That like, okay, so if this is true, okay, if this story is true, the story is if you weren't here for it, they went to a strip club. They got there. They said to her, "You're only 19. You cannot come in, because we're selling alcohol. You have to be 21 to get in. But if you'd like to get naked, you can fill out this application and we'll allow you to strip. And then you and your boyfriend can come in." So she said, okay. And apparently the boyfriend thought that was a good idea at the time. And he was like, yeah, cool, let's go. Fucking strip your ass off. I want to get drunk. So they go in. He lets her strip. He drinks. He hangs out the whole time. And then after, he says he's mad about it, grabs her, drags her out, and rips up all the money. He let her strip the whole time. He let her make all the money and then dragged her out and ripped up all the money. Like, what the fuck?
Her back now.
No, this is legal.
No, you can step back. I'm not comfortable with you that close.
Why?
Get them, babe. Get them.
I'm not the one doing anything wrong.
Babe, help
Get them,
me.
babe. Get them.
Please, baby, help me.
Beat them all up.
Yeah, you did f up today.
You're on your own.
You really did.
Sorry.
Now you're going to jail for multiple felonies. So that sucks. Felonies?
What felony? You assaulted him.
Assault on a police officer.
You started it. You punched him in the f***ing face.
I did.
And you just caused a seizure.
Because he swung back on me. I was protecting myself. Because you punched me, I was protecting myself. Okay. Right?
He has seizures. That's all it was. He was having a seizure when he went like this. He wasn't actually trying to punch you. He was having a seizure, dude. Come on.
I protect myself, don't I?
That is in the rule book of the laws.
Yep, that's in the rule book of the
Because you
laws.
punched me, I have the right to protect myself. Nope.
It's there.
Yep.
All right. I was protecting myself from you. Ow.
You left your cop car locked, dumbass.
Shut your mouth. Shut your f***ing mouth. Don't talk to her like that. Don't talk to my f***ing woman like that. Stand by. There's a knife back there. Ow!
Hey, why should you want to pull him through on the other side?
Don't talk to my woman like that.
We get an ID on her?
Yeah, I have information. I just haven't been able to run her yet.
Ow!
Wait, if a cop punches you, what are you supposed to do? Well, that's one of like the really hard things about a lot of this shit. Like if we go back to the Breonna Taylor situation, supposedly cops were serving a no-knock warrant, but they decided to knock before going in instead. That's what they said. Turns out, through investigations, nobody has any evidence that they knocked. But okay, fine. Let's assume that they didn't knock just for hypothetical sake, okay? When they broke down the door, the boyfriend immediately started shooting at them because he didn't know who the fuck was breaking in the house. Like, that is a terrifying situation. And initially, everybody thought he was gonna go to fucking prison for shooting at cops. But instead, no, they let him off because they're like, yeah, this makes sense. Somebody's breaking in your house, you shoot at them. Like, okay, makes sense. But yeah, they like in this situation, they did try searching him without his permission. And so I do think that he is likely going to get off on this one, but I'm not sure. I don't think we have like his name or anything, because I would like to look this up and see if he actually got charged with that.
There you go. Pull.
What do I do about my money getting cut up?
Don't worry about it. I don't know. See ya.
Well, the neighbors said they heard knocking. Correct. There were neighbors that said that supposedly, according to a report, but it wasn't neighbors that were even close enough to be able to hear. The next door neighbors all said they didn't hear knocking, and they didn't hear. But it doesn't. The knocking doesn't matter. It's whether or not they said police. That's what matters. You can knock, whatever. It's whether or not they said police, and that like the officers there, the police officers who were there said they didn't knock, except for one. One said they knocked and said that they yelled police, whereas everybody else was like, no, we didn't yell police. And so there was confusion on this. And when the meeting's going in, they had a no-knock warrant, but apparently they decided before going that they were going to announce themselves and knock. And so even though they had a no-knock warrant, supposedly they decided to knock anyways, which it's hard to get a no-knock warrant. Like, that's hard. Like, you could have just gotten a regular warrant, but they didn't. They got a no-knock warrant specifically. It doesn't make sense to get a no-knock warrant and then go and announce yourself anyways. So it's just, all of it was very convoluted and odd. And there were different police departments there who were working together to go in. And yes, what each police department said was different from one another. And so yeah, there was a lot of fucking problems with the way that they dealt with it. But what actually happened, there's not really clear evidence on that.
Yeah.
I've seen that in strip club before. Just like, no, don't worry about
Although
it.
I do know that the boyfriend won the lawsuit, and never got charged with, got his charges dropped. So based on that, it seems like they probably did not announce themselves.
I've never been to the strip clubs here. Yeah. Ow! Ow! Fuck!
Stop.
It fucking hurts!
Relax. We're trying to fix it.
Stop.
You're gonna get another charge. Hey, call back, relax.
They did have no-knock. That's what I just said. Correct. That's what I said. They did have a no-knock warrant. Yeah.
Go back, stop. Relax.
We're done with her. You need to leave, otherwise you're going to get arrested.
No, because this is legal. I'm allowed to stay close.
You are interjecting into our scene right now. You're getting too close. I told you that multiple times. So just stop. It's very easy.
You're built easy. Did you know that?
I don't know what that means.
That means any.
Wait, you're built easy? What the fuck?
Close. I told you that multiple times. So just stop. It's very easy.
You're built easy. Did you know that?
I don't know what that means.
That means any can fuck you.
Cool.
It hurts. Stop. You're gonna get another charge.
You're built
It
easy.
hurts. Roll him on his side.
No!
No! On his side.
It fucking hurts!
Stop.
Ah! God damn it!
We got a lot of people using the plank system here, trying to make sure that they're not going to be easy to arrest.
Set him up. Set him up.
Battery, disorderly conduct.
Somebody grab the hobble.
His charge? Yeah. You don't need to hobble me. Just shut the fucking doors. Hey! That's another charge. Get him down. Shut that door.
He just headbutted him again, bro. On his back. He just headbutt his fucking back, dude. That's a new one. I've never seen someone headbutt someone in the fucking back like that. What the fuck was that?
Conduct.
Somebody grab the hobble.
His charge? Yeah. You don't need to hobble
me. Just shut the door. Hey!
Oh, he got his head. He got his head, bro.
Just shut the door.
Oh shit. This guy is fucked, bro. He is in trouble.
That's another spot. Get him down. Shut that door now. Shut the door.
You started it.
No, he just headbutted one of my officers.
He's the one who punched me.
He's headbutted two officers.
He started it.
Okay, you need to leave now. If you don't have a criminal complaint, you need to
I have a
leave.
criminal complaint.
Against
You
what?
assaulted my boyfriend.
Okay, have a good night.
Blood on you.
Yep.
Blood on you.
It's fine.
Is that yours?
Yeah.
With a big rag.
Can you let the jail know that he's very uncooperative? They're going to need quite a few people.
On the way to the jail, the suspect continues lashing out, and according to police reports, he continually bashes his own face into the window that separates the front and back seats.
You pieces of shit. I told you to shut the fucking doors. Roll my window down.
On the party for the class of 1980.
I got arrested one time. Me and my friends got arrested for weed. It was the dumbest shit in the world, dude. My friend totally fucked up the whole thing. We should not have gotten arrested, but he fucked up the whole thing. The cop didn't search us before we got arrested. He didn't search us. He put us in his fucking car. And so while we're in the car, I take my cuffs and put them down below my legs and take them out like this. And then I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone and start like texting my girlfriend, like, hey, I got arrested. Just letting you know, tell this person for me. Hey, let that person know. It just like fucking texting people and calling people the whole time. And then and then my buddy, who's sitting right next to me in the car, I reached into his pocket, grabbed his phone out. He was like 6'7", so he couldn't do it. But I pulled his phone out, started like texting people for him, and then put it back. Like they didn't search us at all. It was so dumb.
This has a laceration for it from slamming against the window here.
While the suspect is on the way to jail, some officers stay behind to question his girlfriend.
So what happened?
So we tried getting into the strip club, and I'm not 21. And she was like, well, the only way you can get in if you're a dancer. And I'm like, I'll dance tonight. And my boyfriend's like, if you dance tonight, I'm breaking up with you. I was like, okay. I started dancing.
Oh, okay. Okay, so he wasn't okay with the dancing. Okay, he was not okay with the dancing. Okay, that's... Yeah, that's a little different. Okay.
Maybe 20, 25 minutes later, he runs up on stage. He's just snatching my money up. He's cussing me out, talking about I need to get off the stage. And the owner was like, that's not your money. You need to give it back. That's when I was like, okay, I got to go. I need to calm him down because he gets angry.
She's fucking pulling bills out of her fucking tits, bro.
Money up. He's cussing me out, talking about I need to get off the stage. And the owner was like, that's not your money. You need to give it back. That's when I was like, okay, I got to go. I need to calm him down because he gets angry. As we're walking away, I was like, can I just see my money so I can at least see how much I made tonight? He was like, no, this is whore money. I was like, what? Whore money? I wasn't naked. And then he starts ripping up my money. And that's what happened.
Is there any charges you want to press against him?
No.
Okay.
I'm literally homeless. So, okay. I mean, like, I get it. Homeless people be having weapons. Trust me, I know. I work with homeless people. So they be a little crazy. Okay. But that's my only backpack I have. And I'm fucked now.
Are you afraid of him? No, you don't think he's gonna hurt you?
When she's talking about like, oh no, he gets mad, I gotta get him out of here. I know so many chicks like this who were like totally attracted to the guy's fucking anger issues. Like guys who were all like fucking roided out or like had just fucking like mental issues, there were so many chicks who were just like, they loved that he had fucking anger issues, that he would get overly jealous, that they would do shit to piss him off just to see him fucking like go off and start hitting people and fighting people and shit. Like, it was yeah, I'm making that assumption about this chick here.
Or your children?
Huh?
Or your children, if you have children?
Oh, God, no, I ain't got no children.
Do you have any questions for us at the moment?
Yeah. Who's paying for my backpack?
Well, if you want to make a complaint about the backpack being damaged,
No,
you
but
can
I
contact
want
our
to make a
supervisor.
complaint about the officer who punched me in the face. I'll do that.
Okay. That's all up to you if you want to contact your supervisor. You have the right to do that.
And it assures a summer full of delicious meals coming off that grill.
What is your name, man? Okay, I'm trying to help you out. I'm not asking you a question. I'm looking to see if you're going to be cooperative with jail staff. What'd you say?
I was about to say, yeah, they already know his name. They already got his ID from him. Like, this is just yeah, he said it's just a test to see if he's going to be cooperative. So it sounds like what it actually is, because yeah, he already knows his name.
I refuse to answer any questions, and I refuse to be cooperative with jail staff.
All right, man. He's telling us that he's going to fight with you guys.
Okay.
And he's already headbutted us, he's punched us, he's kicked us, he's bit us, so he goes like this. So I just backed up and I right across the jaw, and then there was a fight on.
Who is it?
We don't know his name.
We don't know.
Austin?
Oh, they
Just
don't
keep
know
your
his
gun
name.
on you for now in case something.
How's it going?
How do they not know his name? They got his ID earlier. How do they not know his name?
We're gonna get you out of the squad car here.
Officers place a spit hood over the suspect's head as he had bit and spit at officers during the arrest. They may also be doing this to prevent the suspect's blood from getting everywhere.
Can you walk? I'm gonna get out of here. Can we check what's going on? Yeah,
Planking again?
He was just talking right before I got out of the car. Give medical respond
right about the right eye,
Sally
guys.
Port, please.
Could you grab shackles? Are you injured or?
I think it's from when I was getting shot by the BBs, actually.
Oh, okay.
But it ripped
Oh,
when I was
real
fighting with
okay.
them.
What's your name? You don't know it? Name? Why was I arrested? I don't know, to be honest with you.
We're going to get you seen by medical, okay?
I don't want to go home. Where am I? You're at the jail. Do you take any drugs or anything? You know if you did today? Okay. I'm going to guess that's why you got so much blood. It's from the alcohol. It thins out your blood and bleed a little bit more.
Oh, he looks familiar.
Yeah.
He's not the one I'm thinking of. Hey, Sergeant Jago with the police department. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up.
The more you delay identification, the more your trial is delayed. Bro, you're just making shit up. They can't keep you for a certain amount of time until they without having some sort of ID for you. So like you're just making shit up at this point. They have to have like an ID for the person that they have in custody. They can't just delay trials because of this, because they don't have an identification.
Another officer then calls the local hospital to inform them about the suspect's unruly behavior, sparing no detail. Upon hearing this information, the hospital shares that they refuse to take the patient in, as he risks the safety of their staff. In the meantime, medics from the fire department look at the suspect first. Soon after, an ambulance arrives.
Just a heads up with this gentleman, he's cooperative now. I don't know if that's false or if he's now going to remain cooperative. I did call ahead to give Superior ER a heads up, and they obviously were like, we don't want him here. But yeah, I tried to give him a courtesy heads up, and they were not having it. So why don't you take a look? Maybe he doesn't need to go. I don't know.
At this point, the officers were able to successfully determine the suspect's identity.
He has seizures and was threatening to do this before.
Seizures from what?
Pseudo.
Pseudo?
Yep.
I don't do any pseudo. I don't do anything with pseudo.
Do you need stickers?
It looks like a couple.
Seem to be that intoxicated, or what's I don't know what the deal is. I don't know if it's all charade or it's probably the most violent I've ever seen toward officers for sure.
You gotta make sure there's nothing going on with your skull or your brain, okay? Honestly, I prefer not to transport someone with their hands behind their back just because it could cut off circulation or do damage.
Okay.
That way you won't be laying on it. We're gonna make it so you don't lay on it.
Stop pushing on me! Stop it!
I'm wondering if we should sedate him.
If you think that's necessary, then absolutely do it.
If he's willing to cooperate, we can put him in soft restraints and have it above and to the side. And,
I have never heard of them sedating somebody like this. What the fuck? I have never heard of them doing that in a fucking jail like this. What the hell? What state was this again? Wisconsin?
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen to me.
we'll get you under a stretcher. We just don't want you to fight. We don't want you to hurt yourself, okay? We don't have a way to stop that. It's not really an option, my friend. He's not gonna cooperate. So I'm gonna call the receiving hospital and find out if they're good with us using sedation here. Because if he's gonna fight, I don't want him to hurt himself or anyone else. Okay.
But the county just said that he was just here lodged the other week for the same thing.
Really?
What the officer
So they said county said he was here just last week for the same thing. So county just arrested him for being fucking violent. And now the city's arresting him this time too.
just shared is true. According to court documents, the suspect was involved in a previous incident that happened roughly 5 weeks before the filming of this video. The suspect was arrested and charged for disorderly conduct and resisting arrest at that time. He was sentenced for resisting and spent 30 days in jail. He had been out of jail for just 1 week before he got into the altercation captured in this video.
Ow! I can't do it anymore. The handcuffs are fine. No, they aren't. They aren't. I can't do this anymore.
I got it.
I got one.
Right here.
Almost got me. Yeah, I did. I saw it. I came over here.
He's gonna be able to get out of this. We have that extra strap. I think we can add. You guys just want to follow us to the ambulance? Ow! Ow!
You're fine. Stop.
The handcuffs are cutting me.
You probably would have had better luck if you started cooperating, Jason.
More!
Here, step out.
Can't do this anymore.
The whole time he's complaining about how tight they are. And they keep saying they're not tight, dude. Shut the fuck up. And now he broke free? Obviously, they weren't actually that tight at all. Yes, this just keeps going, dude. This just keeps fucking going.
I got that.
According to fucking Wayne over here, yeah, they probably put him on really loose on purpose just so he could break free, just so they could give him another charge.
Cuffs! I got your... These handcuffs, that's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking is to loosen the handcuffs just a little bit.
Just stop.
Just a little bit.
Can we talk? Can we man-to-man talk?
Yes.
We have a 5-minute ride to St. Mary's and those cuffs come off.
Okay,
and then you go into soft restraints. You can make it 5 minutes.
I cannot. It needs some morphine and some gabapentin.
Oh, that's what he wants.
Is it going to break if I cuff this to that?
No.
I cannot do it.
Hey. We're getting you your meds.
I can't do it no more. I can't.
I'm going to give you medicine in your shoulder. Okay?
No, I don't give you consent to do that. I don't give you consent. 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 I do not give you consent to do that.
You're hurting yourself.
I do not give you consent to do that. I do not give you consent to do that.
Okay.
I do not give you consent to do that.
I know. I'm sorry.
You're sorry? You're sorry because you're going to lose your job. What's your name? What's your name?
My name is Alba.
Alba what?
That's all you gotta know.
What's your last name?
You don't get to know that? You
Yeah,
can
because you don't want.
politically.
Because you don't want to lose your job. What's your last name?
No one knows my last
No,
name.
probably because you're a dangerous motherfucker. Like they know that you keep fucking getting violent with people, so she's not about to give you her information.
Your last name, bitch.
Hopefully that's done. Hopefully that's
Let's
done.
not start with that, guy.
What's your last name?
I'm not gonna go there. She does. I didn't want to say it because, you know, I didn't know, but yep. Yeah.
Wait, what was just happening with that other chick? I don't understand.
What's your last name?
I'm not gonna go there. She does. I didn't.
Wait. Why the fuck did she just do that? What the fuck? Why did she just do that? With a fucking smile on her face. Why did she just do that? Why did this just happen? What the fuck just happened? Wait, what did she just do? So this whole time, the guy is asking her, the medical lady, what her last name is. She keeps saying, I'm not going to tell you my last name. I'm not telling you. And this chick walks up and says, she's Eva Mendez or whatever. Like, and just says her full name. And she's like, yeah, you know my name. I didn't want to tell him. What the fuck?
What's your last name, bitch?
Yeah, she says no one knows my last name. Like, she's trying to like make sure. He keeps asking, what's your last name? She's like, I'm not telling you. And then that fucking officer chick just walks up and tells him her last name.
You don't get to know that?
Yeah, because you don't want.
Politically.
Because you don't want to lose your job. What's your last name?
No one knows my last name.
What's your last name, bitch?
Hopefully that's done. Hopefully that's
Let's
done.
not start with that, guy.
She says no one knows my last name, and the other fucking female officer thinks it's a fucking game, and is like, oh, me. I know your name.
What's your last name?
I'm not gonna go there.
What is she doing, dude? Like, I feel like based on her facial expression, okay? Based on her facial expression, the way that she starts this off, where she's like,
Let's not start with that, guy.
it's like she knows her from high school and she just realized. Like, that's what I think just happened. It's like she just realized she knows her from high school or something.
What's your last name?
See, like her facial expression there just tells me that, like, yes, she knows her somehow.
I'm gonna go there. She does. I didn't want to say it because, you know, I didn't know, but yep. Yeah.
She's so fucking proud of herself. She's like, yeah, I know your name.
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude? Oh my goodness. She's so happy.
We're not gonna do morphine.
Give me some morphine.
They did. They bleeped it out, but she said it. She said the last name, and they bleeped it out. They cut it out of the captions, and then you can tell by the way that the nurse lady replies, where she's like, "Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but yes, that's my name." Like,
there we go. Thank you, sir.
Give me some morphine.
Jason, do you have any known medical issues?
Give me some morphine.
I was genuinely worried he was gonna hurt himself.
The suspect gave in for the rest of the trip, from the hospital to the jailhouse, likely with the help of his sedation. For this incident, the suspect was charged with 1 count of battery on a law enforcement officer, 2 counts of attempted battery of a law enforcement officer, and 1 count of resisting an officer. For his sentencing, 1 count of attempted battery and resisting was dismissed, but
let's fucking go. What did I tell you, bitches? What did I tell you, bitches? What did I tell y'all, motherfuckers? The fucking count of battery on a law officer, that was dismissed because they tried searching him without arresting him. You can't do that. That is illegal, and he is allowed to protect himself in that situation. So that I called it. I knew he was not going to get that fucking, I knew he was not going to get that charge convicted. I knew it. No shot.
Read in, meaning he would not face a punishment, but those crimes would remain on his.
No, it wasn't. Hold on. Yeah, it says 1 count of battery on a law enforcement officer. And then the 2 they put in yellow, the ones that he got
of
hit
resisting
with.
an officer. For his sentencing, 1 count of attempted battery and resisting was dismissed, but read in.
So yes, oh, okay, wait. Okay, yeah. It was the attempted battery. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one that got dismissed. So yes, it was the very first one where he pulled his fist back because yes, he was allowed to defend himself. Yeah, the yellows are dismissed. Yeah, but that was the attempted ones. The count of battery is the one that where he actually hit them. But the attempted battery is the one that I was saying was going to get dismissed. It's the one where he pulls his fist back like this because yeah, they weren't allowed to fucking search him like that. So.
Meaning he would not face a punishment, but those crimes would remain on his record. For battery of a law enforcement officer and 1 count of attempted battery, he was sentenced to 60 days of jail and 30 months of
So yeah, so the attempted the attempt was the attempted headbutt, and then the actual battery was the actual headbutt. And those are the 2 that he got hit with. But the one where he pulls his fist back, that's the one that got dropped.
Probation each. His sentence runs concurrently, meaning he will serve all sentences at the same time. However, based off clues played out by court documents, on April 13th, 2022, with just 1 day left of his 60-day jail sentence, he was charged for another incident for battery as a prisoner. Court documents suggest this crime was against an officer at the jail. For that incident, on August 28th, 2023, his previous 30-month sentence of probation was revoked, and he would instead spend 1 year in county jail, with 164 days of credit. If he follows the rules, he should be out of jail at this point, at least by the middle of March of 2024.
The bank won't even do anything about these bills?
Any currency that's damaged, you bring it into the bank. We'll replace it for you.
Yeah, can you finish cutting this? Do you have a knife?
You could try and attach these back together. You know, if you had any
That is ghetto and dingy. I'm not doing that.
Do you want me to just cut right here?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay. All right. Somebody who wanted to call in. Hold on. Let me pull up Manar. Manar? Oh, he's deafened. Manar?
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Tom?
How's it going?
Hey, man, do you mind if I'm recording this as well?
Yeah, sure. What's up?
Nothing, man. I really like you, man. I'm really inspired by you. I'm very unhappy that you're not on Twitch anymore, but, you know, I've been following you for a hot minute, and yeah, you're very inspiring, man. I just kind of disagree with you on a couple of stances, I believe, and I wanted to know your position on a couple of issues as well. And I saw your Destiny interview recently, and I had a couple of questions on that, so I was hoping we can talk about that a little bit, and we can dive on wherever you want to go first.
Yeah, sure. What's up?
All right, so I guess let's start with the Democratic Party. You would call yourself a liberal, correct?
Yeah, sure. Like I've said before, like I don't really like feel like I identify with any of these labels. Like I feel like kind of like politically homeless and just in the center. But I don't mind if people call me a liberal. I definitely
need to label you because I don't know what to call you other than that.
Yeah, that's
like
fine.
I need to know what like. So would you say the closest thing that could define you maybe is a liberal? values, morality-wise, policy-wise, what you care about, why?
Kind of. See, that's the problem, is that like when it comes to like what liberals want, when it comes to like a lot of their policy positions, like things like you know, positions on guns, positions on like global warming, even positions on Medicare for all, positions on like you know, just like abortion, like it feels like most of their like their main positions that you would think of, the like stereotypical liberal positions, are the ones that I disagree with. But I don't think that the Republican Party is like a better option currently. And so while I think that I will agree with Republicans on maybe even most things, as far as values go, I don't think that their engagement with reality is real. I don't think that they honestly engage with reality, and I think that Democrats do. So I just think that they're just like much better at dealing with issues.
So I want you to dive a little bit deeper on why you don't believe Republicans don't engage in reality, or engage in reality worse than the Democrats. And then I need to understand this. So you would say you align more with Democrats than Republicans, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then dive a little bit deeper. So you align with the Democrats. I would call you a liberal. You don't call yourself a liberal, but if you align with democratic values, or you're aligned with democratic morality, you voted for Kamala. I don't know what else I can call you. You understand me? You want to create your own, maybe an anarchist. I know what you mean, but those are all basically
No. I'm not saying that.
of
No, hold on.
You know,
I'm not
to me,
saying
they're
that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you took like my beliefs and my values, that I would probably be like more of like a neocon sort of conservative. But because there isn't any representation for neocons on the right.
Well, it's clear you don't like the Republicans, though.
Yeah, kind of, though, because even the MAGA group currently considers themselves anti-Republican. They consider themselves against the establishment, against the GOP. So even they don't consider themselves like with the Republicans.
Let's dive a little bit deeper then. What values do you care about then? That maybe make the Democratic Party more appealing to you? I'm trying to understand this, because I know what you mean. There's a lot of nuance, but what values do you matter to you? Obviously, you're not religious, so.
Well, as I said, it seems like the most appealing thing about them is just their ability to engage with reality. So when we're talking about what's going on in the world, it seems like Democrats in like liberal media are just way more likely to be able to tell you what is actually happening. They're willing to engage with institutions. They're willing to engage with data, studies. They're willing to use numbers. They're willing to engage with what's really going on in the world. Whereas the other side is going to make up shit about like, you know, Jewish space lasers, or the hurricanes are being controlled by the government, or the Haitians are eating your cats and dogs, or the election was stolen, or like just that, that Trump didn't really break all of those laws that are real laws and that are on the books, and that he admitted to doing. Like, it's just, yes, these are they have no engagement with reality currently.
But
Democrats
I would say that's the same. That's the actual same argument that Republicans would say that why they don't like the Democrats. Not only do they not align morally and value-wise, but also when they look at the Democrats creating arguments for their country and say, hey, don't worry, immigration is great. Hey, Kamala Harris is the same administration, but she's actually the signal for change, even though after The View asks her, hey, are you going to change anything? She says, no, I'm not going to change anything. And I was there in every major decision, but then she's kind of run for change. I would say that the actual Republicans are literally making the same argument against the Democrats and saying, hey, we are disassociating. We don't want to vote for the Democrats because they're gaslighting us. They're telling us that the world is amazing, and or not only are they gaslighting us and saying that the world is amazing, or they'll say, yeah, the world is horrible, but you're going to have to sacrifice for Ukraine. So I would say, isn't that the same argument Republicans do? Like, isn't that the same argument Republicans hate the Democrats for?
Yes, but I'm saying that they're wrong. Like,
okay,
even the things that you just brought up, like that's not like a real full position to say, like, oh, Democrats said immigration is great. It's like that's not a real quote. Nobody could just say immigration is great, because what part of immigration? What is it a real problem? Is there something that's actually causing issues? Are they really coming over and raping and murdering people? Are they really opening up prisons and mental institutions and just letting all of them come over the border? Are they really just inviting busloads of people to come into the country and flood in so that they can get them to vote for Democrats? Like, those things, none of those things are fucking real. The fact that even Trump said that there were 20 million illegal immigrants that came in under Biden, there's literally nothing that justifies that fucking number. So the way that they talk about immigration is so far outside of reality. Whereas when Democrats talked about immigration, they said, we need to get more patrol at the border. We need to get more judges. There's too many people applying for asylum. We're detaining way too many people at once to where we have humanitarian issues. They acknowledge that there are tons of people coming to the border right now, but it wasn't because of them. It was because of fucking COVID. And so they didn't cause the issue, but they're doing their best to deal with it. But Biden couldn't deal with it. Only fucking Congress could. And so they tried to get Congress to do what they called the bipartisan immigration bill, and they tried to solve the fucking issues.
Look, just because you said they did that doesn't mean that the American people are going to care about it. Just because you say, oh, look, in California, they're working really hard to end homelessness. Why do the Californians care if their homeless are ravaging their town? They're not going to believe you. You need to show proof. So just because you say, hey, we really care about immigration, how does that matter when you open the border?
Hold on, that's not what I was talking about. That's not what I'm saying that when you say, oh, they said immigration is great, it's like, I don't know where that quote came from, but obviously they had issues with immigration that they were trying to deal with. They were the ones coming up with solutions and trying to deal with immigration problems. And they were the ones who were trying to like fix what was going on. Whereas Republicans weren't, but they were continuing to blame them for these issues. And they were issues that didn't exist, like 20 million illegals coming over the border, or busloads of them bringing people in to vote.
10? Do you agree then it was 10? It wasn't 20?
10 million illegals?
Yeah, do you agree it was 10 million illegals? That's what some reports mentioned.
No, from the
this is the
commission
problem,
report.
Me and you are never going to agree on this.
Yes, but this is again. Wait, no. Because this is, if we're going to talk about why there is this separation here, let's talk about why there's a separation. Because yes, if I'm looking at government reports that say it's 1.7 million getaways and evades, and this is like a Republican commission report that says 1.7 million, yet you guys still want to get 10 million somehow?
Let me give you an example.
Give me something that says 10 million.
Let me give you an example. Very recently, BLS, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, came up with a certain number saying this many jobs came underneath Biden. And so if you were a 100% like you, a non-believer in any conspiracy, let's call them conspiracy theories, that like, let's call the other idea, the opposite idea that no, there isn't a million job increases. It's much less than that. Let's call that a conspiracy, right? So if you were not a conspiracy theorist, you would have 100% believed the BLS's numbers, which were completely debauched in a way that was never seen in at least 20 to 30 years since the BLS has actually been counting numbers. For some reason, they created a statistical disaster when they were counting their numbers and came up with almost a million shorter jobs, which we've never seen. I mean, we've seen. Look, we've seen analysis that wasn't completely accurate, but we've never seen it on this scale. So what you're saying is, if I wasn't a conspiracy theorist, I would have 100% been forced to believe these numbers, never been able to look at any other numbers, and then after the fact, after the election, when they do the revision, or as close as possible to the election, when they do the revision, then I'm allowed to start believing these new numbers. See, this is the problem. This is why the Republicans.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. So I don't know why.
I just give you an example. This is an example.
But that's not an example that's representative.
No, but Tom, you have to respond to this. Am I allowed to be skeptical about these job numbers when I see reports that are opposite to them? Am I allowed, or am I a conspiracy theorist here?
Okay, so hold on. You are naming insanely fucking different things and acting like they're the same. One
I'm just
is,
giving you an example.
yes,
Answer to that
hold on.
specific example.
But
The
yes, and
BLS
I'm telling you, I'm trying to explain that your example doesn't make sense, and so I will explain my difference here. Is that one is you're saying we can just, if we're a conspiracy theorist, we just totally don't believe these numbers. Whereas if I'm not a conspiracy theorist, then I just take whatever they say and don't ask any questions. That's not, but then after that, then you say, am I not allowed to be skeptical? These are all very different things. If you are getting numbers from anybody, you should be skeptical of them all the time. You should want them to be double checked. You should want some sort of like process to make sure that that's actually the real number. You should want journalists double checking the numbers and saying whether or not these are real. But to say like, oh, if I'm a conspiracy theorist, I just don't believe anything. And if I'm not a conspiracy theorist, then I just take whatever's handed to me. Nobody engages in this way. Literally nobody.
Yeah,
like,
you would call me. Look, all I'm mentioning is using that example, if I was looking at contradicting reports according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they were contradicting reports, but it wasn't directly from the governmental organization. It wasn't completely accepted as mainstream governmental reporting. Then I would be a conspiracy theorist. You would be calling me a Republican that's peddling misinformation, bad information, even though after the fact, your own sources are going to have to agree with me. So my question is, respond to that actual position here, my actual example here. Am I a misinformation Republican pusher, or am I a person that's looking in, I got an opposite view, and we need to actually start discussing this, and I'm having a real personal problems with this. Like, I'm having objections about this, and I want to voice them out.
Okay, yes, but that is the response that I just gave is the response
You
that
would
like
call me- no, you would call me a
hold on. That just disagreeing with something, if you have numbers behind it, is not an odd thing. When you said, well, what about 10 million? I said, well, give me something that actually says 10 million. I didn't say, oh, you're just a fucking conspiracy theorist. I didn't say that. I said, give me something that says 10 million, because I'll give you something that says 1.7 million.
Reports, independent from governmental organizations, part of NGOs, that created these reports, and they came up with these numbers. But apparently, that's why I brought you this example, because earlier I mentioned the same thing. You told me if it wasn't a governmental organization, you wouldn't believe the numbers.
Wait, the 10 million number?
Yeah, like the 10 million. I can show you reports that there's a 10 million number.
I'm happy to look at it. Yes, if they, it depends on the process that they use. Like, all of it depends on like how they're coming to this conclusion. Because when it comes to the government, they actually have like the actual border agents who are there, who are witnessing these things. They actually have camera footage. They actually have. And so, hold on. I'm saying that they actually are like, these are the people who report the information, and they're the people who would know best. Now, if somebody else came out and said, hey, we talked to border agents, and they said that the numbers that they reported did not go on that official report, and that and then we were able to go and get other information from inside people who were able to show us that the numbers were manipulated, that at one point it said 1.7 million, or at one point it said 10 million, and then they changed it, and there's no, we can't find out why the numbers changed when everything adds up to 10 million, then yes, I would start to be very skeptical of that 1.7 million number. But if I don't have that, and I just have somebody saying like, yeah, we went and did our own analysis and this is the number, but they don't tell me how they got to that number, I don't have any math, I don't have any like way to engage with it.
Let me give you another argument then. Here's the second argument, is that if you actually just want to rely on one governmental organization, you're going to open yourself up to human error in a much more widely way. Instead, if you open yourself to multiple organizations committing to the same investigations and creating the same reporting, you are in much better shape. You're coming up with much better numbers. Would you agree with me or disagree? So that's the whole argument, is that the idea that only the government is allowed to... No, let me finish. The idea that only the government is allowed to come up with these numbers and no independent party or source is allowed to contradict this, and if we do, we are Republican misinformation peddlers, is kind of ridiculous. You have to agree with me.
I don't. So if you ask me, Tom, how many times did you go pee today? And I say, I went pee 10 times. And then somebody else comes in and they're like, actually, I say Tom went pee 50 times. Like, okay, how did you come to that information? They're like, wow, you're really only going to accept one source? What? No, I'm asking you how you came to the fucking information. You have to be able to prove your own fucking numbers. The government is the authority on how many people came over the border. They just are the authority. I am the authority on how many times I went pee today. That's me. Nobody else knows, just fucking me. But if you think you know, you can try to prove it. You can try to show how I went pee 20, 50 times today. But we would need that fucking that evidence, and that's what I'm saying is that when other outside agencies come in, I haven't seen any evidence that actually shows it. Whereas the government doesn't have to just show evidence; they are the authority on it.
Tom, that's a very bad analogy. It's not accurate because you're the only person that can see if you're peeing or not. But there's multiple organizations that come in and look at the border security records, for example, to see how many people are going crossing.
And that's hold on, wait. That's not a bad analogy. Hold on, stop. You are not understanding. You are somehow missing my entire fucking argument. I just said that if they want to disagree, they can show the evidence. When you're saying, hey, there's other outside NGOs who are able to show what the government numbers actually say, and they're able to show their evidence, then that's evidence. That's what I said. I said they can show their fucking evidence.
In your example, I can't show evidence because I can't show proof that you went to pee 10 times in one day. I can't.
Hold on.
In your evidence, in your example.
You could be my fucking roommate, and you could have checked every single time. You could have been marking it down.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. I could have an independent camera sitting on one of the corners in the house, located and pointing at the actual laboratory. You're right. Yeah, let's say that's actually something. So you wouldn't disagree with me. You wouldn't disagree with me then. That it's actually necessary for a second person to be there to actually be able to reassess if this is actually truth or not. We need to look at multiple reporting.
But you're saying there has to be multiple organizations. There are multiple.
If I look at different reports, you would call me a peddler of misinformation. Hold on. That's the whole argument.
Hold on. I'm saying you're wrong. I'm saying you just made that shit up. So I'm saying that there are already multiple organizations within the government that all keep track of this information and that are checking on each other. But there could also be other outside non-governmental institutions that can do this as well. But again, they have to show how they got there. That's what I said over and over and over. You keep jumping to the conclusion that I just don't believe anybody except for the government. And I've said over and over and over that that's not true. That's not the case. That if they can show their work and show their evidence, that is a good reason to question the government's numbers. That's what I've said over and over. But you keep ignoring that and assuming that I'm just going to disbelieve anything that's not the government.
So let's say then that I proved that these people that you were calling Republican misinformation peddlers actually did that exact thing. They were looking at independent sources. They were looking at governmental organizations, but they recognized, wow, there's been so many errors in reporting. Seems like they're creating new analytics compositions or statistical processes to come up with these numbers that are kind of brand new because they're coming up with insane amounts of margins of error. And you're like, wow, let me look at another independent source that has a different angle. That's the whole argument. That's why we're here, Tom Foolery. Did you forget that you were calling us misinformation peddlers because we didn't agree with you that the numbers of the Bureau of Labor Statistics said that it was 800,000 more jobs than it was? And when we called that out, basically that's the same thing. When I call out that there's 10 million immigration, you're like, no, it's only 4. It's only 5. And I'm like, okay, relax. But the reportings I'm looking at are like, there's many less, so or many more. So like, I'm not a peddler of misinformation. I'm just looking at the bigger picture. I'm looking at it more objectively than you, let's say.
Okay, you're just, and okay. Engage with what I'm saying, please. Don't go on another ramble about like how you feel oppressed by me, okay? Just actually engage with what I'm saying. When I say that they have to show evidence for how they came to that conclusion, what do you disagree with there? Please tell me, what do you disagree with when I say that? So what part of that?
Okay, I'll disagree with you that the first time they said the 10 million number didn't come with evidence. That's what I would disagree with. That they would never say these numbers without the evidence attached to it in the first place.
Okay.
Like, for example, when Trump says eating the dogs, He would never say that unless he's had seen a report saying somebody was eating the dogs. Do you understand? This is what the whole, that's what I'm debating here.
Okay, so I don't know what you're referencing when you keep saying you called them misinformation peddlers on immigration. I had maybe 10 to 15 different debates on this, and every single one of them, I asked them, where did you get those numbers from? Zero sent me anything. Not a single person sent me anything. One chatter sent me something one time, but what they sent me was how many people have been seen at the border. They did not send me how many of them were illegal immigrants and how many of them were let into the country. Whereas like how many get detained, how many get taken back and deported and returned and all that, those are totally different numbers than how many illegal immigrants were let into the country. So if you want to... Yes.
Foolery, in the, because it's the holiday season, for let's get to this point. So if I can actually provide you reports and evidence that my numbers disagree with yours, I'm not a misinformation peddler. You agree with that?
Yes, of course. If you're right, of course it's not misinformation. Yes. You say you've watched a lot of my content, so you would know that.
That's what's happening.
Hold on. Stop. So if you say you watch my content, you would know that when I bring these people on, I ask them for evidence, I ask them for numbers, and if they provide things, regardless of what the debate is, immigration or whatever else, we pull it up and we will spend sometimes fucking 30, 45 minutes just reading reports and going over data. Like it's boring as fuck for the people watching, but I don't care. I'm actually looking for the actual information. I'm looking to see what is actually true, and so we go and we check it.
I really like that, but you know, there's something I didn't like about that Destiny interview, because you really didn't check anything between him. It was almost like I didn't want to interrupt you guys. I wanted to leave you guys in the room alone because, you know, there's some kind of connection there. I didn't want to be there. But I have so many questions to ask you, Tom, before you kick me out. I just want to know, what do you believe is the future of the Democratic Party going to look like? Tulsi left, RFK Jr. left. Looks like all the populists have ran into the Republican administration. Even the Republican Party has completely shifted form and changed into a populist party. The administration seems, I know you might disagree, and I would love to have, if you have time, I would love to see if you actually like the administration or not. But my question is, what do you think the future of the Democratic Party is looking like? How are they ever going to be able to capture these votes again? What are they supposed to do? Because I heard you talked about this to Destiny, and I was a little bit petrified with you guys talking about media control. And I'm surprised that there wasn't. Are you guys arguing that there wasn't enough media control? Like, how? What? Like, so I want to know, what is the movement forward after you had that discussion with Destiny? Your own analysis. What do you think the move forward for the Democratic Party is going to look like?
So I'm happy to, I just wrote all that down, so I'm happy to answer that, but I do want to check first. You were just asking a hypothetical about if somebody happened to be right about immigration, if I would still call them wrong? Is that it? You were, I thought you were about to send me something and we were going to go over data, but you're saying, hey, if somebody was right, you wouldn't say that they're wrong, right? That's all that was. It was just a hypothetical on if there actually were more immigrants.
Yeah. Okay, if you want, I'll bring you the 10 million report. I'll show you the report that I was reading. But yeah, basically what I was telling you is, even though the Bureau of Labor, and I used a specific example, even if the Bureau of Labor Statistics says there's 1 million more jobs, and I show you a report that there's not 1 million more jobs, then that should be enough, as long as it's enough, as long as it's actually a good source. That means you can agree that this is a good source. You know, like basically, yeah, you should agree to me that this is good information.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Course. Yeah, so we agreed there. Yeah, but I thought you were a complete, like, oh, it doesn't matter. This 10 million report doesn't exist. I didn't read it because CNN never presented it to me, because it does exist, and I'll provide it to you. But I know your time is very limited, and I had so many questions, because this is the real reason I came here to talk to you about.
Yeah, I'm saying that I've had this debate
about media control. I really want to understand what that meant.
Yeah, I'm going to answer that question. I just want to say that, like, yes, I've had this debate 1,000 times over the immigration, how many illegals, blah blah blah, and as I said, not a single person ever sent me anything. The only thing I ever got sent was how many people were encountered at the border. And that's the number that they were using to say that's how many illegals they brought into the country. Whereas you would assume by far the majority of those people are getting deported back and that they're not let in. And so it wasn't an accurate number. And so I'm saying that, yes, I've looked for the numbers. I've looked for the, I've looked for something.
I'm going to
send
this right now in the chat. This is the Homeland Security.
But I was going to say, Trump said 20 million. You're saying 10 million. Andrew Wilson said 5 million. Other people that have come on have put up a bunch of different numbers in different places. And so everybody is seeing very different information from what I've seen.
Okay, because you guys look at the first report, you see the smallest number, kind of like what happened with Israel. They saw the biggest number, 1,600. They kept pushing those reports, even though the number of deaths, casualties kept going down. November.
I looked at the commission audit on the border by Republicans.
So I sent you this. There's a startling stats fact sheet. Biden administration on track to reach 10 million encounters nationwide before end of fiscal year. So this is obviously so there's and this is May 22,
Where did you
2024. Send it? So I just sent it in your chat. Manar reports in my name.
In what chat?
In the YouTube chat.
Oh, you can't post links in YouTube chat. Yeah, sorry. YouTube doesn't allow, like, it's Twitch allows links. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't. So kind of sucks.
I sent it to you. It says here, startling stats fact sheet. Biden administration on track to reach 10 million encounters nationwide before end of fiscal year. And this is brand new May 22, 2024 report. Do you understand why this is so important? Because it doesn't go on the .gov websites until too late, until Biden left office. Then we realize, wow, by the end of the year, he's gotten 10 million new potential illegals that are potentially.
Okay, so real quick, I just told you that I didn't see anything that said that's how many illegals came into the country. The only thing anyone ever sent me was the amount of encounters, but encounters are not illegals let into the country. And now you're sending me a thing that says 10 million encounters after I just said 3 times that encounters are not illegals let into the country. I just said that like 10 times. And just real quick, I would find it odd that you didn't make some sort of argument against that in the 3 different times that I said those are not illegals. You didn't argue against that a single time. But now you've sent me something that says it's encounters, and now you want to argue that. That seems a little odd to me.
Let me give you an example. According to this report, one of the most revealing statistics revealed by CBP was that encounters at southwest border ports of entry in April 2024 grew nearly 100% compared to April 2021. So you cannot tell me 100% increased encounters at that border does not equate, especially with what we've seen now with how many holes are in the southern border and the border patrols coming out, whistleblowing, talking about the horrible administration of that they do to these people. You cannot tell me that these extra encounters by 100% do not equate to more people walking in. So if 100% increase of people coming in and being encountered, and look, it finishes here. This is evident through the number of appointments scheduled through the CBP, one mass parole scheme, which skyrocketed to more than 591,000 since January 2023. And then it starts giving out more numbers. So it's clear that the Biden administration has used unlawful mass parole programs to hundreds of thousands. Look, understand.
Hold on. But you're moving. Hold on. Wait, you're moving.
No. Let me look. I'll show you the reports, but I'm just teaching you how to read the reports.
Wait. No, you're not. No, you're not. Hold on. You're not teaching me anything. Hold on. You're moving to a different argument now. I need to address the first 3 that you made. The saying that their numbers are up means that we can assume that the illegal immigrants that have been into the country have gone up. I can agree with that. But whether or not I agree that it's 10 million is totally different. 1.7 million illegals is up. That's up a lot. That is up almost 100%. So 1.7 is up almost 100%. So I can still agree with that without it ever coming anywhere fucking close to 10 million.
what does it mean to have 100% increased encounters with evidence showing that there's more appointments scheduled for the CBP to allow more people to come in under a certain mass parole program? So if there's an increase
first,
in
what are
an
encounters?
increase in acceptance in these mass parole
What are
programs to allow
encounters?
people into the country, what do you believe could happen from that? Do you believe that there could be an exasperation of number of people coming into the country that potentially could be illegal?
Yes, that's what I just said. I literally just said yes. I just said yes. No, you can't keep saying this is how you read the report.
How are you saying I'm not arguing? I'm not actually debating you. How are you
okay, hold on. Tell me what I just argued a second ago. Tell me what I said. What did I say? Repeat it back to me, please.
You're saying that the statistic for the specific encounters or the actual illegal immigrants that you're looking for is not in this report. That's all you were arguing.
No. That is not what I said. I said, so let me repeat this, okay? I'm going to ask you to repeat it to me again. I said that 1.7 million illegals coming into the country is a 100% increase. So where you're saying, when we look at 10 million encounters and we say that we can assume when there's a 100% increase that there's probably also an increase in illegal immigration, I said, well, the numbers that I have are a 100% increase in illegal immigration. So I'm saying that my number does reflect that there is a huge increase in illegal immigration, but that's still not 10 million, which is your claim. You have not backed off that claim yet. You have not said yet that it's not 10 million. You haven't said that once. You are still trying to justify 10 million, but also arguing that, well, it's not 10 million. It just shows that there's more, but we don't know what that number is. And I'm saying that number is 1.7 million. That's the number that I'm using. That is the increase.
Okay. Look at this. Listen to me. Another report. It says here, there aren't 20 million to 30 million immigrants in the USA illegally. Different immigration groups using different methodology estimate the population here illegally ranges between 10.9 million to 16.8 million. This is another report. I'm going to send it to you. I don't understand this. You actually believe I'm coming up with these figures by myself?
Hold on, stop.
I don't like to know that there's 10 million illegals. I'm reading the report.
Hold on. I gotta mute you if you can't stop when I'm telling you to stop, okay? You are not arguing against me, okay? I have to keep telling you. You are not arguing against me. Okay, hold on. No, it doesn't matter. That you're telling me how many are in the country. That doesn't mean they came over the border under Biden. That's not relevant to what we're talking about. It's totally irrelevant. So is encounters. Encounters are totally irrelevant. I don't know what. Can you please hold on for 1 second, please? Just stay for 1 second. We are talking about 10 million encounters right here. Can you please admit that encounters are not illegal immigrants in the country? Can you please say that? Yes, I do not think that all 10 million encounters are illegal immigrants in the country. Can you say this?
Of course, yes, of course, 100%, okay. You're right.
Okay, but that was your claim, yes?
No, my claim is that if encounters increase, if there's more mass parole programs coming in, then it's logical to say that there's an increase in the number of illegals coming in. Then I look at other reports saying that their illegals are between 10 to 20, and then I come up with the conclusion that there's if Trump had one of the most mass deportations, and maybe under him he had up to 1 million, now exasperated to 10 to 20 million, so I can come up with maybe potentially underneath Biden 10 million came in. That's how I'm coming up with these results.
Okay, so what we would want to know, right, when you're saying yes, there's an increase in encounters, we would have to know, is there also an increase in deportations and returns and things like that? And there was an increase. Biden literally set a record in taking people back to their fucking countries. He didn't set a record. Sorry. Let me correct that. He didn't set a record. Wait, hold on. Shut up. He did not set a record. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. He got more than Trump. He didn't set a record. Obama still has the record.
My understanding, the policy of release to Mexico before was removed under the Biden administration.
In Mexico.
Or remain in Mexico was removed in the Biden administration. So how can you claim that?
That's a totally different topic, though.
No, but that's the reason. That's the reason that they stayed into the country, because Trump was made sure that they don't stay in the country while they're waiting for their processes. Instead, Biden removed that and added the mass parole program so that they can enter more people into the country and
Yes,
give them
that's
enough
totally
time
different.
to process
That's a totally different topic, though. You can be correct that we could even agree on it, but it's not. It's just not relevant to this topic. Whether or not they allowed people to come in, those things take 4 to 5 years. So that doesn't that can't apply to this.
You said the
because we
deportation
can't.
increased as well, but how can the deportation as well increase if one of the most biggest policies for deportation, which is the
That wasn't
remain
one
in
of the
Mexico
biggest policies.
policy, was
It barely. It only affected like a couple 100,000 immigrants under Trump. It was not a big difference. It was barely
my
affected
understanding
anybody.
was a calamity. It was a calamity when Trump instituted it. Now you're telling me it wasn't effective at all?
No, it was against the law, but it wasn't. It didn't actually affect a lot of people. But it is, yes, it did. They did have a bunch of people who had to remain in Mexico, and tons of those people went missing while they were supposed to remain there, which is the entire idea of getting them out of their country and them claiming asylum. But that's again, that's totally separate from whether or not illegal immigrants came into the country. It doesn't. I'm not allowing you to pivot to this. I'm sorry. It's a totally different conversation from illegal immigration. It's just not relevant.
Anyways, sure, yeah, no, but I showed you the second report. The second report says there's about up to 20 million potentially illegals. Under Trump, it was the most amount of deportations since Barack Obama. So my estimate was that
since
the
Barack
number
Obama,
of illegals
he's the
went down.
only president since Barack Obama. Like he was the only president
My
since
estimate
Barack
is the
Obama.
number
So
went
and no
down.
matter, he could have deported one person, and it would have been the most since Barack Obama. Like that doesn't mean anything.
Okay, but his estimate, like his numbers went down. His actual estimation of illegals went down because it was a calamity. I remember everyone was up in arms, like he's removing the right of. There was a talk about how he's going to remove the path to nationalization and naturalization and citizenship. You guys remember? Now you guys forgot about that, huh? But anyways, so now
No,
you're saying
that's not
all of
relevant.
these were
None of this
ineffective
is relevant.
programs.
None of this is
No,
relevant.
because this is relevant. Because remember when you guys were talking about how it's the biggest calamity in the whole world that Trump is going to be elected. Now all of his policies were ineffective. They were useless. They didn't really create
That's
a lot
not
of
what I
change.
said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I don't know why you have to
No,
keep
because
strawmanning
this is
me.
what
You
said, because
can't
I
engage
said
with
that
what I'm
he
saying.
created a lot of deportations, and then you said, no, that doesn't mean that that's a big number or anything. But I'm telling you, listen, he deported more people than and
Why
he
did you
created
just do
programs
that? Why did you just do that? Where remain in Mexico means that they never come into the country until they are approved for asylum. That has nothing to do with
but
illegal
even if they
immigration.
cross the country, even if they cross the country and they were asking for asylum, they're shoved back in. That's what happens. Even if they cross the country for asylum,
Sure.
they're
And
shoved
how
back
many
in.
people? Yes. And how many people were made to remain in Mexico? How many?
So what's the argument right now? So is the argument that there isn't 10 million illegal immigrants, or is the argument that 10 million illegal immigrants did not come underneath the Biden administration? Is this the
Why
which one
did
is
you
the
just
argument?
pivot again? Are we talking
Because
about
I
remain
need
in
to know what
Mexico?
we're
Are we
debating,
talking? No,
because
hold
I
on.
need to
Stop. I'm trying to figure out what we're debating. You keep talking about remain in Mexico. That has nothing to do with how many illegal immigrants are in the country. You keep pivoting back and forth between these two things. Neither one of those are related to one another. They have nothing to do with each other.
Deportation increased. I mentioned that encounters at the border increased and mass paroles increased, bringing them in increased. And I also mentioned that remain of Mexico policy was removed. You mentioned the encounters increased, yes, but then also the deportation increased. Then I rebutted and said, well, even if the deportation increased, well, now that they removed the actual remain in Mexico policy, you're still going to see an exasperation in number of illegal immigrants coming in.
Okay,
that's why I created that argument. Are you not with me? Like,
no, I'm not. So when you talk about remain in Mexico, that has nothing to do with illegal immigrants. So we need to pick one either. And I don't want to talk about remain in Mexico. It's just not relevant to illegal immigration. If you say, hey, Tom, there's estimates say 10.9 to 16.8 illegal immigrants live in the country, I'll say, I agree 100%. That's probably true. Yes, I agree with that. And that's what I say as well.
Do you agree
so now
that the Biden
that we agree on
administration
that,
problem? Do you agree that the Trump administration helped stop that problem and Biden administration increased and exacerbated that problem? Do you agree there?
No. But I do agree
Why
that the problem was exasperated under the Biden administration, but I don't believe that Biden did it. You said, do I believe Biden's administration did it? No. Do I believe it was exasperated under the Biden administration? Yes, but that was because of COVID.
No, you can't run away with the COVID because Trump had COVID as well and he didn't have these numbers. So here's the argument.
Wait,
and I'm going to line it up because you're a misinformationer. Now you're running to COVID.
Hold on. No, hold on. Don't. Wait, hold on. You gotta calm down, bro. You gotta chill, okay? I don't give a fuck about beating you. You have the W, you win, okay? I don't care. All right? So I'm just trying to get you to like stay on a fucking topic. When you say that the Trump didn't have this problem when he had COVID, Trump installed Title 42, which literally shut down the entire border. When nobody in or out because of COVID. That's what literally every fucking country in the entire world did. Nobody in or out when he had COVID. So of course, yes, he didn't have any issues with fucking immigration. The whole fucking thing is shut down because of COVID. But he had an expiration date on his Title 42, which was in March. When that expired, everybody blamed Biden for Title 42 being gone. Biden didn't get rid of it. It expired under what Trump wrote. The Title 42 went away. The border opens back up. And now a year and a half of people who have been waiting to come into the country are now a year and a half worth of fucking people all coming at once. Then Trump also gave an exemption for people who were in the country who were immigrants. He allowed them to go home. They were the only ones who were allowed in and out of the border, was just the ones who were here who wanted to go home. He allowed them to leave, and that was a good thing. I like that he did that. That was a great decision. But those people were now also coming back once the border was back open and businesses were running again. Our country was the first to recover from inflation. So all other countries are dealing with massive economic strife. Our country had one of the smallest problems with inflation. So everybody wanted to come here. So yes, because of COVID caused the inflation. COVID caused the amount of people coming over. But that the Biden administration was doing everything they could to deal with it.
But my understanding is Title 42 happened during COVID, and it was literally using COVID as the reason why they were allowed to push these people away.
That's what I said.
So they used COVID. Yeah. So okay. But you're saying because of COVID, they increased it, the immigration exasperated. But
when Title 42 was gone,
let me finish.
Title 42 was
hey,
gone.
Tom, relax. Tom, let me give you. You don't know what you're arguing against. This is your problem. You won't let me explain what I'm.
You
trying
just
to
said
explain.
what I said, and I said I didn't say that. It was when it was gone. When Title 42 ended is when that many people came over.
You're saying when Title 42 ended.
Yeah.
Okay, when Title 42 ended, you're saying that we couldn't have at all created anything to. Is that what your argument is? That there was no other policy that could be in place as a placeholder for Title 42?
No.
Why not?
No, I'm not arguing that.
Okay, then that's it. That means the Biden administration could have put a placeholder position for the Trump policy that was very successful. That was Title 42, which during COVID stopped a lot of illegal immigration. Then instead,
I don't know what that means.
The second he,
I have
go
no
ahead,
fucking
go ahead.
idea.
I'll let you speak, man, because I'm not allowed to speak.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean? They should have had a placeholder for Title 42. It was for COVID.
So
COVID was over.
You're trying to use COVID-19 as an argument to why the Trump administration, the Biden administration is so shit at what they do. So I'm giving you a rebuttal.
No, I didn't.
No, my rebuttal here is that COVID-19. Then why did you mention COVID-19 Title 42?
What I said was that that COVID-19 was the reason that so many people came at once. I said that there were way more people coming over the border because of COVID-19 and our ability to reduce inflation. Trump didn't have a high amount of immigrants coming over the border during his administration. Obama was one of the most stringent people on immigration. He fucking flexed that border so hardcore that by the time Trump got in office, he didn't really have to do anything. He just wanted to build the wall, which is fine. He promised he was going to build the wall. That's fine. Build the wall. But Outside of that, he didn't have a large amount of immigrants coming in for any reason. But Biden did because he took over after COVID. His administration was dealing with the after effects of COVID. And so he had an influx of immigrants coming into the country. You're blaming Biden for why so many immigrants came to the country. I'm saying Biden didn't do that outside of the fact that he was just so damn good at fixing inflation. It wasn't his fault outside of that.
Okay, I'll respond to this, Tom. The response here is, if Trump had COVID and Trump had the exasperation of COVID underneath his administration. So Biden inherited COVID, so he had time to reflect, hindsight, and look at all the research and studies. Instead, Trump had to deal with this hands-on as his first term. And you're telling me he was more successful at dealing with a new calamity, one of the most biggest pandemics, than the administration that came after. And your only argument for that is
that's not what I'm
that
saying. No. That's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying then? Why? How can you use COVID-19 as an argument for Biden being bad, Biden administration being bad at stopping and hindering immigration?
I literally just finished saying. I literally just said. Okay, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
All illegal immigration.
I'm sorry, dude. I literally, the last two times I spoke, the last two times I said, this is not me making excuse for why the Biden administration was bad at immigration. The last two arguments that I made is me re-explaining that I am not saying this is why the Biden administration was bad at immigration. Yet you keep repeating that as though that's what I said. You keep saying, you said this is why they were bad at immigration. No, I didn't say that. I never said that.
You mentioned Biden inherited the exasperation of the border policies because of a crisis, which is COVID-19. But what I'm looking at, what he inherited is a great border, and all he did was he decided to get rid of Title 42, or he let it pass by him.
Yes, it's
and then he just didn't actually give any care. Or maybe Kamala Harris was supposed to be the border czar. She didn't give any care to the border. So what's the argument? COVID-19. You can't say that COVID-19 exasperated illegal immigration because Trump had COVID-19 and it didn't exasperate illegal immigration.
Oh my goodness, bro. Okay. We're gonna do this step by step.
Understand what I'm telling you.
Yes,
you keep saying
no. We're gonna do this step by step. Okay. Title 42 stopped anybody from coming in or out. Can you repeat that back to me? Title 42 stopped anyone from coming.
Stopped anyone from coming because of COVID-19 to the U.S.
Yes. Okay.
Forced
so
them
when
to
you
make
say
applications online.
Yeah. So when you say Trump didn't have this issue with COVID-19, I'm saying while Title 42 was in place for COVID-19, Biden didn't have this issue either. Trump put Title 42 in place.
Well, okay.
And so he puts it in place for COVID, right? When COVID is over, every country in the world had similar policies to Title 42. We all did the same shit. We all completely shut down our borders and we said, nobody in or out. That's it. We're shutting it down. Every fucking country in the whole world did this, okay? So it wasn't specific to Trump. He wasn't the special mastermind that came up with this. Trump did the same thing as the whole world, okay? Then it expired. Why did it expire? Because COVID-19 was over. We were not in an emergency scenario anymore. We didn't have to stop people from coming in or out because we're terrified of a deadly virus coming in. We were 99% vaxxed by the time this expired. So we didn't have to worry about that. It wasn't a problem. So when you say, well, Biden could have put in another placeholder for Title 42. Well, he didn't need to. There wasn't another COVID. Trump could do it. He didn't do it before COVID. He did it when COVID happened. That's when he did it. It was only there for COVID. That's it. That's all it existed for. COVID's over. Title 42 is gone. We don't need a placeholder for it. COVID's gone. Okay? We got this?
Okay, cool. Okay, sure. So now we understand why Trump's border was a little bit more, there was less illegals crossing is because Title 42 was allowed in an emergency, I guess, federal status, and then it expired. The emergency status expired. So your argument is everything went back to normal. So Biden
then I'm
didn't
saying after that, there was an influx of immigrants coming over, okay? The influx of immigrants is due to what happens after Title 42 expires. After COVID is gone, and after inflation is fixed. Yes. So these are not things, Trump didn't have those scenarios. So like when we talk about like Trump handed over the worst fucking economy in the world to Biden, but that wasn't Trump's fault. That was COVID's fault. Nobody blames Trump for that. Nobody turns around and says, wow, Trump was so shit at the fucking economy that he handed over one of the worst downslopes in the world to Biden. Nobody does that to him because we take into consideration context for what it is he's dealing with when he leaves. But you're not doing that. You're removing all context and then just saying, well, look, Trump had less illegal immigration. Biden had more. So Biden sucks. That's just totally unfair. If we're going to do that, then yes, Trump fucking sucks at the fucking, at the economy. He fucking fucked up the whole economy then.
But that's why I mentioned Remain in Mexico. There's more policies than just Title 42.
Yeah, there were, but those didn't stop illegal immigration. I'm saying that Trump never had an influx of illegal immigration during his whole administration. He had one of the lowest levels of immigration because during Obama's administration, you can watch it drop down, 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 down. After Bush dealt with it pretty stringently, Obama dealt with it pretty stringently, and both of them, you can watch it go down, 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 and then once it gets to Trump, it just kind of stays along the path that it was already on. He didn't have to do anything because it was already dealt with by Bush, and I'm not giving all the credit to a Democrat. It was Bush and it was Obama who put into place all of the immigration policies that really locked down our border and really like set up a stricter border that made immigration go down.
So do you understand that there was actually lawsuits against Joe Biden administration trying to block him from stopping Title 42? According to what I'm reading here, in May 22, 2022, District Judge Robert R. Summerhays, an appointee of former President Donald Trump, temporarily blocked the Biden administration from winding down the use of Title 42. Then another federal judge, Judge Emmett Sullivan in the U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C., handed down an opposite ruling in November 2022 and blocked the federal government from continuing to use Title 42. So there was actual lawsuit from Arizona, Texas, and it says here 21 other states. 21 other states, actually, not only Florida and Texas, but 21 other states tried to hinder the Biden administration from shutting down Title 42. And they were very successful until November 2022, where they were finally, I guess the lawsuits of the Biden administration worked, and they were able to force the government to stop Title 42. So the idea that Title 42 was just going to randomly expire and that the Biden administration didn't have any effect upon it.
No, it was. It had an expiration date in March. When you use, okay, so this is just in general, is that when we have what our government calls like emergency scenarios, right? You're able to claim a state of emergency or a national emergency. And now you're able to do things that are a bit more strict. So things that we would generally call authoritarian, our laws allow government officials to do those things in what we would consider to be national emergencies or states of emergency. So when you do that, though, you under the law, you have to put an expiration date on it. You can't just say, oh, I'm putting in place this authoritarian measure that will go on for the rest of eternity, right? So like when Democrats or in Republican states all locked down everybody and said you have to stay in your houses. This was the thing that they were allowed to do under states of emergency, but they had to put expiration dates on them every single time because there has to be an expiration on how long you can do that, right? So it did have an expiration on it.
Yeah, there was an expiration, but the argument was that if you open Title 42, according to the 21 states, and there are a couple of states that filed their actual lawsuits separately. But basically, the argument was that if you open Title 42 right now and you force the government to open the border, you're going to create a national health crisis. So that's actually the argument that the states argued for the federal government to keep holding on to Title 42. And until Judge Emmett Sullivan, who's a Democratic appointee judge appointed by President Bill Clinton, halted that actual procedure and called it, arguing the policy hasn't been updated to align with the present state of the pandemic, which includes widely available vaccines, treatments, and an increase in travel. So his only citation here is why he should open and allow Title 42 to go through is because there's a new vaccine and that's enough. But they argued that that's not enough. You're going to create an exasperation. You're going to create a problem. You need to hold off on that. And this judge disagreed, this Democratic appointed judge. So the argument is you're trying to wash the hands away from the Democrats, acting like the Democrats did not have anything to do with Title 42 being removed, and acting like the Democrats didn't have anything to do with the exasperation of the problem and the expiration of Title 42. Turns out this is actually misinformation.
Wait, hold on. You just read that judge said that Title 42 did not keep up with the current state of vaccines and where we were with the virus. And
yeah,
the judge ruled that they did have...
The Democratic judge shut down Title 42. Yes.
Hold on.
And
don't
before him, the Republican one...
Don't play that fucking game. I'm not doing that.
I'm not saying like the Democrats didn't shut it...
Hold on. I'm not saying that like depending on whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, it was good or bad. I'm not doing these things. So I don't want to play your fucking partisan game. I don't give a fuck about it, okay?
No, you want to wash Biden's hands completely.
Hold on. Okay, so tell me, was the when Title 42 was initially written, when the pandemic initially happened, were we in the same state of emergency? Did we have as many cases? Did we have the same small amount of vaccinated? Did we have the same amount of people dying at the point that the judge said that, as we did when Trump wrote it? No, we didn't. Okay, so it has nothing to do with him being Democrat. He is objectively correct, and you agree with him, is that it does not account for the state that we are currently in at that point. You agree with it. So I don't know why you're arguing with this. You agree that it does not account for the state that we are currently in at that point.
Hey, Tom. Tom, I agree with you that Title 42 shut down and stopped exasperation of illegal immigrants. That's what I agreed with you on. I agreed with you that the Biden administration shut it down. You made it seem like it expired with no ability for anyone to try to renew it. Turns out there was an actual conglomeration work forced by Democratic appointee judges, even against many states filing lawsuits still, even though some states were very successful and actually Title 42 was halted, and this is all from the conservative side, and Title 42 was allowed to withstand. Then a Democratic appointee judge shows up after years of trying to fight these lawsuits and declares that, oh, now there's a vaccine, so let's exasperate the border crisis, even though 21 states are saying there's going to be exasperation of a health crisis, exasperation of illegal immigrants coming in. Let's decline this. You made it seem like there was no power for the Biden administration to do any pressure, even though on a Democratic appointee judge.
No, I didn't say that. Hold on. I didn't say that. I said that if you sign anything, any sort of, I went into a full explanation of it by saying that if you sign if you sign something that is like an extreme measure for a state of emergency, it has to have an expiration date on it, and this expired. That's what I said. Yes, these people wanted, I think that it looks like they may have even extended it for a little bit longer, just with some amendments to it, and then eventually let it expire altogether. So it looks like they did just expand it for a while, and then eventually that.
But anyways, the whole argument is that the conservative side was the one that was helping hold down. So basically, all I've done here, and I'm gonna send you this article. And I'm gonna send it on YouTube as well, so everybody can see. All I've done here is that I've proven that Title 42 did not randomly expire. It actually was forced to be halted against the will of the 21 states. 21 states citing 21 lawsuits from 21 different states, and the Democratic appointee judge appointed by Bill Clinton is the one that shut down the actual Title 42 application on the U.S. border. So the idea that the Democrats did not exasperate the illegal immigration issue is... Can you argue against that? Can you actually argue against that? Can you argue that the Democratic appointee judge is not biased? Can you do something like that? Because you keep acting like the Democrats did not.
You said that you agreed with him. You already said you agreed with him, so you already agree that he wasn't biased.
On what?
On the fact that that Title 42 did not account for our current state of COVID and where we were with vaccines and where we were
I
with
can't
the
agree with him
infections.
because I couldn't agree with him because there's 21 states saying no, you're wrong, and another judge actually
you
said
already agreed with him.
withheld Title 42 to stay going because
You already
according to the
agreed with
laws
him.
that were brought up by the different states.
Okay, but you already agreed that we had a difference in those things. So are you taking that back now? You think that COVID was the same at the beginning as it was at that point when the judge said it. You're saying that now? You're changing your answer now to say that those are the same?
No. The whole point of this doesn't matter. You're right. The judge, there was a big difference, but the whole reason I'm bringing this up, Tom, and don't obfuscate the conversation because we were talking about Title 42.
You just asked me if he was biased.
Okay,
you just said I had to admit that he was biased. That was the point.
Yes.
You just asked me if he was biased. I'm saying you already admitted he's not biased and that you agree with his point. So you can't I have to admit he's biased.
I have to say he was because there was 21 different states. I'm looking at the facts. I'm not looking at my own opinion. 21 different states tried to shut him down. They tried to file lawsuits. They knew that it was going to expire. They started filing lawsuits. They became successful in these lawsuits until a Democratic appointed judge shut them down. So the idea that the Democrats are not at all, and Biden could not pressure that Democratic appointee judge or at all have any sentiment that they could be blamed for the expiration of Title 42 when the conservatives tried their best to hold on to it and the liberals are the ones that surrendered it, is misinformation. That's the whole reason I brought this whole topic up, because you mentioned that Title 42 seemed to have just expired out of thin air and then it exasperated the illegal immigration. Turns out there was actual warnings. If you allow this to expire, it's going to exasperate the actual illegal immigration, and actually a national health crisis could be happening from that. And instead, they still Democratic appointee judge still refused and allowed it to expire after a conservative judge held it off. So I'm telling you, the conservatives showed prowess that they wanted to shut down, help in this border crisis, whereas the Democrats were actually exasperating the issue. That's why I brought up this whole article.
Okay, I don't know why you're pivoting. So your question to me was, you said, Tom, you have to admit, stay here. Don't go back to why we brought up the whole topic. I want to get back to that, but I would like you to please engage with the topic before rambling for another 3 or 4 minutes that doesn't address what it is that I'm saying. So you said, Tom, you have to admit that this judge is biased. And I said, I don't have to admit that because you already agreed that he's not biased and that you agree that Title 42 does not actually account for our state of affairs in that moment. That is all that matters. How many states sued doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter at all. What matters is when the judge made his decision, do you agree with that decision? You're saying, yes, I agree with that decision, but
no,
21 states have sued him.
When did I say yes, I do? When did I say yes, I do?
I asked you.
I don't remember saying yes,
okay,
I do agree with him.
I will repeat it to you, and if you'd like me to, I can pull it back up and play it for you. You said, this judge said that he was going to allow it to expire because the current Title 42 did not account for our current state of COVID, that with vaccines and infections and everything. You said that.
Yeah, and then I said that there was lawsuits from different states saying no.
Hold on. That's irrelevant. Stop bringing that up. So then you said that was his reasoning. And I said, yes. And do you agree with that? And you said,
no.
Yes.
No, I don't. No, I don't know. I would never agree with that because
I will play it back for you then.
Other states
I will play it back for you.
Even with the vaccine, it's not enough. You're going to create a health crisis if you open the border. 21 different states tried to file that lawsuit.
Okay, I'm going to pull it up and I'm going to play it back for you. I don't agree with it. Okay, I'm going to pull it up and I'm going to play it back for you because there seems to be some confusion here. Because normally, if you update your position,
we need to play this back. I need to hear this.
Yeah, normally if you would update your position, I'm okay with that. Like I'm okay with somebody changing their position.
No, play it back.
You're denying whether or not this was ever your position.
Play it back. This is not a gotcha, by the way. You play it back. This is not a gotcha. This is a escape.
It's not a gotcha. It's not a gotcha. I guess
you're losing and you're running.
Trying to get. It's as I just said. It's not a gotcha. I am saying that you you made the statement, and if you're willing to update a statement, I'm happy to accept that. But if you're just denying you made the statement at all, then I have to play it for you so that we can figure out what hold on, shut the fuck up. Shut up. I'm trying to play it so we can figure out why there is this difference here, so I can figure out what the confusion is. That's what I said. It's not a gotcha. It is literally to try to figure out where the confusion is. So I have a screen share pulled up for you in the Discord if you have it up, and I'll find it real quick. Do you see the screen?
Yeah, give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in here.
Okay. Well,
yeah, there was an explanation, but the argument was that there are a couple of states that followed their actual law. Actually, the argument that the states argued for the federal government to keep holding on to Title 42, and until Judge Emmett Sullivan, who's a Democratic appointee judge appointed by President Bill Clinton, halted that actual procedure and called it, arguing the policy hasn't been updated to align with the present state of the pandemic, which includes widely available vaccines, treatments, and an increase in travel. So his only citation here is why he should open and allow Title 42 to go through is because there's a new vaccine and that's enough. But they argued that that's not enough.
So right there, you just made the statement of what the judge said.
You're going to create an exasperation. You're going to create a problem. You need to hold off on that. And this judge disagreed, this Democratic appointed judge. So the argument is you're trying to wash the hands away from the Democrats, acting like the Democrats did not have anything to do with Title 42 being removed, and acting like the Democrats didn't have anything to do with the exasperation of the problem and the expiration of Title 42. Turns out this is actually misinformation.
Wait, hold on. You just read that judge said that Title 42 did not keep up with the current state of vaccines and where we were with the virus. And
yeah,
the judge ruled that they did have...
The Democratic judge shut down Title 42. Yes.
Hold on.
And before him, the Republican one...
Don't play that fucking game. I'm not doing that. I'm not saying depending on... Hold on. I'm not saying that depending on whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, it was good or bad. I'm not doing these things. So I don't want to play your fucking partisan game. I don't give a fuck about it, okay?
No, you want to watch Biden's hands completely.
Hold on. Okay, so tell me, was the when Title 42 was initially written, when the pandemic initially happened, were we in the same state of emergency? Did we have as many cases? Did we have the same small amount of vaccinated? Did we have the same amount of people dying at the point that the judge said that as we did when Trump wrote it? No, we didn't. Okay, so it's not. It has nothing. There you go.
Yeah, I see. I remember. I said no.
Okay. So yeah. So why? So why did you say that then, but you're denying it now? What is the difference here?
No, I said no there.
Correct.
The word I heard was no.
Correct.
So yeah,
that's what I said. That's what I said. You said correct. So that you are changing your position now. Here I said, is the state of affairs the same? You said no. That's what the judge said. The judge said the state of affairs are not the same. So this is you saying here. And I repeat it back to you right here. I say, point that the judge said that as we did when Trump wrote it. No, we didn't. Okay, so it has nothing to do with him being Democrat. He is objectively correct, and you agree with him, is that it does not account for the state.
Okay, sorry, I was listening to the other stream. So here's the deal. Did I mute you?
No, you should be able to hear me. I was just playing it back for you to show that I repeated it back to you and said you agree with the judge, and you didn't disagree with this. You seemed to agree with the judge, but then you went off on a long tangent, and then at the end of it said that you disagree with the judge again.
Tom, there's two judges. I presented you the first one, which was a Republican appointed judge who actually agreed with the 21 states.
This is the one. Yes, this is the one that denied it. Yes, this is the one that denied it.
I agreed with that judge. I agreed with that judge's position because he said that it's going to create an exasperation of health crisis, and he agreed with the states. Now, the guy I didn't agree with, because the vaccine is not enough, and that's what the states actually argued, that the vaccine is not enough, and that you're going to create a health crisis at the border. That judge I did not agree with, and it was a Democratic appointee judge.
Okay, I don't care. I don't care. No, you didn't. But that doesn't. This makes absolutely no sense. Okay, so let me just ask you again. Okay, we're just gonna one more time. Do you believe that the state of affairs when Trump wrote Title 42, when he had COVID first taking over and it was spreading quickly, we didn't have vaccines or anything. We had we didn't have a border shutdown. We didn't have anything set up for this. Do you believe that when Trump wrote Title 42, did he have do we have the same set of circumstances at the end of it when the Democratic judge made that decision? Do we have the same circumstances in both scenarios?
My understanding in 2022, China was still under lockdown. Many other countries were under lockdown, and there was still a supply chain issue. My understanding, and that's why I agree with the states in this position, is that there was still a health crisis happening. There could be a warning, and there was warnings about certain emergencies. Like United Arab Emirates was still completely under lockdown in 2022. So underneath these circumstances, I understand that there could be a vaccine, but the warnings all pointed that there could be an exacerbation of a health crisis if you open the border that early. That there was it's okay for us to wait. There was ample time. We just came out of an emergency. There was no need to rush. That's what the states argued, that you're creating, that you're going to expand the health crisis.
So you thought we should still be locked down at the time?
Lawsuits. Read the 21 lawsuits.
Hold on.
I agree with
Don't pivot. So you agree? So you think we should have been locked down at that point? You think everybody should have still been inside?
No. I agree with you. There was a little bit of change, but I also you have to also agree. No. My question. No. You have to allow me. You have to allow me, Tom. You have to allow me. You have to allow me to. No. You have to allow me to respond. Let me respond, Tom. I agree with you. There was a let me finish, please. Give me 10 seconds. I agree with you. There was a difference in circumstances, but do you agree with me, and answer this question before you go on your tangent, do you agree with me that those that 21 states and a federal appointed judge by a Republican Party agreed that there could be an exacerbation of health crisis if we let Title 42 expire? Do you agree with that as well? Do you agree that there was evidence that there could be an exacerbation of a health crisis if you allow Title 42 to expire?
It depends on how many vaccinated we had at the time.
My question is, do you agree or not? My question.
And I just told you it depends.
November
I just
2022.
answered that.
No, you didn't.
What my
You said
answer was.
depends.
Yes,
No, you said depends. You said depends.
Correct.
That's not an answer.
Correct.
I want a yes or no. Do you agree that there was with the 21 states that there could be a health crisis exasperation if you allow people to come in after expiring Title 42 so early after the pandemic emergency was released? Do you agree with that sentiment?
I don't know, so I'll have to check. I will get you the
So
exact
you go against the
information.
federal.
No, hold on. I'm saying I don't give a fuck. I'm reading. I will read the numbers and then I will give you an exact answer. So I still have a share screen up for you, so you should still be able to see what's on my screen. So
yeah, I'm looking at it.
Let's see. Okay, so that was what was that? That was May of 2022 when the Democrat judge overturned Title 42, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So
remember, you didn't answer my question.
I know, that's why I'm getting the information right now. I'm getting the information right now.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. All you need to do is read the 21 lawsuits that the the states brought to the federal government to try to keep Title 42 intact. Read those. All of them cited health crisis, health risks on the border, exacerbation of the number of people.
Okay, so yeah, it says at this point, well, I'm answering the question. It says at this point that we are at 78% vaccinated, and then so I would say 78% means yes, there is a potential for a health crisis with the borders getting opened back up. If they went back to like business as usual, just allowing people to come in all willy-nilly like they were before, then yes, there is potential.
Do you agree that United Arab Emirates? Okay. Do you agree that there were certain countries still under lockdown? So there could be possible that it's a signal that there is still a health crisis looming. Could be possible signal indicator maybe?
Yeah, sure.
So you agree that even though it was November 2022, if there was any other country, if I can prove to you any other country was under lockdown, then you could at least understand that some other countries still had this concern of immigration, still had the concern of health crisis, still had an emergency. And you were arguing that this was a global epidemic and it was like a global phenomena, so everything was exasperated at the same time. So you would have to also agree that if there's still some countries that are having a big high alert on health risks, that we should as well. Do you agree there?
Yeah, of course.
All right, perfect. So all I have to do here is show you that in 2022 there were certain countries still under lockdown.
No.
And then you would have to agree with me that there could be a health crisis exasperation if we allow Title 42 to expire.
No, hold on. I already agreed that there is a potential for a health crisis there. It depends on how they deal with it. And what they did is they made it to where you have to be vaccinated in order to get into the country. So it doesn't really matter at that point. Like they just say you have to show proof that you're vaccinated in order to immigrate here. Done. So that part's dealt with. There is potential.
Okay, so
they dealt with the potential.
So, so depending on if there was so depending on, so you said depending on the vaccine, your vaccine is your number one indicator that now we can go back to normal, or do you have any other indicators that show you that you're allowed to go back to normal? And that, because my understanding is, according to the lawsuits, they provided lots of different sources providing information about how allowing Title 42 to expire too early can exacerbate health crisis. So there's a lot of sourcing in there.
So like what? I would, off the top of my head, yes, vaccinated is the only thing that I think really matters, because the only reason that we shut it down in the first place was because of fear of COVID coming in and getting cross-pollination from different countries. If we have a plan to fix COVID for our country, but a different country has a different plan, well, then we can't really work a plan if people are doing different things, which is kind of the problem with different states. But anyways, so as long as we run that plan, we get people up to the vaccinated. I think the point of herd immunity was between 65 and 70%. We got there at this point. So we're already there. Now we just have to make sure that there aren't more people coming in that are unvaccinated. Off the top of my head, that's the only thing that matters. What else do the lawsuits mention?
The lawsuits mentioned that that there's going to be an increased number of people coming in, which can create, if they're not vaccinated appropriately.
If they're not vaccinated, we already covered that. Yes, if they're not vaccinated, but we already covered that.
If they're not vaccinated, and so they argued that it was a little bit too early and we should still do a preliminary kind of test period. And that's what the judge agreed to, and then another judge disagreed, I guess. I don't know, or there was another lawsuit. I'm not really sure on the actual details, but my understanding is the whole argument I was bringing up this because you were the one that brought up Title 42. Remember, the whole reason we went on this tangent, if you remember, Tom, was that Title 42 was necessary for the stoppage of illegal immigration to come into the through the border. But then turns out that the Democrats didn't actually work at all to hold on to Title 42 and actually worked against Title 42. So how can you say that the Democrats are not part of this exasperation of the health crisis at the border, or sorry, the illegal immigration crisis at the border?
Okay. So what I said I was.
Can you actually answer that question though? I know that's not what we were talking about, but I want to change the subject because I don't know where we are. I need you to answer this.
You're right, and that's what I'm going back to. But I was not blaming Trump for writing Title 42, saying it's his fault that we had this influx in immigration. I didn't say that. I didn't do that. I'm saying that because there was a lockdown where tons of people would have been coming over the border, we would have had normal immigration numbers during that time. All of those people that normally would have immigrated during that period are just stacked up now. They're all just waiting to come in. Then, once we get to a point where we do open it up, those people are able to come in. Then on top of that, we were the first ones to deal with inflation. We had a labor shortage, which meant that most companies didn't have enough people to work. They needed workers. They were all dying to fucking find workers. And so we ended up, so hold on, I'm just telling you that these are reasons for why people were coming to our country. I gave you tons of reasons.
People were dying for work,
and I
not
didn't
because
say,
they needed
hold on, wait,
immigrants.
hold on, don't move, bro. Don't move. We're on one thing right now. I did not say that it is Title 42's fault. I didn't say it is Trump's fault for writing Title 42, that's why all of these people were made to come over the border. I didn't say that. I said that these are circumstances that created it to where we would have more people coming over the border. The only reason that I made this argument is to say that it wasn't Biden's fault that people were coming over the border at high rates, but they were coming over the border at high rates. So now all we want to know is how did he deal with it? How did he deal with it? Did he deal with it correctly?
No, it's not Biden's fault. It just happened underneath his administration. It was a Democratic appointee judge that declared that Trump Title 42 to be expired. It was even after many conservative states tried to fight to keep this.
If you're going back to that, I can't talk to you. If you're going back to that, if you're going back to that, I can't talk to you. You just said you wanted to move on, and now you're going backwards. You said you wanted to move on, and you're fucking going backwards. This is fucking bullshit, dude. I don't know what to do.
One last point on this. Tom, one last point on this. You mentioned that Trump wrote this bill, but oh my God, Biden had no ability to do anything to influence this bill in any way. Whatever, man. Let's move on.
That's not what I said.
Now, I really want to know about that.
That's not what I said, dude, bro. This is the problem in this conversation, is that every time you try to repeat back what I said, it is something insanely fucking different from what I actually said. And I'm trying my best to be as clear as possible. I'm not going on long tangents. I'm not trying to overcomplicate it. I'm trying to be as short and concise, but you're still changing everything that I say. You're never arguing against anything that I said.
Title 42?
I did say he wrote Title 42.
And you didn't say that Biden administration had nothing to do with Title 42 being expired and had no ability to actually hold on and keep the Title 42 in power? Didn't you say that?
No, you said, so the Biden administration could have put in a placeholder, and I said, what placeholder? It was there for COVID.
Turns out, after I did the research,
we're not gonna.
They could have kept Title 42 going. Turns out they're the ones that allowed it to expire. The Democratic appointee judge.
Okay, bro. If you want to go back to Title 42, we can. You said you wanted to move on from it, but you're going back to.
I do. If you want to move on.
But we agreed that yes, the judge ruled that the circumstances were different. Then you said, well, what would make circumstances bad enough to where you feel like we have to extend this? I said that if they were letting people in that were unvaccinated, that would be the only issue. That is the health crisis. They made a law that you couldn't immigrate in unless you were vaccinated. That fixes that. There is nothing else to talk about with Title 42. And I wasn't blaming Title 42 for why. I wasn't saying it's Trump's fault that people came in. We were talking about it because, yes, you felt like I was saying that they couldn't have extended it, and I'm saying there was no reason for them to extend it. That's what I said.
Wow. Okay, that's great. So you agree with halting immigration that could create a risk for a health crisis. You agree with halting immigration if it creates a health crisis risk at the border. You agree with that?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
All right, good. That's all. Okay, good. Then we agree there. I kind of disagree with you that Biden had no power. I feel like he had, through my research and what I've been doing.
I didn't say that.
That's.
I don't.
Well, it seems like you were
time.
defending the administration that they allowed Title 42 to expire. That's just what it seemed like.
Yes, and again, that's based on reasoning that we were not in the same circumstances when Title 42 was written.
Do you know that North Korea started locking down in May 2022?
And of course, you can never respond to that, ever. You will never engage with that point. It's fucking obnoxious, dude. I'm arguing with a fucking wall
you're acting
here.
Like the
you
whole
will not
world was
engage with my
like,
arguments.
Literally, some countries started locking down.
No, I'm not. Stop with the fucking strawmans, bro. You can't stop with fucking strawmans. Like, you really can't.
What's the argument that the status of the world wasn't different in 2022 than it was in 2021? Isn't that what the argument was?
Yes, you said that you're acting like it was all totally different. There's no problems anymore. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that nobody else was locked down anymore. Nobody else had issues. I'm saying that even if they are, We just have to make sure that they're vaccinated before they come in. And it has to be vaccinated by one of our approved vaccines or something that we think actually works. We didn't allow all vaccines into our country. We only allowed like 3 different vaccines for COVID in our country. And so they had to be vaccinated by one of the ones that we approve in order to get into our country. That fixes any fucking health issues that we're afraid of. That fixes it, right? We agree on this. Yes? That just fixes it. But this is the part that you skip every... Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay. Do you agree that let me ask you, did you actually like Title 42?
Yeah.
So you agreed with Title 42. You liked it because there was an emergency crisis. You thought it really can help,
Yeah, when I brought it up, I was like, this was like totally necessary for Trump to write this and
so you also, like me, was very sad to see Title 42 go away and an exasperation of the problem. You were, right?
No. Again,
doesn't matter what the position. So you weren't sad,
no,
even though you know that there might be an exasperation.
No, it didn't. It needed to go away eventually. Yes, we agree. Yes, it wasn't supposed to stay forever.
You agree that we could have waited a little bit.
Hold on. You agree that it had to go away at some point. Yes.
Yeah, but do you agree we could have done a preliminary testing not in the middle of the pandemic where certain countries are still under lockdown and it had just started locking down?
It depends on if that sounds like something necessary. But if we're making sure that people are vaccinated before they come in, then what are we testing for?
It's good. All I needed to do was get you to agree with me that Title 42 is a good thing, and then we have to also agree that it went away underneath the Biden administration. Now you could argue that the Biden administration had no ability to hold off. In my opinion. The conservatives also felt like there was no ability for them to hold off. They went ahead and created lawsuits, and looks like they actually were successful. It held off. So the idea that you couldn't have held it off, you couldn't have created any maybe policy change or any kind of law or any kind of bill you could have introduced as a Biden administrator to try to hold off the Title 42 is kind of ridiculous. Now, your only argument here is you're okay with Title 42 going away as long as we bring in vaccinated people. But turns out that was a complete failure, correct? You agree with that? That failed?
No. Why would that be a failure? What are you talking about?
Because the border crisis exasperated.
Wait, that's not relevant. This was about a health crisis. Those lawsuits were about a health crisis. So whether or not that was exasperated, that's again different from what we are arguing here with the fucking lawsuits. That's a health crisis. There was no health crisis. We agreed. There's no health crisis. You just said, well, despite the fact that they only let in vaccinated people, it's still bad. No, the vaccinated people, we didn't end up with a massive fucking influx of COVID from immigrants coming in. So but if we can get back to this now, yes, the numbers still are not 10 million illegal immigrants. So if we can get back to that, so it is 1.7 million. The Biden administration did detain tons of people. They did stop tons of people from coming in, and they did deport more than Trump, obviously, because they.
My understanding is 1.7 are just known gotaways.
Yeah, so
they
gotaways
and evades. So just 1.7 million are known gotaways. So that's
but real quick, that's not. We don't actually ever think that that's how many are in the country, because it's definitely less than that. So we would say that 1.7 million. Evades and gotaways, right? So it's evades and gotaways. That means that they caught them on camera, getting around patrol and everything like that. So they come into the country. We assume lots of them have been arrested and deported. Lots of them have gone back home. Lots of them, were only here for a little bit and returned. Some of them are still probably arrested and sitting in a jail somewhere. And so there are tons of them that we would assume the number is smaller, but we would also assume that we didn't catch all of them. So we would kind of replace those and say, yeah, even though the number is smaller than 1.7, we'll just leave it at 1.7 because we probably missed some as well that could be here too. So we just leave it there.
So if there's no policy on pushing the illegal encounters at the border out, do you agree? There's no policy to push these encounters away. They're allowed to come in, seek asylum, create as long as they sign up to the process, and then they're released within the country as long as they come back and complete the forms. So
No.
are you? Do you agree with that or no?
No. Obviously,
So you
if
don't
they're
agree
setting
that the
record,
encounters.
if they're
So
setting
you don't
records
agree
in
after we removed
deportations and
remain in
returns.
Mexico. Let me ask you the question and then you answer it. You don't agree when we removed remain in Mexico that when an asylum seeker comes in under the Biden administration and says I am seeking asylum and he files the forms and it turns out he's seeking asylum, that he doesn't stay in the U.S. That's not what you're agreeing to. You're not agreeing with me on that.
No, they
Where
do.
does he go then?
They do. But
okay. So they do stay.
Just real quick.
So now
well,
you agree.
No,
Okay,
that's not what you said, though. That's a
I just
different
want a
than
yes
what
or
you
no.
said.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to a
different
position.
than your
I'm trying to
first
get to a
question.
point.
But okay, fine. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna get to a point. Okay. So so you agree with me that encounters increased. Now you agree with me. We removed remain in Mexico. That means when encounters increase and they come in, as long as they prove that they're asylum seekers, they're allowed to stay. Okay. So now third thing is, turns out there's about 8 million to another number gives 60 million encounters of now they're not all asylum seekers, but they're all illegal immigrants and they're allowed to say that they're asylum seeker. They're allowed that because the litmus test is not that big. Yeah, they don't go back home. They don't go.
No,
every
you're not
economy is
allowed to
already.
claim asylum if you came into the country illegally. Biden wrote an executive order in I think it was the beginning of 2023 or I believe it was just right after Title 42 expired, but it was either the end of 2022 or the beginning of 2023. He wrote an executive order that said that you're not allowed to claim asylum if you came over the border illegally. He got sued for that. That is against the law. It's against our UN agreements. It's against federal law. So he wasn't allowed to stop them from claiming asylum. So then they put it in the border bill because Congress can change that, but the president can't. President can't just write an executive order and change law. So Congress, they put it in the border bill for Congress to change. The Republicans voted down the border bill. So then they changed the border bill, took out like all the money with like, Israel, Ukraine and all that crap. And they put the border bill up again. And then again, the Republicans didn't vote for it. So a second time then, Biden wrote another executive order that stopped illegal immigrants from claiming asylum. But it was once we got to full capacity in detainees, which is always, like, we're always at full capacity in detainees. So now he made it to where he says this is a humanitarian crisis. And so we can't lock up more people and we can't hold anybody else for asylum. So now we can't allow these people to claim asylum. And that stopped illegal immigrants from being able to claim it without him breaking the law.
Okay, cool. So I sent you a link. If you would look at it, please. It's a picture of the illegal alien encounters. It looks at Obama all the way to Biden. If there's no remain in Mexico anymore, if illegal encounters increased,
Again, that doesn't have anything to do with illegal immigration. I don't know why you keep bringing up remain in Mexico. That has to do with asylums, not illegal immigrants.
No, yeah, it's very important because we need to know where the encounters are going. So if the encounters are up to 10 million, where are they going? So if there's 10 million new illegal encounters, like 100% increase in illegal encounters, and they're all at the southern border, we need to know where they're going. If there's no more remain in Mexico, that means they're staying here. So it's not out of the question.
That's not true.
That's not true. See that the actual 8 to 16 million that came encountered are actually in the country waiting.
No, none of that is true.
Many of them are illegal.
Nothing you just said is true.
They're past their time.
Okay,
go ahead.
So
what are you saying?
Okay, so first off, the majority of encounters are detained and sent back. Okay, they're just returns. They're not even considered deportations. They're literally just grabbed and taken right back to the other side of the border.
That's just the illegal encounters.
Yes.
That's not the coming in seeking for asylum. So just illegal encounters.
Hold on. I just explained that. I just said that they can't claim asylum if they cross the border illegally. They have to go to a port of entry to claim asylum under the new executive order. The only way, hold on. The only way that they can do it is if we're not at max capacity on detainees. That's the only way that they can do it. But we're pretty much always at max capacity.
So you're misinformation. So you agree that they can come illegally, then seek for asylum. So this illegal encounter.
I just said this. I literally just said it 4 minutes ago.
No,
I literally
you're
just said this 4 minutes ago.
Because you waited till the end to say that unless
I said
we're not in maximum capacity.
4 minutes ago. I said it 4 minutes ago. I didn't wait till the end. I said it 4 fucking minutes ago. You just ignore every fucking thing that comes out of my mouth. You cannot argue against a single fucking thing that comes out of my mouth. Ever, bro. Ever. You don't listen to shit. You are actually fucking brain dead. You cannot understand English for some reason. I have said it numerous times. They let them in, but they take them back if we're at capacity. They cannot claim asylum. I said it numerous times. This is not the first time that I've said it. There's no fucking misinformation. I said it numerous times, bro. You just ignore it. What is happening? I don't understand. Like, literally, I don't get it. How many times do I have to say it?
We're getting to the point of contention here. We're getting to it right here. Finally, we're getting to it. So you believe that these illegal encounters, they come in, and then they get pushed back out. I don't believe they're coming in and getting pushed back out. I believe they're coming in, claiming that they're still seeking asylum, even though they're illegal, and because there's no remain in Mexico, and because they're, like you said, unless we're in maximum capacity, we don't turn them out. Then we've just been accepting them. So my argument is not. Show me proof that you sent back 8.2 million illegal encounters. Show me proof that you sent back all these illegal encounters. That's all I want to.
Yeah, we can pull up the asylum numbers and show that over 90%. I don't know why you're still talking. That we can pull up the asylum numbers and just show that at the very first part of the process of trying to claim asylum, 90% of those people do not even get to get like a court date or anything. They, as soon as they fill out the fucking paperwork, they're like, nope, you don't qualify, gone. And we can just show 90% of them gone. Very first part of the process. There's no reason to believe that somebody who doesn't.
Show it to me. Send it to me. I've been sending you reports all day. Show me what report are you reading to give you the 90% number at the first 6 months or whatever. Because what I'm looking at is an exasperation of encounters. What I'm looking at is the policies are not pushing them out; they're keeping them in. And you're claiming that all these encounters have been kicked out. I don't see any source saying that these encounters were left the country. I don't see anything at all. That 8.2 million encounters that you agreed with me at around 10 million encounters had all been tossed out of the country. I don't see any source on that.
Well, hold on. We can even just look at the fucking.
I see the source saying the encounters came, but I don't see the source saying they left.
Hold on. Let me pull this one.
That's all I'm looking for.
Because yeah, there's a number of things that have like, let's see. This is the. Okay, I think this is the. Oh no, this is the report on those.
I'm trying to find it. I can't see 10 million being sent back. I don't see the number. We see 10 million encounters. We don't see 10 million sent back. Thank you, Katmir. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you, Katmir. I'm telling you, I can't find the source.
Yeah, hold on. I heard you the first 5 times you said it.
Follow me, man. Katmir, follow me. Mantis, you need to follow me too. Chill. I'm not that crazy.
Bro, I have to repeat everything fucking 10 times before you even engage.
Tom, for giving me your time. I really do. You're a big channel. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I'm in good faith, man. I don't want to piss you off.
Okay. So this is the one that was just about the Title 42, showing that this just shows like how many they were releasing or returning on that one. So it says on his first day in office, President Joe Biden announced sweeping plans to reform decades-old immigration laws, undo many of the restrictive policies of the predecessor Trump administration, and provide pathways to legal status for nations estimated 1.1 unauthorized immigrants. 2 years later, few of those. Oh wait, this isn't the right one. Hold on, wait, maybe it is. No, this isn't it. Okay, here it is.
And by the way, I
It's the same
really want to
people
talk
as
about the destiny.
migration. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, the Biden administration took office amid heightened debate in some circles over the merits of tactics and deportations, yet is on track to carry out as many removals and returns as the Trump administration did. The 1.5 million deportations since the beginning of the fiscal year, 2021 through 2024, the most recent data available are on path to match the 1.5 million deportations carried out during the 4 years President Donald Trump was in office. These deportations are in addition to the 3 million expulsions of migrants crossing the border irregularly. So when we're talking about just like encounters, we're normally going to look at returns and expulsions to see that they were taken back. This is just halfway through 2022, showing that they already had 3 million expulsions. So it kind of I can try to find
Trump
the
administration.
no, this is the Biden administration. These deportations are in addition to the 3 million expulsions of migrants crossing the border irregularly that occurred under the pandemic era Title 42 order between March 2020 and May 2023. These are, some of it was under Trump, but the majority of this is under
So
Biden.
total that altogether, how many are these sent back?
It says 5 million in its second. Oh no, sorry. So this is the 1 million deportations, 1.5. That was Trump, the 1.5 million. So there's 1 million deportations since the beginning of the fiscal year. 5 million deportations carried out. Deportations are in addition to the 3 million expulsions. So that's 4 million.
What's a repatriation return?
No,
so it says here 4.4 million repatriation.
Repatriation.
Or repatriation. So he got to 4 million repatriation.
I think the 4 million is from 20. Isn't that from the beginning of 2023?
I'm trying to read this. The Biden administration nearly, without permission to enter the United States, the Biden administration nearly 4.4 million repatriations are already more than any single presidential term since the George W. Bush administration. So he had the most amount of repatriations. Is that what it says there?
Oh yes. Okay. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's the 4.4 million. Okay, sorry.
The vast majority of which occurred under the Biden administration, combining deportations with expulsions and other actions to block migrants without permission to enter the United States. The Biden administration, nearly 4.4 million repatriations are already more than any single. So there was 4.4 million repatriations. So I'm trying to understand this. Where did these 4.4 million come from? If these illegal encounters are being sent back home, and it seems like these illegal immigrants that come in are not allowed to seek asylum. Where are these numbers? Why are these numbers so exasperated? Where are they coming? Where are they coming from? So it seems to follow.
Wait. Hold on. I need to clarify this. Hold on. I'm not understanding. You were asking. So there's 8 million encounters. We have 4.4 million repatriations, which means the 4.4 million returns, whether it's expulsions, deportations, or returns. So it's just that's how many people were returned back. And this is at the beginning. Yes, and this is at the beginning of 2023. So we're saying in the first 2 years, halfway through his administration, he had 4.4 million halfway through. Right now, we're at about 8 to 10 million encounters, and you're saying, where are all of these going? And so I'm saying, well, if we're at 4.4 halfway through, why wouldn't that make sense that you're like that halfway through they were returning all of these people?
Yeah, but because it's showing that from the 8 million encounters, they only returned half. So with the statistical analysis,
halfway through.
Let me finish.
Wait, no, hold on. You acknowledge that, yes? This is halfway through the administration, March 2020 to May 2023.
We're halfway through the administration.
Yes, halfway through the administration.
But it's also but it's also counting the other administration as well. So, anyways,
Yeah, but this is
but the
as of
number
March
doesn't add up. That's
2020, so it's
the
only
point
the
is
last couple months of his administration.
the point is with the margin of error of statistical analysis. Let's give it 5 to 10% marginal error in the 4.4 number and in the 8.9 number. There you go. You have an additional 7 million to almost 10 million people that are existing that were never deported. Do you see that?
Wait, say that again.
So if you add with statistical analysis margins of error of 5 to 10%, let's say 4.4 million went down to 3.5. The 8.9 million of illegal encounters went up to 10. Now you can see that there's about 5 to 7 million, maybe up to 10 million of people that were never sent back. Do you see where these numbers are coming from now? We're counting the illegal encounters. They're not adding up to the people getting sent back.
Hold on.
And there is no policy to send these people back.
Hold on, we gotta go over these numbers again. Hold on. So the source that you had said 10 million encounters, okay? Under the Biden administration, 10 million encounters, right? So this has 4.4. So if we want to take, let's say there was about a year there, so it was from March until January was under the Trump administration. So it's about 9 months. So let's just take 1 million off. Okay. I'll give you a whole fucking like quarter of this. We take 1 million off. That we have over 3 million, about 3.5 million just in the first 2 years, right? And this is
I'm being nice. I'm being nice to you. There's reports of 60 million encounters.
Stop.
There's reports of 60 million encounters. I'm being nice to you right now.
Okay. Then no, you're not being nice because you're switching with numbers. So we have to agree on what we're talking about.
That's why I gave you an out.
Hold on. So you sent me this that says there aren't 20 million to 30 million immigrants in the U.S., right? And this said that this is the wrong one. Hold on. Where's the other one? You sent me one that said that there were 10 million encounters. Okay. There it is. Oh, wait, no, it says they're on track to reach 10 million encounters. Okay. So mine says that we have 8 million so far. And that's from the Biden border bus. This is the House Oversight Committee. That's the Republican Accountability Committee for Homeland Security, where they're saying that he needs to do better, right? So this says that there's over 8 million migrant encounters nationwide. This and it says 6.7 of them are at the southwest border. Okay, so this just came out in September. So this is what we would look at to say, okay, how many are happening at the border? How many fucking are they missing, and how many are going around the wall and shit like that, right? This is 6.7 million, but even if I give you the 8 million, we're still more than on track to meet that with the 3.5 million here. This is showing that and this is during a lot of this is during Title 42 when the numbers were lower, right? So this is when there was so that means that if they're this high when the numbers were lower, then we would expect them to be even higher when the numbers are higher, because this is during Title 42 era.
So this is all about 6 months to a year old, but you don't have any evidence to show that these numbers should be smaller. If anything, I can show you an exasperation. It's a bigger number. So last.
I'm not understanding. Hold on. I need clarification. I don't know what your point is. I don't know what you're saying, bro.
Let me finish. Let me fucking finish.
Hold on.
The last 6 months there was a reduction, but that's it. That doesn't account.
Okay, I don't understand what this has. I don't understand. You said you don't have evidence that. I don't. I'm trying to ask. You said that I don't have evidence that the numbers should be smaller. What does that mean? I'm saying the numbers should be bigger. So what do you mean the numbers should be smaller? What are you referring to?
So if this is a year old, and you're right, the last 6 months maybe the encounters went down. But if this is a year old and there was a big exasperation until the last 6 months, you don't know. How do you know the numbers are going down? How do you know that?
I said that they would go up. I didn't. I said that they would go up. I said
so the 8 million went up.
No, hold on. Hold on. This is at the beginning of 2023, okay? So
I don't know
stay
what
with me. Stay with me. This is
I didn't even come to debate the immigration, by the way, guys. He created this whole issue because this is his only issue. This is the only thing he knows. By the way, I want to debate what he means by Destiny when he talks to Destiny and talks about media control, and he agrees with Destiny that there should be more media control. That's what I really want.
I'm happy to get to that. Okay.
Let's play his game. I'll keep playing this game because till now he hasn't proven that these 10 million to even every time he mentions a number, he's proving that they were never kicked out of the country. That there's no policies to kick them out. Actually, the policies.
All right. I let you do your grandstanding bullshit, but just showing that you don't understand what the fuck's going on.
The policy completely switched underneath Biden administration.
Okay, so what I'm saying here, okay, so just stay with me. This is very simple. This is very, very simple, okay? This is at the beginning of 2023 when this stopped, okay? So I said, okay, some of this is from Trump's. I will give you 1 million of these. That's over the fucking portion of time that Trump had this, but I'll give you a quarter of them, say 1 million of those go away, okay? So 1 million of them gone. But if, let's say, this is halfway through Biden's administration, so that would mean that there were maybe 4 million encounters, and this has 3.5 million fucking returns. We're looking at something where by far the majority of these are getting taken away. So now we look at where we're at now. So if half of them are 4 million, and we say 3.5 million of them are going away, then 8 million now, then we would just look at this and say, wow, well, they were taking by far the majority of them then. So if that's halfway and it's only doubled since then yeah, it looks like pretty much by far the majority of them are getting taken out. That's what I said.
Listen,
do you understand that? Can you repeat that back to me just real quick? I want to make sure. Can you just repeat it back to me real quick? What is my argument?
I defeated you 100% according to your own data that we're looking
No, repeat back my argument.
Go back to the slide you were looking at 1 second ago. Go back. I just defeated you in your actual argument.
Okay, that's cool. So, repeat back to me my argument before you say anything. I'm gonna server mute you until you repeat back to me my argument.
I don't care about what you're saying because you keep switching the topic. I actually have defeated you here. I found it finally. Here, look at it.
Okay, I got him on server mute. I'm not playing this fucking game with him. He keeps wanting to pivot. He will not stay on one thing at a time. I can't have a conversation with somebody if they don't ever understand what I'm saying. Bro, I'm just trying to get you to repeat back my argument. That's it. I just want you. You're unmuted. I just need you to tell me what I just said. That's it. That's all I want from you. I want to make sure that you understand me. That's all.
Am I muted?
No, I said you're unmuted. I want you to just repeat back my argument to me. I want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying. That's it. That's all I want.
I guess your argument is that. Your argument is that 4.4 million happened underneath Biden until maybe a year ago. That was what the number is, and you're showing that there, I guess, according to your own data, that there's more people being deported. So now the number should be up to 7 million. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 7-8 million. Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah.
So now you're saying that all 8 million that illegal encounters that came in all left. That's what your whole argument. That's why you're trying to point that out.
I'm saying by far the majority of them seem to be going.
Well, I destroyed your argument.
But yeah. Okay.
If you will allow me without interruption, I've completely destroyed your argument. I'm going to let your chat go ahead and choose and make the decision here.
Okay.
So here's the actual argument. I was reading this slide right here. 1.1 million deportations beginning of the fiscal year of 2021 through 2024. The most recent since and then on pace to match the 1.5 million deportations underneath Trump. So underneath Trump, there was 1.5 million deportations in addition to 3 million expulsions. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you understand? So there's 4.45 million expulsions and deportations underneath Trump.
No.
Then we go to Biden.
This is Biden. This is Biden.
That's Trump. That's Trump.
No, so this is here.
You don't know how to read
here.
that.
Hold on. This is right here. The 1.1 million. Hold on, just listen. This is the 1.1 million deportations are the beginning of the fiscal year through February 2022. So we're still talking about Biden here. It says the most recent data available are on pace to match the 1.5 million deportations carried out in the 4 years President Trump was in office, period. Now, this whole article is about Biden. Then it says these deportations are in addition to the 3 million expulsions of migrants crossing the border irregularly that occurred under the pandemic era Title 42 between March 2020 and May 2023. That is not Trump.
Yeah, but
That is Biden.
It's Trump Title 42. It's Trump's Title 42. It's Trump's Title
Correct.
42. I don't care what you
Correct.
say. It's
Okay,
Trump's Title
correct.
42, so
I
we're going to give
agree.
it to him.
Okay. Fine.
Okay. Okay, so can you give it to him? Now
Whatever.
it's 4.5 million. Can I finish my argument? Holy shit, man. Okay, guys, you see the Tom Foolery's game? He won't let you finish the topic. Okay, but now that you guys caught him that he's actually don't know how to read articles, now you know that this is actually the right number. 4.5 is the right number of deportations and expulsions according to Trump. Underneath Trump, finally he learned how to read an article. So now we also read earlier. Tom, let me finish, please. Earlier, we read that there's 100% exasperation of encounters coming in through the southern border. And now we are looking at your number. You presented this number, which was 4.4 million. So 100% increase, but the same amount of the deportations, it's not adding up. There's more people staying that, and according to the calculations, it can be easily between 7 to 15 million. So these reports are not crazy. The idea that you keep calling us misinformation is not crazy. You're not debunking us. Debunk what I actually argued right now. Go.
I already did. You didn't argue against what I just said. If you want to change the numbers, hold on. If you want to change the numbers, as I said, from the official numbers from the Republican Oversight Committee, that it is 8 million, which is right here. That's what they say. 8 million here. And now I said, if you want to argue that somebody else is correct, I'm okay with that. But I'm saying that under the official numbers from the Republican Commission on this, they are saying that that's the number, 8 million. This came out in September, so this is recent data. This is saying that that he has, yes, the 4.4, so that is the 1.1 and the 3 million added up to where they come to a total of about 4.4 million here. So that's all that is. That doesn't change. So this is halfway through his administration, and now we're almost totally through his administration. So yes, if we go from this, it looks like he is getting rid of the majority of them. But everything you just said didn't change anything that I said. Outside of the fact that there are some people who say that there's more encounters. There are. I've already acknowledged that.
Tom, we looked at it. There was 100% exasperation of encounters. The Remain in Mexico policy was removed. So the encounters increased. But you're telling me the same amount of deportations as Trump happened, even after removing Remain in Mexico and Title 42? That means there's an unaccountable number of people still inside the United States, and that's the policy of the Biden administration, is to keep them there. There is no policy to send them back unless they broke the law.
Wait, no, you said earlier, so you were acting like earlier, all of those people are claiming asylum. I'm saying not all of them, but I am saying that when we look at this, there are a couple million left over. Hold on, there are a couple million that are left over. And I would assume that, yes, those couple million people are able to claim asylum. And so that's where you're saying there's an unaccounted number. Yes, I would assume some of them are able to claim asylum.
Okay, so do you understand? What do you mean they can claim asylum? Sorry, go ahead. The last point. What did you say? That final point?
That you said that there's a couple million left over that are unaccounted for, and I'm agreeing, and I'm saying yes, there are a couple million, and we would assume
listen
that those
to my
are
argument, Tom, so you know what you're arguing against. The argument here is the encounters increased by 100%. The protections of Title 42 and the Remain of Mexico was removed. Now there's a policy of if you have a need for seek asylum, you're allowed to stay here. We're going to take care of you. We're going to be on mass parole, and you're going to be in the United States. 100% increase of exasperation of encounters, but the same amount of deportations as the previous administration. Explain what happened to the discrepancy, the 100% increase of encounters that are still here. That you have not proven that were turned around, and you have not proven that were left. You haven't proven that. You're just assuming based on, oh, these are old numbers, so the new number should be that. What if I show you new numbers that are crazier, much more exasperated?
Okay. So again, this says they're on pace to meet the 1.5 million deportations carried out under all 4 years of Donald Trump. That's what it says. It says they're at 1.1 so far, but that's just deportations. They also have 3 million expulsions, and then they have returns. These are all different things. So they're saying that some of them are not deportations, they're returns and expulsions.
No, you're being wrong. You're wrong.
Expulsions.
You're
Hold on. It says, hold on.
Wrong.
It says under from 2020 to 2023.
The 1.7 are additional known gotaways. They're not even added to the 8.2. Do you understand? They're not added to the 8 million. These are 1.7 additional.
Wait,
these are additional gotaways. They're not at the same. They're not encounters. They're gotaways. They're different.
Hold on. You're talking about this here. That's different. This is the gotaways.
You just cited the 1.7 million number.
No, I didn't. I said 1.1. I said 1.1 million deportations. I'm literally highlighting it on the screen for you as I'm reading it. The 1.1 million deport. If you're in the Discord, I'm sharing my screen with you in the Discord.
Yeah.
So, okay. So it says the 1.1 million deportations. Okay, it says just since the beginning of the fiscal year of 2021 through 2024. Then it says down here that they had 3 million expulsions of migrants crossing the border irregularly that occurred under the pandemic era Title 42 from March 2020 to May 2023. I said, yes, some of those go to fucking Trump. Some of those, there's 9 months of that was under Trump. So some of those go to Trump, but the rest of these are 4.4 million the rest of them are about 3.5 million that go to Biden. I don't know how you're missing this. This is, we said 3.5 million. Like we agreed on this. I said I was giving you extra to go to Trump. We're 3.5 million go to Biden.
Okay, so you keep changing, you keep citing from two different places. One from how many encounters we have, and then one from how many deportations we have. So when you're looking, we already looked at the 4.4 number. I already gave it to you, but you have to agree that you were citing earlier the number 8 million, and then the 1.7 is additional to the 8 million. So this is on top of it.
Okay,
and
okay,
these are the ones that are going out.
You're right.
So you misrepresented that.
No,
that's
hold
all
on. I agree. I'm saying that this is only through May of 2023. By the time this administration finishes, we will be at the beginning of 2025. So I'm saying, yes, about halfway through his administration in May of 2023, we are at 4.4. We're saying 3.5. So halfway through. So if we double that, as you said earlier, it's about 7. So if we have about 7, and then we go over to say, okay, well, this says there's 8 million encounters nationwide, then
plus 1.7.
Well, the 1.7 is we're already assuming those are illegal immigrants that are already in the country. That's totally separate. They're not being detained. We can't assume they're not. You're asking about people who have been encountered. So you're saying there's so many people being encountered. Why
about how many
think? Well, you said there's so
so
many
what's
people
the
being
total
encountered.
number of illegal immigrants in the country after your math? Do your math and then tell me what's the total number after everything.
Yeah, so I said about 1.7 million. So out of the 1.7 million, we would assume lots of them have been detained. Hold on, wait. Well, sure. I was going to say lots of them have been detained and returned. Lots of them just went home. They were only here for a little while. Maybe they were like bringing drugs or some shit, and then they went back home. Some of them maybe.
No, 1.7 they evaded. No, the 1.7 evaded border patrol.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
what I'm saying. Hold on. That's what I'm saying. Wait, no. Hold on.
No, you're saying that they were.
Hold on. Listen. Hold on. We're saying they weren't caught by border patrol. They can be caught by other city police, county police, state police. They can be caught.
Okay, but you have no evidence to that. The evidence we're looking at says now living in the interior of the United States without documentation, without having undergone any vetting by immigration.
Yes, I'm trying
officials.
Yes, exactly. So I'm saying that I'm giving you some numbers here. Hold on. I'm giving you some numbers here. I'm saying that out of this, I'm just trying to explain my rationale here. That if it says 1.7 million for his entire administration, and we know that some of them are going to go back home, some of them are going to be returned, and some of them are probably being detained currently. Out of those people, even though some go back home and some aren't here anymore, we would also assume they don't catch everybody. And there's some people that they literally don't know about. There's evades and gotaways that they don't even know about. So I'll just leave it at 1.7 million. And I'll say, even though some went home and some like, some don't count on this anymore, I'll still leave it there and say 1.7 million. Cool. We'll just keep that number.
You have to give me the total. You have to give me the total. You don't know how to answer a question. I told you what's the total number. You do your math because I did my math, and it's.
What did I
want
just
to
tell
see
you?
what your math.
What did I just tell you?
You're only talking about the 1.7. You're not adding up the 8 million minus the 4.5 plus the 1.7. You're not doing any of that.
Yes, I am. 1.7. I just explained it.
1.7
I literally just explained it. 1.7. That's it. That is it.
So illegal encounters are all outside of the USA? All of them? Where's your proof?
Illegal encounters.
Sorry.
Outside
The encounters,
the
the additional encounters, all are still outside the USA. Where's your proof? Go ahead.
What are you talking about? I don't know what that means.
100% exasperation of encounters underneath the Biden administration. Where did they go? Are they being sent back home? Show me your proof.
Okay, we can move on to the next thing with Destiny. We just spent the last 30 minutes on this. I already did that.
I appreciate you for that.
I
appreciate
literally
you,
just did that with all of this. That's what we just went over with all of
What's
this.
your math? What's your math in the end? How many people are illegal with the encounters, with all the encounters, everything, and all the deportation, expulsions, and the illegal immigrants here? What's your math?
Total amount of illegal immigrants.
Assume the encounters are staying in America because you're not showing me any proof that they're leaving.
I didn't. I said that we would assume some of them claim asylum. Do you know what? Okay, just real quick.
Okay, what's your math? Give me the math.
Hold on. I am. But the problem is that even the thought process on this is somehow broken. Where like an encounter means that Border Patrol came upon these people. They catch them.
Where are they
right?
going?
Hold on. They catch them. Some of them get away. So that's where these numbers go. Is some of them get away?
No, the 1.7 is extra. You don't know how to read articles. You literally don't know how to read
Shut
articles.
The fuck up. Shut up. Shut up.
Listen,
Shut up. This says
this 1.7 is additional to the 8 million.
I know. Shut the fuck up. I know. I'm aware. That I haven't disagreed with this. I've said I agree 1,000 fucking times. I never said anything different than that. You keep repeating that for absolutely no reason. It's not relevant. Stop repeating it. It has nothing to do with anything. Please, for the love of fucking God.
Where are the encounters going? Just tell me.
Okay.
Show me the part where these
Border Patrol
encounters went.
If Border Patrol encounters them, that means that they are being detained. Okay? Once they get detained, either they are getting either they are being able to claim asylum and they're being able to stay, or they're being returned. We just went over how many were being returned before in the first half of his administration. So we would assume, yes, it's gonna be a lot of fucking people getting returned, and some of them, as you said, there's a couple million left over. There's a couple million left over. That we would assume, yes, some of those that the couple million left over are likely able to claim asylum. So my illegal immigrants coming over under Biden, there's 1.7 million, and then we have about probably like 1.5 million to 2 million asylees.
Okay, so your math is there's only 3 million illegal, and 1.5 of them are waiting asylum forms.
Yeah, 1.7 million illegals. The people who are filling out for asylum, that's not illegal. They're documented immigrants.
Yeah, I know, but they're waiting but they were encountered on the border.
Yeah, if they have parole, though,
and they're inside the
correct.
USA, basically without papers.
Yeah, correct. But yeah, they were initially illegal. If they get acceptance, then and they're able to wait for a court, then during that time they are considered paroled. They have an exception, meaning they are legal immigrants. They have documentation to be here until they get their court date. So yeah.
Okay, this is good faith. I want you, and we'll move on any moment you want. I just want you to show me the report where details what happens to these 8 million once they get encountered. I just want you to show me proof they are being sent back and they're not getting detained, given a number, and sent in mass parole into the USA, and then only 4.5 of them were sent back. And then 1.7 additional, so basically 5-6 million.
Yeah, again, the 4 million were from halfway through the administration. That's the beginning of 2023.
You keep saying halfway through. 2023 is not halfway through the administration.
He started in 2021, the beginning of 2021. So he has 4 years, 2021 and 2022. That's the first 2 years of his administration. Then the beginning
Anyways,
of
the
2023
administration
and
is less effective the
2024
longer it
are
is.
the second.
So of
that
course,
is half.
the longer it lasts, the least effective it is. So the last years is not going to be the strongest years. I promise you that, Tom. I promise you
Sure,
that.
sure.
The
Generally,
strongest
I would
years are-
agree with that for sure. Generally, I would agree with that. But in this case, because the numbers went up, it's gonna be a bit different.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to see this report. I really need to know. And this is totally good faith. I've never read this, so you might get me here. You might have me right here. And Katmir, I'm sorry, man, you're not gonna like me. But if you have me here, just give me the report that you prove that these 8 millions are being sent back, or at least only 1.5 stayed. And
just
the
to be
rest.
clear, I've said over and over, I don't have that report. I can look for it. I can see if they have one. I've said this is all I have
But
currently.
you've seen it. You've seen it. You've read it. That's how you came up with the 1.5 number. Or how did you come up with the 1.5 number? That they were seeking asylum. I'm just trying to understand because I'm being so good faith. I just want to prove that these 8 million, because remain in Mexico is gone, exasperation of encounters, and seems like there's mass paroles added, like policies of mass paroles, and Title 42 has been destroyed. So there's nothing holding them away. There's nothing pushing them off. So my question is, can you prove to me they're being pushed off? Like, I just want to see the 8 million, and then six of them were kicked out, and then 1.5 stayed, or something close to that, please.
Yeah, so I'm just going to say this one last time. I swear I'm not going to go over this for a 10th time. This is the last time I'm going to go over this. Okay? This right here is the 4.4 million repatriations. I said that even though 9 months of that is Trump, so I will say that a quarter of that is gone. We're going to say that this is 1.5 million here. This is for halfway through the administration. So if we double this, and that doesn't really work because, as I said, the numbers go up. So we would assume there's more repatriations than it was in the first half. But if we say 3.5 million in the first half, we double that for the second half. That's 7 million, and then out of 8 million, we have another like 500,000 there, but I said that we can just round it up to like 1 million, maybe 1.5 million, and then we'll say that that's probably the amount of people that are able to claim asylum. But that would still be like way too many. But yes, I'm just trying to like give the most like charitable number and say, yeah, sure, like we could have like another 1 million, 1.5 million or so. But that's how many would be left over from the 8 million is 1 million. So that is the math. But I'll look for the report. I don't think we have updated information on repatriations. I think that is the most recent report. Everything that I've looked at still has the 4.4 million number, and that everything that I've seen doesn't have an updated number yet.
Sweet. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm ready. Whenever you want to send me that report, please. I'm really open for that. Okay. But I think we can come to a term of agreement. Let's just say that there was more immigrants coming in. We can agree 100% more encounters. It just seems like it's not clear where these encounters are going. A lot of these policies that were supposed to send them back are not. You're right. There are a lot of repatriations. Sorry, I've never heard that word before in my life. Repatriations.
Yeah, I didn't either before this.
Yeah, I've never heard. And then it seems like it helped, and it seems like it was on par and the same number as Trump did. So I'm just my only concern here is it just seems like there's 100% additional people in because there's no policies sending them back. And if 4.4 was the last deportations and there's 100% more, then that means there's at least 5 million, and according to other reports, up to 10 million. So that's the only. I just wanted to explain where I came up with this 10 million figure. And thank you.
Well, 100% more would mean double, so it would be 8. If it was 4 before and it's 100% more, that means it's doubled, so it's 8 million.
This is if we're looking at only the 8 million figure. I had reports of up to 15 to 16 million. And if we just look at the average there, if you just take an average there, 10, 12, It was just we'll get to the 10 million that I was trying to adhere to at the beginning, but it's okay.
Okay.
I think we did a really strong debate there. I think we all got our points across, and we'll let the chat decide on that. I just really like that debate you did, or interview, I would say, with Destiny, and I just wanted to kind of get into your mind a little bit because obviously you don't like the Republicans, and so I just want to know, what do you think the Democrats are
Again,
going
it
to do
is
in the
more
future?
so MAGA, not as much Republicans, but MAGA has become the Republicans. But yeah, I've said a number, like there's a bunch of Republicans that I would vote for if they were running for office, if they were running for president, I would vote for them. But as long as like they're MAGA, like influenced, or MAGA, loyalists, then yeah, I'm more against them.
You did mention that you don't like them because MAGA could be perpetuators of misinfo. Is there any other reason that you don't like them, that you don't agree with MAGA specifically?
Yeah, the main thing is that they are populists. I think that the populism is what leads to the misinformation. So that was the same issue with like Bernie Sanders and like all populists in general, is that I think that they are just led to misinformation because of
I think
populism.
you're gonna piss off a lot of your chat. You said you don't like populists?
I think populism is like a fucking scourge on humanity. It is like the biggest
Isn't
threat to
AOC
America.
wasn't AOC a populist? Isn't that why we elected her?
Yeah, she's a fucking maniac. She's getting better. From what I hear, she's done like everything that I've seen from her more recently is way better than she was in her first couple of years. But in her first couple of years, I thought that she should have been fucking like thrown in a fucking insane asylum somewhere. Like she was out of control. Her and the whole fucking squad, all of those motherfuckers were ridiculous.
Okay, because my understanding is liberals really love the populism movement. That's why Bernie Sanders was such a popular figure for the liberal establishment, non-establishment, or at least the liberal disenfranchised person who felt like the left wasn't representing him. That's why they supported Bernie. He came with populist ideas. Tulsi Gabbard was very popular and almost took over. I mean, definitely beat Kamala Harris because of her populist ideas, anti-war sentiments.
I don't think
my
that's
understanding
true.
is liberals are in love with populism. I'm surprised. I know you're not a liberal, but
that is insanely
how do you
untrue.
reconcile that you're against what most of your party stands for?
I don't literally, I don't think anything that you said is true just now. Like, I think like 100% of what you just used as your reasoning is untrue.
So why did the liberals rally behind Bernie Sanders? If it wasn't because he's a populist.
They didn't. He got fucking killed in the primaries. He had no shot. He had no chance.
You're telling me Bernie Sanders was
eviscerated.
the most popular candidate and he was stolen, the election was stolen by the DNC and was given to Joe Biden? You're telling me that the polling didn't show that Biden, that Bernie was going to win against Trump and that Joe Biden was going to lose and they still picked Joe Biden? Are you telling me that? Are you being serious right now? You're telling me the liberals picked Joe Biden over Bernie? Is that what you're telling me? And it wasn't the DNC that picked Joe Biden?
I am saying that Bernie is insanely unpopular, that the Democrats voted for Biden at a much higher rate than they voted for Bernie, and that Bernie and everybody else in that race never had a chance, ever. In the entire thing, they never had a chance at any point. And that Tulsi Gabbard was never popular with anybody. Neither was Kamala. She wasn't popular either. But yes, none of those people had an inkling of a shot against Joe Biden.
Wait. So liberals are not for populist movements. So you guys are not anti-war sentiments. A liberal Democrat is not voting for better economy, more medical health insurance. A liberal is not fighting for anti-establishment movements.
No,
liberals
the liberals have been the establishment party for, especially since Trump got in. The main thing has been to fight populism, and that this is one of the big reasons that establishment people like Joe Biden.
I would argue that's the rejection.
Kamala
That was the
Harris.
rejection of the Democratic Party. That you guys used to be a populist party that represented working economical class populist issues. Even Hassan Abi just did a CNN report mentioning that the Democrats need to go back to becoming
Hassan is
focusing
retarded.
on working.
Hassan
Let me
is
finish,
one of
please.
the dumbest fucks in the world.
I knew you were going to interrupt me. You won't let me finish this point because Hassan Abi just did that CNN interview and he's proving my point that he said that Democrats need. I would love to be Joe Rogan of the left and take all your money and act like I'm going to help you. But what's going to happen is that the Democrats need to go back into their economic working class populist issues that they were fighting for. Remember, that's what he said. Did you watch that CNN interview?
Yes.
Is that potentially why you guys actually lost the election? Because you guys rejected that populist idea and you started forcing some kind of weird ideology down our throats where it's hatred of the Nazi Trump?
No. Okay, so first off, the fact that you said Hassan saying something.
Hassan Abi is liar. Hassan Piker is a liar. Then he doesn't know what he's talking about. When he says the Democrats need to go back.
Are you gonna stop at some
Go
point?
ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
The fact that you say Hassan saying this proves your point is insane. Hassan saying something doesn't prove anything. Hassan is one of the dumbest motherfuckers on the internet.
My point. You're saying the Democrats are trying to get away from the populist idea, while your biggest analysts and your biggest prominent streamers and your biggest reporters are calling for a rejection of that ideology and to come back to the old topics. Basically, you're conceding that this failed. This new ideology, this new idea failed. This new push against populism. That's literally what he's saying. He's saying we should go back. He didn't say I concede. He's saying we should go back.
Yeah, I'm saying that Hassan is an idiot. That Hassan.
You don't care what he says. You don't care what
Hassan
he says.
is anti-Democrats. Hassan hates the fucking Democrats. He is not a Democrat. Of course, he has no representation of Democrats. He's a fucking communist. He has no way to speak for Democrats whatsoever. He's not a fucking Democrat. Yes.
So why did the Democrats lose then? If the rejection of populism was the way to go, why did you guys lose? Why is he wrong? Explain that. Why did you guys lose? Is it because half the country's misogynist?
No,
I really don't understand this.
Hold on. You said that you watched the interview with Destiny. What did Destiny and I say in that conversation?
Okay, so you mentioned that Destiny was very cold. You would agree with me. He was very cold in his answers. And he basically gave one sentence answers, and his one sentence answer for this question was basically, I don't know, we need more media control. We need more, we need to be able to control the narrative on this. I really didn't understand. Actually, I wanted to dive a little bit deeper on what you think he meant by more media control. So, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I don't think he ever said media control.
His only answer was he doesn't believe the Democrats did anything wrong and that more media control is the answer. That's literally...
Okay, I don't think he ever said media control. I can pull it up to see. But
Okay, I'm going to bring it to you. I'm going to share my screen. Go ahead.
Hold on, I've got it pulled up. I said I'm pulling it up right now, so calm down.
He literally said it the first 2 minutes. And he said it like 4 times. What are you talking about?
But I don't think he did. I think he said that we need to have people on narrative using the same talking points, that the Republican Party is very on narrative and on their talking points. They all say the same things, and that the Democrats aren't, they're not together. They're not working together. And so it just has that they're not like one cohesive unit, and that the media does not push all the same narrative, that they're too critical of their own party. And that makes it to where we just end up looking worse when the other side isn't critical of their own party whatsoever. That's what he was saying.
Could you actually play that interview, just the first 2 minutes, like between minute 1 and 2? That's all. Just between minute 1 and 2.
Yeah, hold on. Ask you, is that your position?
Do I think the Democrats need to go more progressive going forward? Is that the question?
So yeah, you can tell he's eating. Like he was just jumping on while I was streaming. So like you're saying he was cold, but he said he's cleaning up and he's eating. And so yeah, but he stayed for like an hour. My power went out like 20 minutes into this, and he stayed for like another hour just hanging out and talking to people. And I opened up the Discord. Tons of people jumped in and hung out and talked to him for a long time. So he wasn't like, it didn't seem cold, but yes, his answers were short in the beginning. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Do you think they need to go more moderate? Do you think that... I felt like my position was that they did need to like appeal to moderates a little bit more, because I feel like taking a moderate is normally like taking
and say.
No, I think they just need to control the media environment better.
Okay, it does say control the media
Just by
environment.
like giving better answers.
But even you didn't understand
yeah,
it.
being interested.
Even you were like, what do you mean? You were like give better? You even were like, what do you mean by media control?
Well, no, yeah, I thought that he was saying that Kamala's campaign should have been better at dealing with media, because that is one of my criticisms of Kamala, is that she was bad at like how she dealt with the media, that she gave really bad answers. She wasn't good at like being personable. She never really answered questions very well.
Okay, so is it fair to say that Destiny believes that Kamala? Is it fair to say that it's easy to interpret that as when you say we need more media? Media environment. What did he say? Media environment
control the environment.
Control over the media environment.
Yeah, he said we need to control the environment.
Would you say it's fair for somebody that's hearing that to say, wow, to interpret that as, wow, we need more censorship and moderation and more control on who we bring up so we can completely control the narrative and not allow anyone to speak against us ever, 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 ever?
I do think that he so again, you really like straw man people, and I have to believe at this point you're doing it on purpose. But he does believe. Yes, I understand what your question is. I'm responding to it. I understand it. But I do think that yes, one, he does believe that like social media platforms should be a lot more strict and like kick people off a lot more. But but here this is different, where he's talking about media like CNN. He's talking about like big like voices in the front, where they're not all on like the same talking points. And so where some of them will be talking about like, if we look at the numbers, people are upset about inflation, but the numbers show that there's no issues with inflation, and Biden dealt with it better than any country. Whereas other, like CNN was very commonly saying, if we look at polling, the majority of Americans are not happy with the state of the economy. And so two different people, both telling the truth, but they're on very different like talking points, where one is like more so being overly critical of the administration, and the other one is just giving like empirical data to say, but this is the truth regardless of how people feel. And he's saying, yeah, like they're all kind of like combating each other, where the narrative seems like one is saying the economy sucks, and the other narrative seems like they're saying the economy's great, and people are getting very mixed messages from Democrats.
Can you just do a summary of what you said? Because how does that answer my question? Because my question was, do you believe that somebody could interpret what he just said as, wow, we need more media control, as in more narrative control, as in more control over who we bring on TV, as in more control over everything we say, as in maybe more censorship, more moderation? Can you agree that somebody could interpret what he said as that?
Yeah, so I started off by saying he does believe that, and I do think that you could interpret it that way, but I don't think that that's what he's saying here, and I just asked him for clarification. If you want, I can play the clarification, and you can listen to him say it. But then I explained what it is he actually meant by it. But I was saying, yes, it's reasonable for somebody to take that away, but then he clarified. So I'll play this.
Would you continue? Yeah, I think there's a lot of things I can do, but I don't think it's necessarily like, I don't think the policies have much to do with it right now. It's not like conservatives run a policy. I think it's just like rhetoric and the media environment. I think these are the things they need to work on more.
Did you see
Sorry, Tom, can you stop it right there? Can you stop it? What do you think he means that our policies are not the hinder? Like, it wasn't the policies. So, because a lot, like, even you, I bet you were surprised when he said that. Because even you, like, you wouldn't have said, for example, he wouldn't have mentioned the policy unless you mentioned it. So you must have been surprised when he said, no, I don't believe the policies was the issue. What was your feeling when he said that? Do you actually believe what he said there, that the Democrats basically ran a perfect campaign, that they just needed more rhetoric control and more media environment control? What does he mean there by, no, I don't believe that the policies were bad at all? Can you expand on that? Because it looked like you were surprised.
That's not what he was saying. No, that's not what he was saying. He was saying that that it's not, that they're not going to win or lose based on the policies that they give. He says Republicans aren't running on policies. They're not like touting their policies hardcore. They're more so talking a lot of shit about Kamala, talking a lot of shit about Democrats, talking a lot of shit about Joe Biden, talking shit about their administration, talking about how they're like communists, how they're fascists, how they're authoritarians, how they're like all of these like horrible people wanting open borders. He's saying that like, yes, they're more so talking about how bad the Democrats are, and then they're putting out like narratives like, you know, they're letting all the immigrants in, the Haitians are eating your pets, they're controlling the weather, that's what he's talking about.
So you mean that he's talking about the regular working class doesn't care about policy? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you think he was saying?
I think he's saying most people don't even know what the policies are. This is what we've been talking about a lot here, is that most people don't even know what policies they're voting for.
How do you feel about that? Do you agree with him or do you disagree? Because
I agree. Most people don't know what policies they're voting for. They don't know anything about them.
So is it possible that you guys are wrong and this is why the Democratic Party is never going to be able to recover? Because you actually cannot see that there's anything wrong that the Democratic Party is doing. Because
again, that's not what he said. That's not what he said.
Tom, let me give you the argument here. If the only thing the Democratic Party has ever done wrong was that
that's not what he said.
Wrong. Well, what is it? What else is he saying when he says more rhetoric, more media conglomerate control? That means the messaging was off. But then you're saying none of the policies was bad. So I'm not understanding this. How are you going to message better?
He didn't say none of the policies were bad. That's not what he said. He said nobody knows what the policies are. That's what he's saying. Nobody knows what the policies are. He said Republicans aren't running on policies. He's saying nobody even knows what the policies are. Nobody's voting strictly on policies.
I think you're speculating on what he means because that's not what when he said it in such a concise manner that I did not extrapolate all of that.
Let me play it again.
That clip
I'll play it again.
Better.
Just by like giving better answers.
Yeah, and just having it better. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things I can do, but I don't think it's necessarily like, I don't think the policies have much to do with it right now. It's not like conservatives run a policy. I think it's just like rhetoric and the media environment. I think these are the...
He said, I don't think the policies have much to do with it right now. It's not like conservatives are running on policies. I think the problem is the media environment. So he's saying Democrats are really bad at dealing with media environment, at controlling narratives, at getting narratives out, at like throwing punches, shit like that.
Okay, can you tell me what did the... okay, guys, I'm destroying your boy. I'm sorry, guys. You're going to have to leave his channel. Can you tell me what the conservatives ran on then if it wasn't on policy? Go ahead. Why did they win if it wasn't on policy? Go ahead.
So...
if the Republicans didn't run on policy, what did they run on? And how did they win?
Before I answer this, are you going to completely deny the 2020 election results? Or can I assume that we agree in the results of 2020?
For the 2020, I believe some lawsuits actually were successful.
Sure,
for example,
but not enough to say that he won. You're
no,
correct.
But there was enough concern, and then also I was looking at the chart of there was basically 10 to 15 million extra votes that disappeared from 2020 and 2024. I would say you have a little bit of concern over that.
That's not
right?
true. No, that's not true. There's a difference of 4 million votes from 2020 to 2024. 4 million votes.
To Kamala.
Yes. Well, to Kamala, there's 7 million, or maybe less. I think it's less than 6 million. But was there a concern for Trump then when he ran in 2020? He had 62 million, and then when he ran in 2016, he had 62 million, and then when he ran in 2020, he had 64 or 74 million. He all of a sudden had 12 million more votes. Do you think that that's a concern? Do we think he was cheating now because there was a huge influx in votes? No, we don't. There's different amounts of votes literally every election. Literally every single election, there's differences in votes.
I'll send you the chart. I'll say it's not a big contention. I'm not. The 2020 is behind us, but you would say it's possible to say, and there has been some successful lawsuits. It's possible to say there has been some shady business in 2020.
Okay, correct? That's not what I asked though. I'm asking, are you denying the results? Do you think there's enough do you think there were enough lawsuits that were won to show that Donald Trump won the election? I can tell you there's not even close. There's only one state.
I wouldn't say there's enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would
Okay.
say
Okay.
there's enough
So
to
good.
show, and then I would say that there's 10 million uncounted votes that disappeared. But unless you can find them, I can't give you what happened.
Yeah.
to them. I can't tell you.
I'll agree that yes, there was like some election fraud, and there always is some, but yes, just not enough for him to have won. So when we look at the fact that Donald Trump had all the same policies in 2020, and then literally the same ones in 2024, he lost, but he didn't lose because of his policies. He lost because when COVID happened, people just felt bad. They don't like being locked down. And when people feel bad about the way that things are going, they blame whoever's in charge. That's just what they do. And so I just want to finish just real quick. I promise this is quick. So Biden had a lot of inflation under his watch. It wasn't his fault either. It wasn't Trump's fault that COVID happened. It wasn't Biden's fault that the inflation happened. But people didn't like the inflation. They didn't like the way things were going. And so they blamed who was in charge. Kamala barely lost, but I feel like the only reason she lost
haven't answered my question.
I did. That is the answer.
You give an example of why there could be...
I'm telling you that they didn't lose because of policy.
But my question, Tom, you went on a tangent, man. You got to let me speak.
That was not a tangent.
You went on a tangent. You didn't answer my question. You gave an example. My question was, what did the conservatives run on for 2024 if it wasn't policy?
That was not. No, that was not your question. Your question was.
I added 2024 because you went to
hold on. Stop talking. Stop talking. Your question was not that. Your question was, I don't know, you just pulled out a
I wrote it down.
Okay, it's fine. That's not I can play it again if you'd like me to. I will play your question, but I will tell you first what you Okay, stop talking. Your question was, why did Donald Trump win, or why did Kamala lose if it wasn't for the policies? That was your question. That's what you asked. That's what I answered. If you want to ask a different question now, I'm happy to answer that. But that was your question, and I'm happy to play it for you if you disagree.
We were talking. Tom Foolery, I'm going to prove to you. Destiny said it wasn't policies, and you said, what he means by that policies are not what matter to the people. That's not what the Democrats lost. So I asked you, okay, if that's not true, and I before I did that, I apologized to your chat because I knew this was going to destroy you. So I did apologize to the chat. So you have to remember that.
Okay.
That you'll see in the clip.
Hurry up.
And then I said conservatives didn't run on policies according to you and Destiny, and you don't think they matter. So how did they win, and what did they run on if it wasn't for policies?
Correct.
You exactly.
Yes.
You went to
Yes, that is the question. Yes, that's what I said. That's what I said.
And you and me were talking about 2024.
Yes,
I don't know why you went to 2020.
Yeah,
all I said was,
that's
hey,
what,
remember, you didn't answer my question, come back. That's all I was reminding you. So don't tell me I ruined anything. I was just actually bringing you back to this.
I didn't say you ruined anything. Okay, that is the question.
You said I didn't ask the question. You said I asked a different question. I'm reminding you.
Yes, and I'm agreeing with this one. That's different than what you said in the last one. So this is the question that you asked first, and I said Trump didn't lose in 2020 because of policy, and he had the same policies this time. But Kamala didn't lose or win because of policy either this time. Trump didn't lose or win because of policy in 2020. Kamala and Trump didn't lose or win in 2024 because of policy. Neither one of them, their policies didn't matter. I'm saying they don't matter. If they did matter, Trump would have won in 2020, but he didn't.
Okay, again, I'm going to ask you this question again. Because you brought up 2020, so what did they run on for 2024, and how did they win if it wasn't policies? Can you please answer that question? Hopefully someday he's going to answer
I answered that question. I need you to repeat back to me what I already told you. If you somehow don't think it answered.
What you just said was, and Donald Trump in 2020 lost even though he ran on policy. That means but you never dealt with the 2024 situation.
Okay,
Talk about 2024. What?
I said.
But
hold on. Wait, no. Yeah, yes. Why did I say Kamala lost in 2024? Why did I say that? What? I gave you a reason already. What did I say?
Let me remember. Give me 1 second, because it wasn't policy.
Correct.
It was according to Trump.
Which means it answered your question.
Media environment.
No, it was inflation. No, it was inflation. It was inflation. That's the answer I gave you.
you didn't mention that since we started talking about Destiny. But
I will
anyways,
go. I will
back
play
to
it
my
right now
question
for
here.
you if you think that. I will play it for you right now if you think
running on
that.
tangents.
I'm
No,
gonna
you keep running on
because
tangents.
you. It's I need to keep proving that you're not listening to a fucking thing that I'm saying. Because every single time I ask you to repeat back, you have no idea what the fuck I've said, and then every time you try to respond to me, you don't respond to anything that's come out of my fucking mouth. It's I like this is and I don't I can't tell if. I can't tell if you know you're doing it either, because I literally did. I said inflation in my answer. I said that the reason that they lost was because of inflation. Amounts of votes,
But you went
literally
on a
every
tangent about 2020, so I lost
things
like
in
that point.
like being locked down. And when people feel bad about the way that things are going, they blame who? And it's just real quick. I promise this is quick. So Biden right here had a lot of inflation under his watch. Wasn't his fault either. Wasn't Trump's fault that COVID happened. Wasn't Biden's fault that the inflation happened. But people didn't like the inflation. They didn't like the way things were going, and so they blamed who was in charge. Kamala
Can I
Harris,
ask you a question?
That's fucking crazy. I just said the
Can I ask
inflation.
you a
You said I
question?
didn't say it, but
Okay,
you
okay,
admit that
now
I
I
did
heard
say
it.
it. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay, now I heard it. So can I ask you a question? So you're
Yeah.
saying the conservatives didn't run on policy, but the Democrats lost because the inflation was so high nobody liked it. So are you saying that a Green Party would have won even if they didn't run on policy? Like, I'm not understanding. Like, what made the people choose the Republicans and believe that they're going to better their lives if it wasn't that Republicans were running on policies? What were they running on then? They were running on, we're gonna better your inflation. Isn't that a fucking policy?
So I gave two examples, and I gave 2020 and 2024 because those are two exceptions where there were like massive problems with the country that are going to be different. So if we went back to 2016 where Trump won, I wouldn't say that he didn't win because of policy. I would say Trump won because of policy and shit like that in 2016. That he won because of policy, his rhetoric, the way that he engaged, the fact that people liked him. I would say 2016, he definitely won because of that. In 2020, very different scenario. In 2024, very different scenario.
So far? Like, nobody's talking about 2016. What are you doing? No, your chat doesn't want to talk about 2016. Destiny didn't talk about 2016. Destiny didn't talk about 2020. You didn't mention 2020. Why are you bringing up 2020? I asked you again. I never brought up 2020. Again, final time, I'm going to ask you, if Democrats lost because of inflation and conservatives somehow took over your voters, what did the conservatives run on if it wasn't a policy of reduction of inflation?
I'm just going to replay my answer again for you so you can just hear it again so that you can, because I don't want to repeat myself over and over. So I'll just play it again for you. You can hear the same answer again.
In their life, if it wasn't that Republicans were running on policies, what were they running on then? They were running on, we're going to better your inflation. Isn't that a fucking policy?
So I gave two examples, and I gave 2020 and 2024 because those are two exceptions where there were like massive problems with the country that are going to be different. So if we went back to 2016 where Trump won, I wouldn't say that he didn't win because of policy. I would say Trump won because of policy and shit like that in 2016. That he won because of policy, his rhetoric, the way that he engaged, the fact that people liked him. I would say 2016, he definitely won because of that. In 2020, very different scenario. In 2024, very different scenario. So yeah, I'm saying that no, they didn't care about policy in 2020 and 2024. Other elections, I agree that policy will matter. In this one, no, it didn't matter.
Okay, so again, what did the conservatives run on then? If it wasn't policy.
We're not saying that they didn't run on policy. We're saying they're not really like.
Policies didn't matter.
They run on rhetoric. That is always the most important thing. Your rhetoric.
What rhetoric?
So as we said, I've brought up a bunch of examples already: hurricane, immigrants, Haitians. Inflation.
Policies are bettering your life.
Well,
so you're trying to
policies.
No. Hey.
Those aren't policies.
Tom, remember?
Those are insults. Those are criticisms.
Okay, no, it is policy. When he says immigration, because you're saying immigration or eating your cats or dogs. No, but the truth is he didn't run on eating your cats or dogs or pets. He ran on reduction of immigrants and securing the border. So you're actually a perpetuator of misinformation. Do you see yourself? Because I don't know what's wrong. I don't know why you have such a...
I just said that they ran on policies, but that's not why they won. You can't engage with things
Sorry,
that
but
I'm
you,
saying. I
but the
don't know
mention,
why
but
this
you
is,
said
but
those
you
are
really can't.
rhetorics. Those are not rhetoric. You're trying to misrepresent the Republicans as rhetoricers, as
Yeah.
if they're here to like incite Nazi kind of wordage. Like, look at the immigrants. We need to bring them down. No, that's not what happened. What happened was he was running on policies of bettering people's lives, not on rhetoric of lowering other people beneath him to the ground. That's not what he did. That's why. This is why it's kind of ridiculous for me to call you guys analysts, because you're missing the whole point. You're saying this is rhetoric, but that's policy. You just have to misrepresent it to your viewers and call it eating pets, instead of call it securing border and reduction of illegal immigration across the southern border. Do you understand what is happening? So this is bringing us back to the original point. Are Republicans really perpetuators of misinformation? Do you have an actual bias against them? That's why I asked you if you were a true liberal. I didn't know what your position is, but it seemed like from hearing you with Destiny agreeing with him that policies didn't matter. That's almost impossible. How can you claim that the Republicans didn't run on any policy? When you claim
Again,
that that's
not
rhetoric,
what we're saying. You can keep making that claim, but that's not
yeah, you claim
really
that
what
that's
we're saying.
rhetoric.
We're saying
I
that
claim that that's policy.
okay, and that was so there's a semantic difference. But you're saying I call this policy, but we're saying yes, that exists. That is a thing, and it can lead to a policy that they would think of. But the words that they're saying and the way that they say it is what affects people. And that's like how people, all of the experts go over this, all of the, like everybody who talks about elections, they all like really get into the emotional way that people feel and how they're affected by words that are being said. This is the science behind the campaigns, is why they do rallies and all this other shit, is because they're out there to get their rhetoric out, not as much the policies.
So but when you gave the example of the rhetoric, turns out all of these are policies. Immigrants.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
You can say that. That's a semantic difference, though. If you feel that way, that's fine. But I'm saying that.
So that's what I'm telling you. How are you and Destiny the biggest analytics guys in the world when it comes to the Democratic Party? But you can't even come up with like, it's kind of weird that you're either misrepresenting. It looks like you're misrepresenting.
Do you know what it means when I say it's a semantic difference?
Yeah, you say semantics like it's we're using the wrong word, but you can also interpret it as you're like gaslighting.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when we say it's semantics, we're saying that like you're saying the same thing as us. You're just using different words to say it. But like when we talk about this, we don't just say this. We give explanations for what it is that we mean. Destiny's talked about this probably 50 different times on his show since the election. I've talked about this for probably 100 times on my show since it happened. People know what it is that we mean when we say it, but I can understand where that confusion comes in. I'm just saying that like even when it comes to policies, the rhetoric that you use to get that policy across, to make people interested in it, that is the important part.
All right. So, can you agree with me that there is possibly? Can you agree with me that if Trump, for example, says, "I'm very worried about World War III, I want to stop it," that's running on a policy of stopping World War III?
Kind of. Like technically, that is just rhetoric, but a policy would be, I'm going to implement a law that says that anybody who like entices feelings of discontent between countries, like that, those are policies. Whereas saying there's a problem, that's not a policy. That everybody agrees that like there's a problem with immigration. The policies are how you deal with it. So Trump can say there's a problem with immigration. Kamala can say there's a problem with immigration. Neither one of them are representing policies. They're both just telling you there's a problem. The policy is the solution.
Okay, so is it possible? Yeah, there might be a possible that you and Destiny are having a semantics issue, and if I didn't understand it, I wonder if the rest of your viewers understood it, because I feel like I'm a very smart guy. Now maybe you disagree. You've talked to me for about an hour now. So let's dive into this. So I just wanna. Do you have any more time? How long do you have with me?
I've got a little bit longer, but I would say that throughout this conversation, obviously, I've had a lot of issues with you misunderstanding everything that I'm saying. And so I do feel like there are a lot of like semantic differences, and I'm trying my best to be patient with it. But like it is, yes, I do think that like there are differences in the way things are being said and how you're interpreting it versus like what's meant to be communicated.
So now that we agree there might be a semantics issue, can you come to an agreement with me on the definition, on a different word definition, so we can kind of help me and your viewers? Because I'm dumb-witted, man. Maybe I said I'm smart, turns out I'm not. I want to switch that. I'm having semantics issues. Can you say that?
It's not about smart and dumb. It's not.
No, because you said rhetoric. I misunderstood. My understanding of rhetoric is, what Madonna said, we should go to the White House and bomb it.
Rhetoric means influential language. That's what it means.
Like Biden, when he says we need to put a bullseye on, it's time to put a bullseye on Trump 3 days before he gets shot. That's my understanding of rhetoric. So when I see Trump I'm looking for his rhetoric. I can't find it. And then you gave some examples, and the examples you gave is one, immigrants eating pets. That's not rhetoric. He was making a point, and he did it so smartly, and I'm surprised that you didn't notice how smart it was. He could have just said, hey, the immigrants are being bad and there are pets missing. Instead, he wanted the media to keep talking about this to make sure that everyone understands that immigration is the exasperating issue. So he said cats and dogs, right? So you guys ate it up. So you're saying it's rhetoric. Really, what it is a play on words, so you guys can give it more attention. And he has a policy ready for it. So that's my only. Can you concede to that you need to stop using the word rhetoric when you're trying to use the word policy?
No, because I don't mean policy, as I just said. So rhetoric means influential language. That's what rhetoric means. It means you are being influential. So if I say, Kamala wants open borders. That's not a policy. There is no policy called open borders. And I'm not actually criticizing any specific policy. I'm saying that this is her value. And I'm trying to tell you that you shouldn't like Kamala because she has bad values. I'm using rhetoric. I'm trying to be influential.
Okay, but it's clear as day it's creating confusion. You even conceded there's a semantics issue.
Yeah, with policy. I'm saying with policy. I agree that I'm saying that these can lead to policies, but I'm saying that they are not policies in and of themselves. They are rhetoric that are trying to convince you that they will have good policies and the other side has bad policies.
So can you after all of this conversation, did we move any forward at all in that the Democrats needed better policies? Because my whole contention is that these presidential races are won and lost based on policy. They're not won and lost based on ideology. They're not won and lost based on a single issue like you would like that to happen. Maybe if it's a big enough issue like economy, yeah, but abortion is just not. So the idea that policies are extremely important to win elections, but Destiny doesn't even believe that policy is the problem. Instead, he's telling your viewers it should be more rhetoric control or more media environment control. I'm just sitting here. I'm trying to understand. Did that surprise you? Because I understand that we need Democrats need to switch their policies. They need to adapt more working class, kind of like what Hassan Piker said earlier, and I mentioned it to you. Working class, populist, economic issues. That's what they need to go back to. So, what's your position on that? Do you disagree with me that I believe that Democrats need to fix their policies, or do you agree with Destiny that it's actually has nothing to do with policies? After we went through this, that obviously there was some kind of semantics issue. Maybe Destiny meant with rhetoric that their policies, are rhetorical or rhetoric-y, like they sound like they could be interpreted in a bad way. But really, when you look into it deeper, it's
well, no, just to be clear, you're not saying, you did say specifically those are policies, but you don't actually mean those are policies, because policies are laws that you're trying to implement. So what hold on, let me finish. You're saying these are things that would lead to a policy. So you're saying if he criticizes them on, like, he says something about Haitian immigrants, that would lead to him saying, like, you know, wait, am I? Okay, go ahead.
No. What I mentioned was that you said the rhetoric, and then you gave examples. I'll remind you why I mentioned the immigrants eating the cats, because you mentioned that as part of the rhetoric, and you gave example of Trump rhetoric. Then I reminded you, hey, you're kind of strawmanning Trump. He didn't say they're just eating the cats. He was trying to make a point that the exasperation of illegal immigrants is creating a health and a border crisis and a security crisis, and he's going to dive into that. So
Sure.
you're
That's
picking
what,
and choosing.
No, that's what I said. That's what I just said. Wait, no, you said that I was
No.
That's what I said.
My point. Let me finish my point. Okay, let me finish my point.
My point, and to say that I was strawmanning you, and I'm trying to let you know that is what I just said. That's the same thing.
See how you interrupted me because you just stopped talking there. And
I
you didn't have
allowed you
anything
to interrupt me.
You're interrupting me. Can you
to interrupt me.
Point?
I allowed you to interrupt me, but yeah, sure.
Let me finish the point then. Let me finish the point. Allow me to finish the point. So the whole point is, if policy is, if rhetoric, if you're saying that rhetoric cannot equal to policy, in my opinion, when Trump goes up to stage and says, I want to. Okay, no, what you said was that Trump said that illegal immigrants are eating the pets. And then you acted like that's rhetoric. And then I pointed out, hey, that's a straw man. They're not, Trump didn't say they're eating the pet in a rhetorical manner, as if he's bringing damage and he wants them to be hurt. He said it as in, I don't think so. Hey, look, we have an exasperation of problem. Let me finish my point.
No. We have to, we have to solve this.
He didn't say it in a rhetorical manner. He said it in policy. He said, listen, I care about the American people.
You get so, no, I allow you to interrupt me fucking all the time, but you start throwing.
You won't let me finish the point, so you keep arguing random strawmen, by the way.
No, I'm not. There are 20
different
things.
You don't know what I just argued.
Listen, there's 20 different things.
Okay, repeat. What did I ask you? What did I ask you to prove?
Hold on. I promise you I will get to it. But you've said 20 different things so far that I disagree with. I would like to take them one by one. But if you build your argument off of something that I say, I didn't say that, but then you keep arguing against the thing that I've already said, I didn't say that. Hold on. I stopped.
I let you change your definition of rhetoric.
Hold on. When you said that's not my argument, I stopped. You said you're strawmanning me. I didn't even start my argument yet. I just repeated back your argument, and you said you're strawmanning me. So I immediately stopped because I'm not going to continue arguing against something if that's not what you're saying. But when I do the same thing, you keep going for very long periods of time arguing against something that I've already told you isn't my argument. If you keep arguing against something, you're just going to go on for a long period, and then when you stop, I'm going to say, yeah, that has nothing to do with my argument. You just wasted your breath. I am stopping you to say that that's not my argument, and we have to get an understanding. What do you think rhetoric is? What is that to you? What does that mean?
Rhetoric is
gotcha.
I'm
just trying to understand.
Inflammatory speech that's trying to incite hatred, violence, something, anger. It's inflammatory in nature. Show me proof that Trump was inflammatory. When you try to exert
hold on. Let me finish my point. No, I'm not letting you finish. No, I just asked for a definition. That's all I asked for. I just asked for a definition.
When you try to give examples,
I just asked you for it. No, I'm not letting you finish. No,
let me finish. When you try to give examples, you said the rhetoric of eating immigrants eating cats.
He's muted. Okay. All right, we have to go on these one at a time. This is the problem with every single fight we have, is that you go on for way too long, and we can't take things one at a time. I'm allowing you to stop me so we can go one at a time. You don't allow me to stop you. I said when I stopped you, we need to take things one at a time. I just asked you for a definition. I don't need you to give another 10 arguments here. I just want a definition. That's it. That's all. Our main disagreement right now is on the definition of rhetoric. That is our whole disagreement, is on the definition of rhetoric. So we need to just fix that first before we move on. That's all. So I want you to give your arguments. I just need to focus on the word rhetoric first.
Inciting of violence doesn't lead to anything except hatefulness, anger. If he said something that could be, let me finish, please. Then
I heard your definition already. Stop.
Guys, I can't even give him a definition.
This is yes, you correct. You already gave your definition. You don't need to give it three
No,
more
no,
times.
I was
You
gonna
already
give you
gave
an
it
example.
twice.
For example,
No,
he
I
said
don't need an
something that
example.
could be
I don't
perceived as
need an example.
rhetorical.
Stop. I'm literally.
Can
I'm
I
going to
finish?
kick you off. No, I'm going to kick you off. You are like you fuck with me one more time. I'm kicking you off. You are too fucking. I can't even believe you're real. Like truly, everybody in chat saying you're a troll. I'm starting to believe it. I'm starting to believe it. Okay. This is my fucking show. You stop when I tell you to stop. Okay, that's it. I am being fair, but if you don't think so, fine. But okay, the definition of rhetoric is the art of effective, persuasive speaking or writing, especially the use of figures of speech in compositional techniques. I said all throughout Kamala's interviews, she needs to be better with rhetoric. I kept telling her, you need to work on rhetoric. I was a rhetoric coach for a while. I coached rhetoric. I'm not coaching people how to be hateful. I'm not telling Kamala to be more hateful. We're telling people to be more persuasive. That's all it is. Okay.
Holy shit. So right now you're saying that the whole time that you've been mentioning rhetoric, it's actually not a bad word?
Correct. It's just persuasion.
So this whole time you guys have been saying that Trump's rhetoric is dangerous. That's actually not like it wasn't negative. So his speech?
The dangerous
I'm not
part.
understanding.
No, we're saying
So now
his rhetoric is
not a bad
dangerous.
word?
No, we're saying his rhetoric is dangerous. That doesn't mean rhetoric is dangerous. It means his rhetoric is dangerous. If rhetoric already meant dangerous, we wouldn't have to say his rhetoric is dangerous. We can say they have rhetoric. That doesn't mean it's dangerous. Or we can say they have dangerous rhetoric. That makes the rhetoric dangerous now.
Okay, so his rhetoric, which is basically his speech. So you're using the word. Listen, this is another explanation and another example where you're a misrepresenter of information and you're a misinformationist specialist. So basically, instead of saying speech, you use the word rhetoric.
That's not.
And then it comes.
No, it's persuasive. It's not speech. It's persuasive language to try to convince somebody of something. I'm showing you a definition right here. I can go to 10 more definitions if you would like.
Tom,
all definitions
do you
say the
remember?
same thing.
Can you play the clip when I asked you what was Trump's rhetoric, and you gave examples, and one of them was the immigrants eating the animals, immigrants eating the animals. Can you play that clip, because it sounded like you used the word rhetoric in a negative connotation automatically. So you didn't say his rhetoric is dangerous. You said his rhetoric is here, and then you started pointing out. Go play it again, please.
Wait, but that I don't need to play it if I agree with you. But I'm saying that if I'm saying that, I'm telling you.
But you presented it as if it was dangerous. It was in a negative way. All you meant was his speech.
No, I was saying it as though it's a persuasive argument that makes Kamala and Biden look bad. That's what I'm saying. He is good with persuasive rhetoric. He is persuasive language. So I don't have to use the word rhetoric. He's good at persuasive language that is making them look bad. So when he says stuff like that, and I said, his rhetoric about open borders as well, right? Like he's not doing anything dangerous or that's going to like hurt anybody by saying they want open borders. He's just making them look bad. This is him making them look bad. And we're saying that rhetoric is something that wins elections, that is like the important thing, that if you can persuade people to believe the other side is bad, that's very beneficial.
So all you meant by rhetoric was that he's talking. Finally, somebody sent you a gifted appreciation. Man, guys, make sure you guys donate to your king here, Tom Foolery. He's a really good, nice guy. I mean, he's sitting down with me. I'm a very tiny channel, and he's actually taking me seriously. I really appreciate him. So you guys, make sure you donate to your boy. But okay, so now that I understand that a little bit more, so Destiny's point here is that we needed to be a little bit more persuasive, not in terms of focusing on policies, but in terms of persuading them to follow us in our speech. But isn't that what the Democrats tried to do? They were heavily trying to be persuasive. They tried, Kamala Harris, for example, mentioned her tax cuts. She mentioned a lot of policies, and she tried to tie herself to a lot of policies that were supposed to help the middle class. So are you saying they didn't do that at all, or
No.
just that Trump did it much better and that you're going to adapt some of the Trump playbook? What was he mentioned? What does he mean by that?
A bit of both. When you say like she mentioned policies, we would separate those from rhetoric. We would say that, yeah, if she's saying this is what I can do for you as president, we would say that's not really rhetoric, even though that is a good way to persuade people. That's more like objective. This is what I will do. Whereas rhetoric is just trying to be persuasive, trying to say things in like a persuasive way. So saying they're eating the cats and dogs, that's not really like a policy there, but it can make her and Biden look bad, like they're just letting way too many immigrants into the country, and now there's negative outcomes from it, and it's their fault. They're fucking everything up in the country. That's more so what we're saying. So we're saying that yes, they did mention policies, but they talked about them a little bit at the beginning, and then kind of got away from them, and then came back, and then got away, and they weren't consistent in their like narrative driving.
Can I give you an alternate theory, and you tell me how far away from the truth I am?
Yeah, sure.
Is it possible that the Democrats thought that they can run on a single issue, and they thought that they can capture the women's vote using Kamala, and then they brought in Tim Walz to try to capture timid men's votes, and they were so confident, they believed that they were going to win because they had in their books, in their pockets, that hey, we can also run that our opponent is a criminal, and we have the top policeman in the world here. So is it possible that they actually ran on very persuasive rhetoric, and their policies were outlined clearly? They were going to try to help the middle class, or trying to help businesses. It's just that they were so unliked, and they actually misunderstood that single issues might be important to women, but these women are not going to show up to vote, and they kind of miscalculated that. So is that, how far am I that the Democrats lost? Please tell me.
I think that there's just way more that happened there. Like the fact that there wasn't a primary, and then Biden dropped out because after his debate performance against Trump, he was so bad that he had to drop out. Then because he dropped out so late that there wasn't time really for a full primary, but their plan was to run a primary and have a bunch of different people go and run. But then Kamala, because the FEC rules allow her to take Biden's campaign money because she was on the ticket, she was able to immediately come out, start running commercials, start saying, I'm the leader, I'm the fucking, Democratic candidate, and everybody else could have run against her, but they didn't already have millions of dollars in campaign money. So they had no chance to even compete with her. So none of them even tried. Then she built her platform. The DNC said, okay, we're going with Kamala. They ran their convention. She was the leader. They go into the general. And then in the general, after the debate, her polling spiked. She was doing really well when she was talking about policy, talking about like him being a criminal. And then they stopped. They stopped talking about him being a criminal. They stopped talking about their policies. And they started talking about a bunch of other shit, like a ton of other shit that was just horrible. Like they looked really, really bad. And she started doing interviews. She looked horrible in the interviews. She didn't answer questions. She definitely didn't answer them well. She was not like rhetorically advantageous. And so she just like kind of flopped towards the end of her campaign. And you just real quick.
My understanding is they actually thought they were going to win till the last day. Like they actually thought they're going to have Pennsylvania, and they kept saying we're going to have Pennsylvania till the last moment.
Maybe
like she actually refused Joe Rogan because she thought she needs to stay in the Great Belt states and stuff like that.
Maybe she did. You said you watch a lot of my content. Do you know
let
what
me
I
ask you a
said?
question. Let me see how good faith are you. Let's say that Joe Rogan Experience interview. How much do you think it hurt her? Like, give me a percentage. How much do you believe, at least of the American people, would have been affected by hearing her in that Joe Rogan interview, and potentially could have been skewed to her favor?
I have no idea, because it's totally possible. because of how like she's just not personable. She's not very charismatic. She's not good at like talking very well. Having a long form interview where she's sitting there for a very long period of time talking could have just hurt her. It could have only hurt her and she could have only looked bad. Or yeah, she could have done really well and been like finally looked like a real human to people and done really well. I have no idea. But I did want to ask, you said that you watch a lot of my content. Do you remember what I said about the like about the swing states and about like her chances of winning and all of that? Do you remember any of this?
No, I don't actually. Can you, if it's important, you can remind the viewers.
Well, I said that Trump was going to win all six swing states and that she was going to get eviscerated. I
Really? Why did you come up with that analysis? What made you think that?
Polling was
okay. You were reading polling.
Yeah.
So there was some polling showing. It was just they were kind of on the news. They were kind of maybe. Well, it was. They were showing some scary pollings. There was just other pollings that were a little bit further off. For example, like Lichtman and his keys and all that. But yeah. Anyways. Okay, so. I think we got to the point here because you kind of conceded that Kamala was a pretty bad candidate. So could you say maybe that there is more to that than meets the eye? Could you say maybe that American people don't care about policy? You said that's what Destiny thinks, and they care more about rhetoric and persuasion and like showing off what you're gonna help them with. Which is basically policy. I'm surprised that, like, what is rhetoric except if it's showing your policies, you're persuading on policy. So it's kind of crazy that you guys are agreeing that policies don't matter.
This is just how people talk about it in politics. Like, really, like all of the experts like kind of agree that yes, most people, if you go ask them what are the policies of Donald Trump, they don't know what it is that he says he's going to implement as far as like laws go, as far as policies, as far as like executive orders, as far as what he's going to try to get Congress to do. Nobody knows. They have no idea. The same for Kamala. They don't really know what the exact policies are. They just know what the rhetoric is that they use.
Okay, yeah, so my question is it possible there's more than meets the eye, that she was just an actual horrible candidate, that she tried the persuasion, it was bad, that she was just so unliked, that she gaslit the American people too much, that there was way too much lying and misrepresenting of facts on the Democratic side, saying, for example, that the immigration issue is not that exasperated. FEMA funds are not going to the immigrants. The Gaza, we're gonna try to find the solution for it, and we're gonna get you a 6-week ceasefire. Is it possible that she just could not actually? And you kind of dived into that a little bit. She just couldn't connect to the American people at all. Like, she could have had the best she was saying the best policies. She was saying the best persuasions. Maybe if Gavin Newsom said the exact same things she was saying, he would have been able to say in a more charming manner, to be a little bit more rhetorical and persuasive. Do you agree with me that she was just so unliked by the American people that they just they could hear her policies, they just did not trust her?
That's definitely one part of it. And I wouldn't deny that. It's just that it doesn't seem to be the most important part. And so that's more so when we're saying the most, because she barely lost. Like, there was just she lost the Electoral College by 2.5, or sorry, 2000.
She didn't take a single swing state. That's my understanding.
Yeah, no, she didn't. But she lost the Electoral College by 250,000 votes. That's it. That's less than 1% of the. That's less than 0.5%. That's like 0.0.
Yeah, but it seems like Yeah, but Tom, the point of the actual election isn't that the number of the Electoral College, is the actual voter.
Yeah, no, I agree.
No.
That's why I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying, wait, I just let you interrupt me, and I'm saying that I agree with that, but I'm saying that she could have won the Electoral College with just 250,000 votes. That's all she needed to win the election. She only lost the popular vote by was it 2 million votes? Like, she was not this horrifically unpopular person. She wasn't this person that nobody was going to vote for. She lost by just a little bit, and seems like, yeah, the biggest cause of it, when we look at exit polling, most everybody says the reason is because of inflation under Joe Biden. That was the reason.
So but what I'm trying to argue is that if you presented somebody else, like an AOC, for example, let me just think about it with me, that she could have at least been more connected, like she could have at least figured out a way to be a little bit more rhetorical. She could have been more persuasive. That it's actually that Kamala Harris was the actual personality that was the issue. Is it possible? Is it possible that people just didn't trust her? Like, what's your, like, because my understanding is people, the Democratic Party had a huge shift in the voting demographic. The people that they rely on the most left them. Why did they leave? Why were they persuaded away? Why is Trump such a smart debater? Is it that Kamala is just a horrible candidate? What happened? You and Destiny, you guys, it was very kind of expose, because you guys act like you're political analysts, but there was no analysis there. You guys totally agreed with one another. You didn't push back on any points. 100% you agreed with him on everything.
Wait, yes, hold on. But that's not true that there's not any analysis. We talked about the exit polls. We talked about what people said were their biggest issues. We talked about why we thought that they lost. We just happened to agree on these things. But that doesn't mean that there was no analysis because we didn't disagree. It just means that we happened to agree on all of these things. There wasn't when you're bringing up issues, you're saying, hey, these are issues too. Yeah, of course, those are included. That I said it in there, that I thought that she was really bad in interviews, but that's not the main
But you're
issue.
saying all she has to do, but you're saying you and Destiny, basically what you agreed upon is all she has to do is do better interviews, or next time just do better interviews and kind of be more persuasive on policy.
Yeah,
so how can she do that next time? How can they do that better?
He said,
shouldn't they show up on?
He said the media needed to do better. He was saying that I said, well, you mean like answering questions better? And he's like, yeah, I guess, but not really. Like, it's more so about like controlling the narrative and being able to like get a simple, cohesive narrative out. So he's saying that, as I mentioned earlier, like the CNN and like MSNBC, like they're not putting out like how great Biden did with inflation. They're not talking about how our country compared to all other countries had defeated it the fastest. We had some of the lowest inflation. We had had like better wages after inflation. We did the best out of the entire world, but they weren't talking about that. They were just talking about the fact that people didn't feel good under inflation. And so that sort of rhetoric is like detrimental to their candidacy. So when we look at the policies, well, policy-wise, if people were voting on policy, Kamala would have won because Biden did a very good job with inflation. If that's everyone's number one issue, but Kamala would have had a fucking clean sweep across the board. But
Wait. Mm-hmm. What do you mean he did a great job with inflation? My understanding is exasperated underneath his administration.
So we had inflation. One of the ways that they dealt with it was by spending more, which did exasperate it a little bit. But the main cause of inflation was COVID. The whole world had inflation, the whole world. And we had the biggest economy and didn't have the worst inflation. We were barely in the top 20.
Okay,
and
but yeah,
we have the biggest fucking economy.
Historically, in the past like 30 to 40 years, we never had 9% inflation until Biden.
Correct. As I just said, COVID was everybody had record-setting inflation, the whole world after COVID.
Yeah, but Trump had COVID as well. Trump actually finished COVID underneath his administration.
I don't know why you keep mentioning that. Did he have to deal with the after effects? Did he have to deal with the after effects of inflation? No, I don't know why you're bringing that up. It's not relevant.
Stimulus check would have been better than Trump. He would have actually gave you the 2,000, whereas Biden only sent you like 1,400.
Yes, but that was part of what actually exacerbated inflation was the amount of money that they were giving people. That is part of what exacerbated it. So
the money was just a small part. The PPP loans, the CARES Act, the Affordable Rescue Plan, the American Rescue Plan.
I said it was a small part. I said it was a small part. But yes, these are also some of the things that fixed inflation as well. So when we're talking about the fact that we have, hold on, wait, when we're talking about the fact that we have the biggest,
did Biden create inflation or he fixed it?
He did not create inflation. No, the COVID created inflation, but we had, again, the biggest economy, and we did not have anywhere near the worst inflation. Nowhere close. You have to look at things in context. You can't just say there's inflation, therefore bad. But that's what most people do. But people who actually analyze things, we're looking at it in context. Okay, COVID creates inflation for the whole fucking world, yet we have inflation, and we don't have it nearly as bad as everybody else, yet we have the biggest economy. We should have the worst inflation, but we don't. Then we actually recovered from inflation before any other G3 nation. Of all the biggest economies in the world, we recovered the fastest. We had one of the lowest per capita, in terms of GDP out of all G10 nations. Like, we were the best at dealing with it.
What was the highest number of? What was the highest percentage of inflation underneath Trump? Do you remember?
No. Did he deal with the after effects of COVID? Did he deal with the after effects of COVID?
Yes, he actually
No, he did not. No, he did not. No, he did not.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. He shut down. You can look at it. Look, I'll show you the image. In 2020, he shut down the economy. You can see a huge drop. Then you can see a huge spike forward. And you can see a little bit more recovery all the way till January 21. So he had almost completely recovered the jobs gain completely by the time Joe Biden came in. And his inflation was at 2.4 by the time he had completely recovered. I'll show you I'll send you the link.
Bro, it doesn't matter. The biggest parts of inflation came. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant. He had to be in office like a year after COVID had been around for like a year, but he wasn't.
No, it's not relevant. Tom, you cannot blame COVID for the inflation. I'll tell you what you can blame for the inflation, and it's totally under Biden. And I've already had a debate with Non-Fon about this, and I destroyed him. So I'm going to show you, and I'm going to apologize again to all your viewers. Everyone blames Biden for the exasperation of the inflation because under him, remember, we were supposed to take it in the chin and sanction Russia. And those are the actual policies that led to the inflation, if you remember correctly. It wasn't the American Rescue Plan, even though it was an amazing amount of spending. It was shutting down and sanctioning Russian gas and Russian oil and exasperating the energy crisis. That's what created the supply chain issue, which created an exasperation of inflation. This is why everyone's connecting inflation to Biden. It's not because of COVID. It's because he and his own policies decided to create Ukraine, immense spending on it, and exasperate the inflation underneath that. You can link Ukraine and the sanctions on Russia to the inflation exasperation.
To a small degree, but not really. The money that there wasn't like degree. No, there wasn't cash going. There wasn't cash going to fucking Ukraine. We didn't send cash to Ukraine. Stop! I just let you go on for a long period, bro. We didn't send cash to Ukraine. We were sending weapons, old weapons that had been sitting in warehouses for decades. We didn't send them cash. Ukraine was not hurting our inflation. We sent fucking weapons. That doesn't hurt our inflation. There was some money sent to. There was a very small amount of money sent to Ukraine, but there was some. But there was some money sent to Israel as well, but again, mostly fucking weapons and like military shit. Like that didn't have much to do with inflation. COVID was by far the majority of inflation. You can look at every fucking analysis of this. COVID is by far the majority of inflation.
Didn't hurt. The sanctions on Russia didn't do anything to the economy in America. We weren't supposed to take it on the chin for Ukraine. Isn't that what
again? If you are you going to argue that that's the majority of it? Are you going to argue that that's more than COVID?
Yeah, Germany's economy faltered. France went on a dehydration drought. The Belarus and the Eastern Europe disenfranchised with Western Europe and started doing their own, like they lifted the sanctions because they were like, wow, we're going to destroy our economies. America's inflation exasperated the moment, and gas prices and all domestic and grocery prices exasperated the moment that war started. Are you actually arguing that the Ukrainian war did not affect the American economy in any way? Is that what your argument?
No, I said it's not worse than COVID. If you want to get into that shit, we can start getting into the fucking fact that Trump spent more than double when it comes to Biden's entire fucking administration. Like, if we want to get that deep into it, but that still isn't, even though Trump really affected our fucking economy, it wasn't the majority of it. It wasn't. It was COVID. I can make a bunch of arguments for how he negatively affected the economy, but it's just not the majority of it. It's still COVID. It's still not
explain
Trump.
Explain to me why inflation underneath Trump didn't exasperate to 9%, but it exasperated underneath Biden, even though Biden spent much less than Trump. Go ahead, explain that.
When you say exasperated, what do you mean?
Link it to COVID. Link it to COVID.
What do you mean exasperated?
So you're saying that Trump spent more, but his inflation was much less. You need to link how spending is linked to inflation, because it doesn't. This is not correlatory. So it doesn't seem like spending is linked to inflation.
No,
because
I'm not. I didn't say that.
Let me finish.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
Let me finish.
No, I just asked you a question. You're answering it. You already answered it. I'm saying that's what you're doing.
Let me finish. Trump had more spending. I'm looking at your chart right here. Trump had more spending, but less inflation. So how can you link spending to inflation?
Again, okay. Oh my goodness. Bro, you don't have to keep repeating yourself. I already got it. You already answered my question.
I can't finish because I was going to finish a point, bro. I was going to tell you, how can you link it to inflation? And what else can you, how is it correlatory when that doesn't make sense? Can you,
it's not.
How about I bring you something else at the same time that happened? That was the actual Ukrainian war and the sanctions on Russia. And I'll prove to you right now. Go ahead.
It's not. As I keep saying, you're arguing against something that I didn't say. I didn't say it's correlation. Didn't say this.
So how did Trump spend more but had less inflation? Go ahead, explain.
This right here is a net 10-year debt approved, okay? So Trump was not in office for 10 years. I don't know if you're aware of this, but he was not in office for 10 years, okay? And this even splits it up between COVID spending and non-COVID spending. When you when it comes to government spending, obviously it is not a one-for-one when we talk about spending versus inflation, but some of it does affect our inflation. And when you're using like what other economies are going through and what Biden did to try to compare this to fucking COVID, I'm saying I could do the same thing with literally every economic decision made under Trump having net negative for the economy, and still it wouldn't actually come anywhere close to how COVID affected us overall. It just wouldn't. We had tons of businesses going out of business. We had to give Americans tons of money. We had to do tons of different projects to open up more businesses and bring in more money. We had to do tons and tons of things. And so Biden's plan, but again, it doesn't matter. What matters is when we look at every other country.
I have proof. I'm going to send you a link, and I'm going to send it to your viewers first. And then I'm going to read from it. It says here, Russia is the world's second largest fertilizer exporter behind Canada. It has long provided large quantities of cheap fertilizer to the U.S. to the point that Biden administration implemented anti-dumping tariffs ranging from 9% to 47%. Despite the tariffs, Russia remained the second largest exporter of fertilizer to the U.S. and its largest foreign source of nitrogen. If sanctions against Russia are eventually expanded to include natural gas, thereby raising worldwide prices, the situation will worsen. Natural gas is a component most nitrogen-based fertilizers, which further helps explain why President Biden and other Western have not targeted Russian fuel exports. So you see how Biden targeting Russian natural gas, Russian oil, Russian and Ukrainian exporters is directly, and I'm going to send you this, and I'm showing it to my viewers for now, directly linked to an exasperation in worldwide prices, which leads into an exasperation of inflation. I'm going to send you this article right now.
Okay, this isn't relevant. That's not relevant. But
yes, it is, because the argument is COVID-19 is not enough for you to blame inflation on. because
You
Trump had
didn't. You
COVID-19 and he
didn't
never saw
show.
this inflation.
Yes, you
There's something
didn't
else that
show
happened.
anything in there that said how much inflation that cost. You never even got to it. Never came across you. Nothing you said was relevant whatsoever. You just said a bunch of big numbers, and then you think that affects inflation. I can't do this again with you, just like you did with fucking immigration. You just kept arguing a bunch of random numbers, thinking that
sent it to
proved
you.
some
I
sort of point. Okay, again, as I said, it doesn't matter if it doesn't actually say exactly how much inflation this cost, then it's not relevant. It doesn't matter. I don't know why the fuck you're sending me something I just told you is fucking irrelevant. And I can't hold your hand through every single fucking argument that you make to try to like get you to engage with me. I can't do this every fucking time.
Listen to this. The article says, look, I sent it to your friends, to your viewers. This is the beginning of the article says, while mounting trade sanctions against Russia may devastate its economy, the United States and other sanctioning nations will likely be affected indirectly based on how the conflict roils commodity markets. And now we know that it's actually affected it negatively, heavily, because it actually destroyed it. So the report is proving to you. Now, I didn't give you the perfect number because we're looking at it, and the conclusion is that it hit 9%. But what's happening is I'm trying to explain to you how did it hit 9%. I don't have to prove to you the number. I don't have to, because the number is already existing. 9% is real. It exists. I'm showing to you how it prove it. And this article is giving a glimpse. It's saying, yeah, you're right. Sanctions, COVID can be a little bit hitting, but turns out sanctioning Russian oil is devastating to world economy and specifically sanctioning economies. So the economies that are sanctioning the commodity marketer and exporters also affected by the sanctions, by the way. That's what this article is mentioning. And so it's saying there's a devastation effect to Russia, but it's going to be collaborated back onto us. So I don't have to prove to you a number. I just have to prove to you what is the reason. I have to give you a possible and a different explanation than what you're saying, which is COVID-19, which is not enough. It's not enough because it doesn't make sense because Trump had COVID-19, whereas Trump didn't sanction Russia. So this would make sense. Trump didn't sanction Russia, so he never exasperated his inflation and never hurt himself, whereas Biden sanctioned Russia and he exasperated his inflation and hurt himself, the economy. Go ahead, respond to that, and don't go away from that.
I'm not responding to that. That doesn't respond to me. So I appreciate you coming on.
All right, hey, Tom, you're a gangster, man. I appreciate you. You're a gangster. I'm not going to lie. You're a gangster. I really appreciate you.
Yes, sir. All right, appreciate it.
Thank you, bro.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Like just saying this costs us money and that's it. Like I say, he literally said, I don't have to show how much it affects us. I just have to show that it did affect us. And now you have to prove that that COVID was more. No, I don't. Like, we could just look up any fucking economist analysis. Let's see. What caused inflation? This is the end of 2022. So this consumption remained largely below and only slightly above trend. Real person. I believe the biggest effect from COVID was the what was it? The transportation lines breaking down where everybody wasn't able to get in. Is today's inflation the result of excessive aggregate demand, or is it the result of overlapping sector supply? Oh yeah, this is supply chains. That's what I was trying to think of. Yeah, it was the overlapping sector supply chains, supply side shifts and shocks. Yeah, let's see where they mention Russia. Let's see. There are multiple sources of economic disruption that have likely contributed to this inflation, most notably pandemic shutdowns and reopenings, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Wait, why didn't it mention the... Oh man, oh shit, it didn't even... That's all of the stuff. It just talks about Russia invading Ukraine. So it doesn't even mention our imports of fertilizer. Wow, that's fucking crazy that it's just not even on here for... Damn. So Shit, maybe there's another thing that has it. Can't be a superpower without manufacturing. Well, I mean, thank God we had way more manufacturing under Biden. Like that's like one of the biggest things is that manufacturing went down under Trump and went up under Biden. What is this? The economy lost 2.7 million jobs. The unemployment rate increased 1.7% points to 6.4%. So this is the entirety of Donald Trump's time in office. Paychecks grew faster than inflation. Average weekly earnings for all workers were up 8.4% after inflation. After tax, corporate profits went up, and stock market set new records. The S&P 500 index rose 67.8%. The international trade deficit Trump promised to reduce went up. The U.S. trade deficit in goods and services in 2020 was the highest since 2008 and increased 36.3% from 2016. Like literally almost every single fucking decision that Trump made having to do with the economy had a net negative across the board. Across the board. False numbers because of Democrats forcing shutdowns for COVID. Wait, Trump forced shutdowns for COVID. Trump did that. That was Trump. I don't know why you say Democrats. Trump shut everything down. He was the president. He told everybody to shut down. Georgia only shut down. They shut down late. And when they didn't shut down, Trump got on to Georgia and was like, yo, you guys need to fucking shut down. What are you doing? So then they shut down. And then after 2 weeks, they reopened. And Trump was like, dude, you guys have to get in line with the rest of us. The whole country has to do this together or this isn't going to work. And Georgia was like, yeah, I don't care. We're doing our own thing. Do you guys... TDS Foolery is hilarious. Do you guys not remember this? Do you guys want me to remind you of this? I have videos of Trump saying this. Do you want me to? No, he was pushed into it. Oh, of course. Every time Trump makes a decision that you don't like, it was everybody else's fault and they made him do it. And then when he gets mad at other people for not doing it, you still say, "Oh, they're making him get mad at other people for not doing it." Yeah, of course. Of course. I'm blanking on the name. Kemp. Okay, let's see.
Afternoon, everybody. Appreciate you guys being here. And I think it's what the people of Georgia won't be focused on, and that is making sure if they need a hospital bed, they're going to get one. We're seeing our hospitalizations increase.
Well, Justin, President Trump was asked moments ago about his conversation with Governor Kemp. There's been no overall change in his opinion, but he did suggest that he could have stopped what Governor Kemp did.
I didn't like to see spas opening, frankly. I didn't like to see a lot of things happening, and I wasn't happy with it. And I wasn't happy.
Wait, he doesn't like it, guys. He's not happy with it. They're making him be unhappy. They're making him not like this, guys. They're making him. It's the Democrats make him be unhappy with this. They're making him say all these things.
With Brian Kemp, I wasn't at all happy because, and I could have done something about it if I wanted to, but I'm saying let the governors do it. But I wasn't happy with Brian Kemp.
Stacey Abrams also disagrees with Governor.
Wow. Donald Trump is a Democrat shill. He's just a puppet for the Democrats, guys. He just does whatever they tell him to. They just tell him what to do and he does it. He is just a fucking shill for the Democrats, according to that guy in chat. I don't agree, man. I don't agree. I think Trump is a very independent person. I think he does what he wants. I think that's his whole brand, and I think that's why people like him. Is because he's not going to do what Democrats tell him to. He's not going to be pressured into doing what others want him to do, and he's going to do whatever it is that he wants to do. And And yeah, I totally disagree with you, and I think that it's really gross that you would accuse him of just being a puppet for Democrats like that and just doing whatever it is that they tell him to. That's messed up. All right, we got stuff to get to. Everybody take a second and hit the thumbs up button, and if you enjoy the content, hit subscribe. Oh, good debate, guys. Thank you. Yeah, we do call-ins pretty much every day. We do debates pretty much every day, and so yeah, if you enjoy listening to debates or watching debates, we'll watch debates sometimes as well. If you want to call in sometime, we do open call-ins most shows, so we've slowed down on it a little bit lately, just trying to cover some content that we missed and make sure that we're catching up on all the news and everything, make sure that we're talking about a bunch of different things that I think are relevant or interesting. And today, one of the things that I wanted to talk about was, well, actually, hold on. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to have to skip now that we're getting into this, but earlier we were going over like arrests from people. We were watching people get arrested. It was a lot of fun. It was pretty funny. Let's see. What is this? Here, I gotta run to the restroom real quick. Everybody take a second.
Trump is learning pretty quickly the concept.
And spam lots of emotes, okay? We're gonna get down real quick. I will be gone for like 30 seconds and I'll be Ricky right back.
Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery.
Is Tom fucking retarded or something? Tom is honestly one of the most brain-dead fuckers that covers all this shit, okay? Just stick your fucking nose out of it, Tom, you retard. Tom fucking retard. Tom fucking retard.
Tom, stop it. Tom.
But I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's
Yeah,
he's
Tom.
obvious.
A
You are
descriptive
assuming.
Tom.
No, hold on, chill.
Tomfoolery. You need a tomfoolery. Tomfoolery. Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery. Tomfoolery.
I will not put up with tomfoolery in my classroom, children. Tom fucking retard. Fucking Tom fucking retard. Fucking Tom. Foolery. Tomfoolery. Retard. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker. Brain dead fucker.
And this isn't funny. No more tomfoolery.
Tom, stop it.
Alrighty then. Isn't that a fucking jam and a half, bro? Isn't that fucking just a great song. Tom is fucking retarded. Let's see. Yeah, the last guy who was on here, as soon as you say Hassan gave his opinion, so that proves my case. Not only, okay, let's just throw away the fact that you're saying somebody's opinion proves your point. Let's just throw that away for a second. It's not nearly as big of a deal as quoting Hassan's opinion. Hassan, one of the dumbest people on the planet. I did hope that we were going to be able to get back to why populism is bad. I was hoping that we wouldn't. I tried not to follow the pivots all the way down, but yes, I wanted to get back to like why populism is so bad and why it is just like a fucking virus that's ending up being worse than COVID-19. But unfortunately, I am the only vaccine for this virus, so we're gonna have to work harder, guys. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. We'll get rid of fucking populism together. But today, for this next segment, we are going to take a right-winger's side. Today we are fair. Today we are arguing something on the side of my man's Michael Knowles. Mike, no. No. Oh no. Why? I didn't have this issue for days. I had hoped the issue was done with. I had hoped we were done with this problem, but apparently not. Do I still sound okay? Apparently not. Do I still sound okay? Hold on. My treble is a little low. Okay, how's this? Is this better? Is this better? Hello, hello? Okay, how's this? Is this better? Is this better? Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. All right. Aaron, I will fucking kill you, motherfucker. Maybe you're just behind. Everybody take a second. Make sure you speed up the VOD just a little bit so that you're live with the rest of us. All right, so I just came upon this video yesterday. And when I saw it, I kind of got annoyed by it. Enough to where I left a very long schizo post in his comments, and now I am also going over it on stream. So,
I have a husband.
So, everybody knows who Nala Fitness is, yes? Nala was on... she was on the Whatever podcast a couple of times, and she was so fucking like out there. We watched her here. And she said some fucking outrageous shit. Like, if you don't know who this chick is, she is something else. Truly something else. This was her first time on there, I believe.
So wait, your view on men, what was it?
So I view men
Pay
in
pigs?
a very, in like, they're all in the same box at the end of the day. It doesn't matter about like your stature or how much you make. I feel like you're all very, very similar and very simple-minded.
But if a guy said the same about women, you know, all you were
Which I am.
And I remember when watching this, I remember saying, like, she's playing a character. She's playing an obvious character. It's not even a good one. It's not even like really a convincing character, but she's playing a character that just appeals to your everyman, right? This is she wants to seem like she's really attracted to kind of like short, stocky guys. She's trying to like create a picture of an incel in her mind and say, that's who I love. Oh man, I am so attracted to that. And she wants people to think that she is like, she wants all of her OnlyFans subscribers to think that she is their girl, that like that she is attracted to them. They have a chance with her. That is like her whole fucking thing. And then she puts on this very like anime sort of character with like going cross-eyed, sticking her tongue out, like does a bunch of cosplay with shit like this. Ultimate simp queen. Sure. Yes, she is just all about this. Tom can't believe she's in the short, stocky guys. I mean, she might be. I'm just saying that that her whole thing is trying to appeal to people that are signing up for her OnlyFans, which that is like what most people think is that's what incels do. Incels are not really signing up for OnlyFans at high rates. They're just not. The incels are kind of like anti-OnlyFans, and they don't really like that sort of porn. They think that those girls are disgusting. Those girls are unattractive. They're degenerate. Incels are not going and signing up for OnlyFans girls at high rates. So sure, her market is, she's confused on what her market actually is, because which she may not be, because I was going to say it's actually middle-aged married men. That is her market. That is the biggest group of people who watch OnlyFans, is middle-aged married men. And she does also talk about the fact that she likes middle-aged men who are married. She says she has a cuck fetish. She wants men to cheat on their wives with her, and she likes it when men cheat on her, and she's attracted to it. She gets off on it, right? So she knows that is part of her market, and she tries to play into that as well. And so, yeah, so her whole thing is like playing this character, and it's just a very simple character.
I am very simple-minded, I feel like, in some ways, and just, I mean, but men and women are so different, so that's not even a conversation, I feel like. But I feel like men are, I don't connect to someone. Like, I mean, I was engaged for a little while, and then I broke off the engagement because of how caged I was feeling, and I bursted out of that, and like, I'm really happy, but I don't know, men are just so all over the board, because after I dumped that guy, he got married like a year later, so it wasn't even about me. It was like, you just want to get fucking married, you know? So I just don't feel like...
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah.
Just do it!
Tell us how you really feel. Go on.
I thought I just did.
Oh.
Was that not clear?
I feel like you're being a bit vague as far as how you feel about men.
I'm just on a podcast talking about it. No, I never said I would. What would they say about me? For me.
Okay, do you want to have kids, or is that never...
Absolutely not.
So is it a long-term partner, or is it just not in your plan?
You know, I really thought I did, and it's not that I don't, it's that I just don't know yet. Because in my mind, I can't envision a relationship that would be healthy for me.
Okay, do you want to have kids, or is that never...
Absolutely not.
So it's a hard no for the rest of your life?
It's a hard no. A lot of what you were saying, bringing a child into this world, it's my own views on children. It's me as a person not being able to parent correctly. I feel like it's a lot of different things. And I love being a dog mom. That's it. Like, I'm so
anyway, so she's trying to play a character. She just wants to go on and say all of the things that that everybody else is going to be attracted to. And so a little while after she went on this, a couple of times, she became a Christian. So on these episodes, she talks about the fact that like her dad was a pastor, that she was a good Christian girl, and there are tons of pictures of her like at churches dressed up in her like Christian, dress, like very, very simple, like plain Christian girl, very I can't think of the right word, like a Mormon looking, you know, just very like then 180 to a hoe. Yeah, she which tends to happen with girls and probably guys as well, is where like you grow up in a household where you don't really have a whole lot of knowledge about the real world. And it is common in my household. I grew up in a Christian house with a pastor as a dad, and the way that the world was painted to me was very different than it was in reality. I remember like sitting and watching the show Friends at home, and they would my parents would say, like, they're always talking about how they're always dating different people. They're always out, like, you know, with another boyfriend, another girlfriend. They always have casual dates, and they're having sex with different people like every month. And it's just not the real world. Nobody lives like this. This isn't the way that the world really is. And then, I get out in the real world and realize, oh no, this is the way that the world really is. Oh shit. I remember growing up and hearing like, saying like, yes, I'm going to be like a virgin till marriage. I'm going to, you know, make sure that I stay celibate and everything. And then as soon as I was in like 8th grade, like I remember everybody saying the same thing. Everybody said, yes, I want to save myself till marriage. I don't, you know, and don't ever want to have sex till marriage, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden in the 8th grade, every girl that I date is just fucking horny as fuck. They all want to get down very quickly. They all paint themselves as good Christian girls, but then they're all very fast, like moving, very quick. And it's it was just like a stark realization that like, oh shit. Like I was told that like girls don't even like sex, that guys like sex. Guys are the ones who are like always very aggressive, and girls only do it to appease men. But it is obviously not the case. That is very much just pretty even. Girls fucking love sex, and they were always the aggressors. They were always the ones who were kind of pushing things farther and farther. And yeah, she turned into a OnlyFans star, and was a huge influencer, and doing a ton of like Instagram modeling and shit like that. And then when she went back to Christianity after, like, you know, she was raised in a Christian household, she said that she still believed in God, but she was having some like conflictions with it, especially, you would assume, with her job. And obviously it's very easy to like sit on the side and criticize that, but I think if we're all being realistic, like as a Christian, we all know that we struggle with like desire, we struggle with temptations. And if you are somebody who has the ability to just record some videos and put them online and make millions of dollars doing it, it's very hard for people to say no to that. It's not excusing it. It's not saying that like this makes it a Christian act. It's not saying that this makes it better, but it is saying that like that it's not a hard to believe thing. It's not something that's so out there that we're like, what? Why would anybody ever take millions of dollars like to kind of sin and do things that they think are bad? And so it's not hard to believe. But yes, everybody was very much like they were very critical of her when she decided to be a Christian, and said that they didn't believe her. There were videos all over the place.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. Over the weekend, I was catching up on some content, and I watched Michael Knowles' debate with Pearl, aka Just Pearly Things, on Twitter. And I thought it was really, really interesting. And there was a lot that they actually right now on Twitter, which I think is really interesting. It's kind of cosmic, and it makes for a really good discussion. So the first one was an OnlyFans girl that was on the Whatever podcast relatively recently, and she came out and she said that she was leaving it all behind. She had found God, she had gotten baptized, and had just been completely changed. This was the first thing that she posted. Just watch.
Wait, your biggest fantasy is
not
you
even
cheating.
my biggest. It's like one of my fantasies.
And she captioned it, "No matter what you've done, said, or believed, Jesus saves, Jesus loves, Jesus forgives." And then she wrote, "This is my testimony," under the video. And that girl's name is Nala, and she went viral on the Whatever podcast, as you guys saw briefly at the beginning of that clip, for saying that cheating was one of her biggest fantasies. She was completely open about her career and her job, was happy about it. She was like, "I'm happy, I love what I do." Classic, we've all seen those clips. We know those types of girls. And she is a huge OnlyFans creator, like top 0.1% or something like that. And now she's allegedly taken a new path. And the response on TikTok has been very mixed, to say the least. One person said, "Once a bop, always a bop." Somebody else said, "Bops don't change." And then from another point of view, somebody commented and said, "To any..."
What is a bop? I've never heard this phrase before. For the first two comments to be bops, what is a bop? I'm trying to think. It sounds like it's an acronym for something. A thought? Well, I assume it's similar to that, but is it not an acronym? Does it not stand for something? What is a bop? Bop doo-wop. Yeah, but that doesn't help me any. I understand like the connotation to it. And I'm asking, what does it stand for? Who is this chick? This is Brett Cooper. She's huge. Yeah, she's got 4.5 million subscribers. She's part of the Daily Wire. She does what she calls the comment section, where she just watches like small videos and then goes over the comments and kind of laughs at them and talks about like how great the comment sections are. So a bop means a blowjob. Huh. Let me see if I can find this, because yeah, I'm a little interested.
Anyone that says beyond saving, go open up your Bible and read the Gospels, he can do anything. Somebody else that I hope this starts a massive trend, dub Nala. Ditto, completely agree. That first video that we just watched was posted 2 weeks ago, and then a week later she...
Because like I know a bop as in like that's a good song. That song's a fucking hit. That's Bitches on Benzos. That's a B.O.B. We need B.O.P. But as in like Peter.
She came out with this testimony where she went into more depth about the change that had happened in her life.
I was a pastor's kid for almost all my life. I grew up in church. I was always in church. You know, I was also homeschooled. So my life truly felt like a cage. And I'm not saying Christianity is a cage. I'm saying religion was the cage. I was a Baptist. You know, I was a Baptist pastor's child.
I'm also Baptist. So yes, Baptist, you know, very
for the
strict,
longest time, right?
Very like strict Christianity. Baptists, the main thing about Baptists is that they don't have like authorities like the Catholic Church does, or like Orthodox churches or anything. They don't have authorities. They have the Bible. Ultimate authority. It's the Holy Bible. It is everything. It is the only thing. And any human, any person, any believer can read the Bible and know what is true. And that's it. That's all you need. You just need to be able to read, and that's the end of it. And so I was raised Baptist too. One's in chat if you're Baptist. So yeah, I grew up initially in New York, which I forget what it was called, but it was a very different type of Baptist. I want to say it starts with like an M or something, but it's a very like strict type of Baptist. And then we became Southern Baptist later, which was a very more relaxed version of Baptist. A Baptist. Yeah, I actually just looked it up, and it doesn't seem like it's an acronym. It just says somebody who posts their body on the internet. That's it. A bop. It says that they bop around from one person to another. Or another one says they call them bops because they're giving everybody head and they're always bopping their head up and down. We'd probably call them a boggle then, not a bop, but whatever. Anyways, so yeah, I grew up Baptist as well. Methodist? No, I'm saying it's a type of Baptist. There's Southern Baptist versus something else. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, but yes, it was just like a much stricter version of Baptists, where we weren't allowed to watch TV, we weren't allowed to watch movies, we weren't allowed to listen to music, we weren't allowed to like, you know, engage in like pop culture whatsoever. All of those things were bad. They're all negatives. You weren't allowed to have computers, weren't allowed to have video games. Like, it was just a very like strict sort of Baptist that was popular in the North, but then Southern Baptist Convention was very, very different in the South because it's just much more laxed.
Me and my family did not have a good relationship, and I'm the middle of 5 children, so I'm talking about my other brothers and sisters and my parents. About 4 years ago, I started my OnlyFans because I think truly it was out of pure rebellion. And like, honestly, I'm such a like independent person that I never felt the need for a man to provide for me. I met this person who's now my partner, and he truly showed me.
Not a boggle, a bobble. B-O-B-B-L-E, like a bobblehead. So I'm saying if their head goes up and down, why would you call them a bop? Why not a bobble?
God's love. He was sending me Bible verses, praying over me, and we were just friends. I was top 0.01% creator. Like, that is crazy. That is a crazy milestone to reach in that industry. So I made what I made, I did what I did, but I want to share with you guys the truth of it all, because I am now giving it all up for Christ. I am now truly a believer. I would never take it back. God radically saved me from this darkness. And let me tell you, I have felt and started living that plan. And since then, the money, the fame, the Gucci, Louis, whatever bags, the shoes, the clothing, the huge trips that I've taken doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, do you want to go to heaven or do you want to go to hell?
So lots of people are looking at this and they're saying, oh, it's just a new grift. This is just a new grift. She's already made all her money. She's already made all her fame. She's already huge. Of course, now it's very easy. Now that she's getting older, she's going to hit the wall. Now it's very easy to come out and just say, oh, now I totally don't like all of that stuff. Yeah, no. Now that I can't make a lot of money doing it, now I am totally against it. And I'm just not in favor of that stuff anymore. The problem is that one, she hasn't hit the wall. She could still go on making lots of money for a long period of time forward. Two, she's shit. Well, I totally just lost number 2, which was like the bigger point. Oh, 2 is that this isn't beneficial for her. This isn't actually better. That like her better thing to do would be to like stay in the industry, to keep helping others, with it. She could probably charge like consulting fees. She could probably make tons of money helping other people with their channels and get percentages of it. She could probably she could probably like start her own podcast and be the same character on her own show. Like there's so much she could do that would be way more beneficial. But for all of the guys who fell in love with like the crazy slutty anime girl who's gonna say gross shit all the time and be gross all the time, like this is a huge turnoff. She just fucking throws away the majority of her following. Like that's not beneficial for her. And third, and probably the biggest one, this is the biggest one, is that this is at her peak. She peaked in fame. She peaked in popularity and then threw it all away. Not on a downward trend. No. At the fucking peak where she could have kept going up. She could have continued, and she didn't. She stopped and said, yeah, no, I'm done. I'm good. None of this makes sense. None of this makes sense to be a grift. This isn't a good grift. This is a bad grift. This is a dumb grift, and this is a dumb grift from somebody who's already proven to be a smart marketing person, from somebody who already has proven to know how to grow a brand, to know how to she climaxed, yeah. She knows how to present herself, and so there's just no way that this is a good strategy. But everybody looks at it and says, "Oh yeah, it's obvious what she's doing." So it's not obvious. That's a dumb argument. But for me, as somebody who was a Christian my entire life, 30 something years, 32 years of my life, so very, very much involved in Christianity. This is like the worst thing you can do, is if like everybody, especially people like Andrew Wilson and like all of these people that go onto the whatever podcast, they shame these women for the things that they do. They try to tell them like, you guys need to repent. You need to come back to God. You need to accept Christ. You need to go back to church. You need to blah, blah, blah. And then finally someone does it and they get fucking shamed for it. And Andrew Wilson and his wife are two of the people out there still shaming her and saying, nah, fuck that shit. You already made your money. You already did all the shit. Now all of a sudden you find Christ. No way. We don't believe it. We don't believe it. We don't buy it. It's like you finally get somebody to do it. And it's not just somebody. It is the somebody who does it. And you act like you don't believe them. Like, you shouldn't do this to anybody when it comes to Christianity. Anybody. Unless you catch them doing like snake oil shit, like where they are trying to make money. They're trying to sell shit. They get caught like faking everything. But she literally deleted her OnlyFans. She took down all of her provocative pictures and everything. She totally got rid of all of the stuff that she could have left up and continued making money on, but she stopped. She stopped all of it at her fucking peak. Like, this just isn't beneficial. This is not a good strategy. This is not something that helps. And if you're, whatever is not a religious podcast, though, most of their conversations are, yeah, they're not a religious podcast, but they have religious people on. I didn't say whatever's like happy that she became a Christian. No, but the guys that go on, people like Andrew Wilson, people like Sovereign Bra, like a lot of those guys who are nonstop, like, you know, telling these women to change their lives. One finally does, and then they still shame her for it. And you should never just treat a Christian like you don't believe them. You should never, like, if you're able to get somebody to come over to Christianity, you're able to win them over, just be happy that you won somebody over. Like, that's what you're supposed to be, a community. You're supposed to be welcoming to everybody. You're supposed to be happy that they come in. And to shame somebody for this shit is the grossest thing for Christians. But I'm not a Christian, so I'm just saying, somebody who is a Christian for over 30 years, yes, I would look at this and be disgusted by it. I would be very upset about this.
I have a husband.
Best wishes. This is marvelous. One congratulates the man.
Why you make fun of Catholics all the time, Andrew?
Because of the insane shit that this guy is saying right now.
Every
Your
single
wife
day.
Called me a
and trust me, that's crazy, because I can't believe you talk to women like that. But
when there's a provocation my way, the correction must come to me, never to your wife.
Well, I'm speaking to you man to man, and I'll speak with
and
her
I'm
after.
speaking to you man to man. You need to correct your wife's attitude.
Well,
right. The first thing is they should not be talking. They're going to people who have been practicing Christians for 20, 25, 35 years, and they're trying to correct them about basic doctrine. Men inside of churches should not be having to fight for authority of their own churches from stupid-ass e-girls who converted last week.
So yeah, it depends on what it is she's saying. If she is going around and shaming other people, then yeah, sure. Like that's weird. If all of a sudden she starts shaming girls for doing OnlyFans, it's like, you're a horrible person. How dare you? You're disgusting. Or if she's turning around and like wagging her finger at Christians, like, you're not a good enough Christian, you need to be better, like, then okay, sure. But if instead what she's doing is she's disagreeing with people and saying, you're saying that this is like a Christian philosophy, that's wrong. That's incorrect. You don't even have to be a Christian to say that. Like anybody can read the Bible. Anybody can know Christian philosophy. Anybody can have this information and disagree with people on what is or isn't a Christian philosophy. I don't have to be a utilitarian in order to argue with utilitarians. Like, I can go argue with them regardless. So that is what they're doing with her. She is just arguing. You're saying this is a Christian philosophy, and it's not. You're saying shaming people and like talking down to them, calling them names, calling them slurs, like all this shit. You're saying that that's like a Christian thing to do, and it's not, and it's ridiculous. But they get mad about it, and they're like, oh, who is she to tell us? She just became a Christian. She doesn't even have to be a Christian to tell you that. So it doesn't matter. Like, how long she's been a Christian isn't relevant.
So Michael Knowles has finally responded to Andrew Wilson without ever even saying Andrew Wilson's name on his program, which I find...
I don't think he's actually responding to Andrew Wilson, and we'll get into it. But this guy, so his channel has 3,000 subscribers. This video has 17,000 views. He's the one who made this video essay that we're going to be responding to today. It's called Project VO Pod. But it's not, there's a million things that I disagree with in this entire thing. So we're just gonna go over it real quick.
To be ironic, but not surprising, because this is not the first time that these dudes don't tend to say names of the content creators that they are criticizing. So do you guys remember a while back ago, a content creator by the names of Candace Owens? She used to work for the Daily Wire, and then she started talking a little too much about the little hat people. Well, just to prove how these guys are cowards and don't like to actually directly respond to these content creators, because I think, in my opinion, they know that they'd probably get their asses completely handed to them. And I think Knowles might know better than to actually directly challenge Andrew Wilson. Check out this clip.
Wait, am I missing this? What is the red pill no marriage thing? I feel like I'm pretty in the...
Oh yeah, no, it's a big
Am I missing? Like, I feel like I've totally missed this.
Yeah, that's their whole position. They think that marriage is a...
What men are anti-marriage?
Well, yeah, that's the point. They shouldn't be, you know, but it's... No, but he's right. This is true.
All the guys that pop up on our Twitter feed.
But tell me, I'm actually missing this.
Well,
I didn't know the marriage thing. I'm very pro-marriage.
Pearl made that argument.
Yes.
She made the argument men should not get married.
Okay.
Yeah, Pearl makes the argument. He says Pearl Davis is not a man. So it's men that follow Pearl. It's not women. Pearl's following is not women. Pearl's community is not women. The people who are out there following her, the people who agree with her, those are not women. Those are men. Those are men that are doing this. And it is Andrew Wilson has made similar types of arguments. I think his wife has made the same argument. Their followings are men. They have by far majority men following them. And so, yes, when you have somebody who speaks for a community, you can assume they're speaking for the community. And that's Pearl, at the time when she was saying that shit, had the biggest community of these like red pill content creators.
Institution.
What are men?
So it's a very simple question, gentlemen. Who are these men that are saying they're anti-marriage, right? And of course, Michael Knowles is like, the ones on our Twitter feed, those are the ones, right? Pearl Davis. Let's just say Pearl Davis. But let's get to the video and see what Michael had to say.
Nala Ray, that she was totally lying, that she lied to my face, that she made it all up. Nala Ray worked in, she was very successful in not only, and then she says she had a conversion and she quit. And she gave it up, and now she covers up. You know, she wears clothing that's not revealing, and she got married, and she says that she converted to Christianity. But there's this allegation going around the internet that she was actually lying about the whole thing. The Whatever podcast posted said, so Nala was lying about everything, and then a bunch of other accounts said Nala was lying, and she lied to Michael Knowles' face, and she didn't really convert, and she didn't really give up. and it's all fake. So people keep tagging me in this and saying, see, she's admitting that she made it up. She didn't really convert. She didn't really give up. She just...
Pearl is literally the opposite of a pick-me girl. No, she is literally like the pick-me girl. She's like the poster child of a pick-me. I don't know how. What do you mean the opposite? She is literally the poster child of a pick-me. She goes from being like a more liberal feminist, sort of content creator, criticizing the red pill and manosphere content creators, and then she totally flipped once she started gaining a lot more men in her community and more people were coming over and like arguing against her. She started doing this. So, I don't know. I think I might agree with them. I might actually have the same positions as them, and we might totally flipped. And then 100%, yes, it went into the red pill community, giving all of the plainest, most dumb, thoughtless red pill talking points that she couldn't explain. She couldn't rationalize them. She couldn't argue them. She couldn't make sense of them. She was the poster child of a pick-me, somebody who just wants to fit in. So they just say things to fit into that group. That's what a pick-me is.
Did it to make money and grow her only channel and her account. And so she's a total sociopath. That's the line. So I said, maybe there's a little more context here. So then I look for the context.
Your definition is different than mine. I see pick-me girls as outwardly slutty, full makeup, acting silly, valley girl types. A pick-me is just somebody who wants to be picked. They're somebody who really wants people to like them. And so they're going to act fake and do whatever they can to get acceptance. So while you're correct, that is one type of a pick-me. That is a type of pick-me that's trying to get men to accept them by being dumb, playing the dumb girl, playing the slutty girl, playing the bimbo, playing the role that they think that's what men like, and they think this will get them. And then they'll be very critical of other women and be like, oh, I don't even have girls who are friends. I can't stand women. But that is kind of what Pearl does, is she very overtly, agrees with these kind of dumb red pill talking points. And then is doesn't really have any thoughts behind it. Doesn't have really argumentation behind it or rationalize. She can't rationalize those things. She's just saying it to get people to like her.
What was she saying? That's a 30-second clip or something. What was the full context of what she was saying? And this is what I discovered.
Get over the cheating kink, Nala.
I am so happy we get to finally address this. So, as a viral creator on OnlyFans, when I was on OnlyFans about 8-9 months ago, I went on so many podcasts because I knew the only way to grow my OnlyFans was to be viral. And it's such an oversaturated platform right now. And I've been on it for 5.5 years. So everything I've said on podcasts is complete clickbait. I did it to go viral to then make money. And so many people believed it and it worked. So that's what's so crazy about the internet. And if you've heard it before, it's very true. The internet is not real. So everything I've said, oh my God, I love cheating. Dude, I was so freaking dead single at the time. Who would I have cheated on, bro? So for me, I made up this complete character that everyone believed in, and everyone was I was very controversial to people, and I was very, some people really, really liked me. But at the end of the day, social media is just fake news. So I never had a cheating kink. I've been single for such a long time, especially when I was on Only. And I said whatever I needed to because I understand the male brain, and I needed to make money, and I was bet.
But isn't the counter to this position that if you spent that much time lying about that, why should we assume you're not spending time lying about this?
Because you can, as a Christian, if you doubt me, as a Christian, you should look at the fruits of the Spirit. And if you really...
When somebody is willing to admit that they've lied about something, that you would normally say, okay, well, now they're being honest when they say that they lied about something, right? When somebody is telling you, yes, I lied about those things, and that was fucked up and that was bad. Like they're obviously, yes, like on another trajectory. They're trending in another direction. And that is like obviously the honesty coming from them. But when you use this like idea of like, when you admit you lied, then how could we ever believe you? It's like so when she says I lied, do you now think that she's lying about whether or not she lied? And now you think she's telling the truth? So now you believe everything she says? Like, how far are we going to take this? This is kind of ridiculous. Like, you can't just say like, oh, you admitted you lied, therefore we can assume everything you're saying now is a lie as well. Obviously, she doesn't look like she's playing a fucking character here. She's not. She doesn't seem like she's this very different. She doesn't seem like she's fucking, a cartoon character anymore.
Really do. Like, if you can't have an actual conversation with me to see where my focuses lie now, just ask God and look at the fruit of the Spirit.
So the context of this is she's asked, when you were on this show last time and you said you had a kink, a fetish for cheating or being cheated on, is that true? And she says, no, I lied then. I was lying on podcasts when I was on OnlyFans.
Yeah, everybody clipped that out of context. They clipped her saying that she lied. And they just clipped her saying that she lied. That's it. They just clipped her saying, yeah, I lied. I lied all the time. I lied about, whether or not I did this. I lied about whether or not I did that. I lie all the time. I'm just playing a character. And they just clipped that. And then they put it out and said, look, she admitted she's lying about being a Christian. That's what they did there. They just took a little out of context clip and posted it all over the place. Look, she lied about being a Christian. She admits it. She admits she lied about being a Christian. And so he's playing like the context.
And because I understood the male brain and because it's a fantasy and I was giving people that fantasy, but it was a lie. I didn't even have a boyfriend at the time. And so the follow-up question, which is a good question, is, okay, if you were lying then, how do we know you're not lying now that you've given up? And she says, well, you judge it by the fruits of the Spirit.
Pardon the interruption. Today's video is sponsored by the amazing audience that fund this channel. Live shows and interviews.
Not have great expectations that Trump was going to shake the entire system down to the ground. The whole goal of sending Trump in there was to basically f as much up as he possibly could.
Debates.
There's power on earth which is given via divine command if you take your head as a
as well as other like-minded individuals. Thank you. Now back to the video.
If he does debates, I did leave a comment on his video asking him if he wanted to come on and debate. So we'll see if we get a response there. And then I also made sure to tag him on this stream so that hopefully, yeah, he'll possibly come and have a conversation with me about this. But yeah, this is I didn't know that he debated. I didn't see that last night. So we'll see how that goes. Later, James.
So Michael does a really good job by playing the full context of the clip. That is true. She's talking about when she was an OnlyFans, she was lying to these guys, trying to get viral, doing some stupid shit in order to get more revenue her way. Then she converts to Christianity and nobody fucking believed her. Okay. If you look, when she first got converted to Christianity, she hired her prices on OF. And she didn't delete any of the pornography that was on there, but yet she had already been baptized. She was already preaching the word of God. She was going around wagging her finger and lecturing people about Jesus being great, when simultaneously she had a OF fans account that still had pornography on there. That's the criticism that the vast majority of people are criticizing Michael for. They're looking at her from the past. Then she admits that it was a total scam. She just scammed these people out. And why should we believe her now?
I haven't seen the evidence that she still had stuff up. He's the first person I've ever heard say that about her. So it's possibly true. I have no idea. And I haven't really looked into it. So it's possible that he's correct on that. Then that's probably good information. But yeah, currently I don't know that changes the rest of this. So
that's the real argument there. And of course, Michael is directly responding to Andrew Wilson without saying his name, obviously. Let me play you what the actual full context of that argument and discussion that Andrew Wilson had with Nala before getting into the next part. Check this out.
My thing with you is that like how not even degrading, but like when I came on last, you were so hostile towards me and what I did. And there was no love in your heart from me.
That was good.
So as a Christian, you think it's okay.
You were a lying, deceiving prostitute. And you're like, Andrew, why weren't you just nice? Like, what are you talking about? Good. I have a question.
Didn't Jesus... Okay, so he says that Michael Knowles is strawmanning everybody when they put out a clip of her saying, I lied. And then they say, look, here's proof she lied about being a Christian. And he responds to that clip by playing the full context and then saying, see, she wasn't saying she lied about being a Christian. She said she was lying about being this, like, you know, horny anime girl who wanted to have sex with everybody and wanted to be cheated on and shit like that. She said she was lying about that, not that she was lying about being a Christian. And so he's just correcting that, saying, you guys keep sending this to me as though it's proof that she lied, and it's not. This guy calls it a straw man when he's just saying he's not replying to my argument. It's like, okay, that's not a straw man. He didn't say he's responding to your argument. He's saying everybody keeps sending him that clip as proof that she's a liar. And he's saying that clip doesn't prove anything. That's it. That's not a straw man. That's just, he's just correct. That they cut it out of context.
Are you the feet of prostitutes or something?
By your own admission,
Jesus got
Magdalene
washed his feet.
Deceiving, deceitful, satanic prostitute by your own admission.
Satanic.
You said even then that you knew the truth, but you turned away anyway, okay, so that you could basically make money. Now, you say now, okay, well, listen, that was all a character. I'm willing to believe that. I didn't ever say that you weren't playing a character. I'm willing to totally and completely believe you, okay? But there's no way for me to determine that. I can only determine things based on what you say. So you say to me, well, I'm a degenerate prostitute who lies about everything, right? And it's like, okay, what did you want me to say to that? What would you have wanted me to say?
So number one, you completely misquoted me. I never once said back then that I lied. I never once said back then that I lied. So everything I've said on podcasts is complete clickbait. I did it to go viral to then make money, and so many people believed it.
Is that true? And she says, no, I lied then. I was lying on podcasts when I was on OnlyFans. She's done selling her body. You can also see this visibly.
Of course, we don't know that, though.
On this.
So yeah, so now he's trying to play extra context to say, no, see, Michael's wrong, because even here, where Michael Knowles is saying that she lied there, she admitted to lying, she actually is denying whether or not she lied. That's not what she's doing. That was also a bit of a out of context clip. He played the context, but acted like this was a gotcha. It's not. She said, I never said back then that I lied. She's talking about the fact that Andrew, when she first came on, was rude to her, and she didn't like how he talked to her. And she said that you were like very demeaning. And Andrew says, good. You said that you were a lying, cheating whore, so I should have been rude to you. And she's saying, wait, you can't use that as an excuse now. I said that now. I didn't say that back then. So you can't. I never said back then that I was lying. So you can't say you treated me like a liar back then, because you didn't know that back then. You just now found out. So that doesn't make sense. And then she goes on. So that she's not saying, I'm not saying that back then I was lying. No, she's saying, I never said back then that I was lying. Not that I wasn't lying back then. But these are two different things. And you can tell based on the conversation, based on the context that they're having. She's talking about the way he treated her back then. That's what the conversation is about.
Not even degrading, but like when I came on last, you were so hostile towards me and what I did. And there was no love in your heart from me.
That was good.
So yeah, she's saying you can't use that as an argument for why it's good, because I didn't say back then that I lied.
that you knew the truth, but you turned away anyway, okay, so that you could basically make money. Now, you say now, okay, well, listen, that was all a character. I'm willing to believe that. I didn't ever say that you weren't playing a character. I'm willing to totally and completely believe you, okay? But there's no way for me to determine that. I can only determine things based on what you say. So you say to me, well, I'm a degenerate prostitute who lies about everything, right? And it's like, okay, what did you want me to say to that? What would you have wanted me to say?
So number one, you completely misquoted me. I never once said back then that I lied. I never once said back then that I lied. So everything I've said on podcasts is complete clickbait. I did it to go viral to then make money, and so many people believed it.
Is that true? And she says, no, I lied then. I was lying on podcasts when I was on OnlyFans. She's done selling her body. You can also see this visibly.
Of course, we don't know that, though.
On this show, women are often scantily clad. She's covered up. She's wearing a big hoodie. She's describing porn being in the past. So what?
Now, of course, if you look very carefully, Nala is actually wearing booty shorts. Yes, she's covered up on top, but she's
not wearing booty shorts. She's wearing like basketball shorts, like girls' athletic shorts.
Only.
Well, you can't really see it, but yes, like booty shorts do not come to here when you're sitting down. But booty shorts are literally going to be like up on your fucking crotch when you sit down. They're not going to be at your fucking thigh. That's not where they go. But yeah, it's not the same thing as booty shorts.
That she lied, right? Yeah, we pull the full context, but again, the main crux of a lot of these arguments are, should we be giving her the benefit of the doubt? Should we be welcoming a former prostitute into the conservative movement where she could just wag her finger at somebody like Andrew Wilson, who by her admission was a prostitute literally 8 months ago. 8 months ago, and now she's going on these podcasts and wagging her finger and telling Andrew what the Bible says. That's the problem that people have.
So she's not wagging her finger and telling Andrew what the Bible says, but it doesn't matter either way. Like she is saying that, like, sorry, hold on. Let me change this. She is not making an argument of like authority based on her Christianity. Okay. So if she was, and she was saying, yo, I've been a Christian for so long, so I can tell you, this would be a good argument. But if she's not, and she's just making a claim as to what's true, that's all that matters. What is true? That's it. What's true? We don't say like, oh, whoever's been the Christian the longest is the one who wins an argument on Christianity. Nobody says this. That's not a thing. You have to, we can just check and see, like, if what you're saying is true. You can source the Bible. You can say where it says these things. And not only that, but even more importantly, tons of other people who have been Christians their entire fucking lives are making the same exact arguments. The first time she was on, she even made this argument before she was ever even a Christian. The main thing that they were arguing about, the thing that she was upset about, is the fact that he even brought this up a minute ago, was the fact that well, actually, let me let this play a little bit more. But yeah, it doesn't matter how long she's been a Christian. Not relevant. Tom Foolery Show, when guys like this so blatantly misunderstand what's being said, do you think it's stupidity or intention? It's hard to say. It could be a number of things. It could be bias. It could be that just like you already believe she's a liar, and so you're looking for this like evidence and you just see it that way. It could be that as soon as he saw her say that, he didn't even think too much about it. Because I could understand somebody seeing her say, I didn't say that I lied back then, or I didn't say back then that I lied. You can hear it as, I didn't say I lied back then. And and just, oh man, she just said that, I'm going to clip this, and just, you get clip happy and just run with it and don't really think too much more about assessing it because you've already made up your mind on that clip. And so now every time you see it going forward, you don't really assess it much more or think about it much more. That's a common thing. It's not hard to believe. But then it's kind of odd that when Michael is calling out the out of context clip, this guy doesn't really acknowledge how fucked up it is to clip her out of context to try to make it sound like she lied about being a Christian. He doesn't really like acknowledge all that, and that's a really important part, is to say like, yeah, this is horribly messed up. Like, I can't believe somebody would do that. This is taking this clip out of context to lie about her. This is ridiculous. And yeah, there's a lot here, but I think that the entire argument across the board is just nonsense. And I think that people are trying to make sense of it, probably out of bias. That's my like good faith interpretation of this. But it is totally possible that, yeah, they just see this and think, hey, everybody loves to hate on fucking bops, so let's run with it.
Of course, Michael is making a straw man again and arguing with a clutch argument that maybe people from his circle is telling him that this is the main argument. However, it's not. And I know he's responding to Andrew Wilson because...
Carousel Horse, Naomi, Carousel Horse, tip $10. Happy Thanksgiving, y'all. #
Happy Thanksgiving. Tug Life. Appreciate it, Naomi. Yeah, for anybody who wants to donate, you can send donations through tips. That's the best, fastest way to send money to the channel. I get the money immediately. Whereas if you send money through super chats, still appreciated, still super helpful, but YouTube takes 30% out of that, and it takes a month to get the money. So if you want to support the channel, please consider tipping. The link is in the description. But yeah, this guy's, he keeps calling what Michael Knowles is doing is straw manning. I haven't seen anything that's a straw man yet. I haven't seen anything that's a straw man. He's just saying, hey, and this is what a lot of people did, like in dramas that I've been in, where somebody makes arguments against me, and so I come on and I start addressing some of those arguments. There's going to be a bunch of people reviewing it afterwards going, man, he's fucking straw manning us. I can't, that doesn't even address our fucking arguments. This is so bad faith. This is so ridiculous. It's like, your argument is not the one that I was addressing. You thinking that everybody has the same argument as you is retarded. Like, I'm sorry, but you are not the authority on what the argument is, okay? There's tons of people making tons of different arguments, and I will address a lot of them. If you have a different one, you can tell me and I'll address that one too. But like, yeah, people get their argument in their head and they think, and they repeat it a lot. They hear other people repeat it and they're like, yeah, that's the argument. But Michael literally says, this is what was sent to me as proof. That's what he's arguing against. That's it. That's not a straw man. That he's arguing against that argument, not yours. You're not the only person with an argument out here.
You had to have seen that podcast, at least to the degree that that I have. He got it off some clips that are already there online. So yeah, I think Michael's at this point is arguing with an argument that nobody's really making at this point.
It seems to me quite scandalous that this clip is going around, that the first clip is going around to insinuate that she's making the opposite point than she's making. And it's scandalous because it is so totally lacking in grace, and it's the sort of thing that would seem to me to be leading someone away from Christ.
Yeah,
it strikes me that if one is going to err, one should always err on the side of grace. Because you have to ask yourself, what is the end that we're seeking here?
And what he's saying here is, like, when you have to err, he's saying, we can't prove that she's lying about this. You don't know. You don't even have good evidence that she's lying right now. So you could say, hey, I'm not sure. She said she was lying in the past, so she could be lying now. True. But you need to err on the side of caution. As like I talked about earlier, if you guys are all telling these OnlyFans girls that they're doing something wrong, that they're fucking up, that they're ruining their lives, that they need to change, and you finally get somebody who changes and finally agrees with you and accepts your argumentation and says, okay, yes, I'm going back to Christ and I'm leaving my OnlyFans and everything. You're totally making it to, especially when it's somebody like her, somebody that's as big as her, you're making it to where every other OnlyFans girl who is looking at this and seeing it is saying, okay, I don't even want to consider doing it because there's no benefit here. Like, even if I do what it is that they're telling me, that doesn't stop them from saying this shit about me. That doesn't stop them from calling me a lying piece of shit and a whore and a prostitute. They still do it afterwards. So, like, what's the incentive?
The end that I am seeking, at least, is to lead more people to Christ. That's the end that I'm after. So if someone is inclined to go in that direction, to give up a life of sin and vice, and is showing evidence that she wishes to do that, I would like to encourage that person down that path. I think that would be a good thing. Some people, though, if they're trying to twist her words and make it seem as though she's saying the opposite of what she's really saying, it would seem that those people are intentionally trying to lead someone away from Christ or to put up.
See, this isn't a straw man. He is addressing that clip. He is addressing that argument. That's it. That's all he's addressing. It's not a straw man. It's just that fucking argument. It's not all arguments. He's not destroying every and all arguments all at once right now. He's addressing that one and saying, this is the lengths that people are willing to go to try to argue against this girl. This is how far they're willing to go to try to destroy her and to try to make her look like she's not really a Christian. They're willing to even clip her out of context and try to and lie about her in this sort of way. That's all he's doing. This is not a straw man.
Obstacles that would get in the way of a person seeking life in Christ. And that is deeply scandalous, and you will answer for that. If you are putting up obstacles, if you are scandalizing people, scandal, which is a serious sin, you will answer for that someday. So that seems kind of crazy to me.
All Andrew's basically implying here is that let's not go full retarded here.
He's not talking about Andrew. None of this has anything to do with Andrew. He's arguing against people clipping this out of context and posting it and saying that she's not really a Christian. Now, obviously, Andrew is also making that argument, but that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about people sharing this clip around.
And I think this is something that Michael Knowles and many of these Daily Wire podcasters tend to do, right?
What is the end we're seeking? This gal got in trouble too because she was asked a question about the Trinity. This is the central mystery of the Christian faith, how God has three persons in one divine unity. God is one, and yet we have the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost.
Okay, so yeah, before we get to this, so he keeps using this thing of like, she's wagging her finger at everybody. She's preaching to everybody as though she's been a Christian forever, but she's only been a Christian for 9 months now. And this is, how dare she, and blah, blah, blah. This isn't her argument. This is literally an argument that tons of other Christians are making that have been Christians for a very long time. And so it doesn't matter who's making the argument. All that matters is if it's valid. But this is where it started.
Really see how it is. You get to...
Someone donated $200. BS, do not talk about fruits of the Spirit if you did not give back all of that money.
Ooh, can I please talk on this?
Wait, do you still have, question really quick, do you still have someone, thank you for the TTS, do you still have your Lamborghini Urus?
No, I don't. I sold everything. I sold my house, I sold my car, I sold all the designer things I had.
If you wanted to throw the Lambo my way, I'll take a Lambo.
Yeah.
I will also take a Lambo. For free?
I'd love to hit on this topic. So many people are like, you're not Christian unless you give back all the money. Let me break down the money for you. So number one, I was living in California while I was making the...
Yeah, and first off, that's just not true. That's not true. No, like, nobody expects somebody to just give away all of the money if they think it's like blood money or something like that, if they think it was ill-gotten or something like that, because you can use that money for good going forward. You can turn around and use it to do something good in the future. And yeah, that's just not like, if there's like a pop star who makes tons of money making songs about like sex and you know, things that they would consider to be like very sinful, you know, drugs and all that crap, and they gain lots of money, get lots of fame, and then become a Christian afterwards, and then they say, you know what, I'm not making that type of music anymore. I am only doing Christian music now, and yeah, I'm not really gonna participate in any of that lifestyle anymore. If you turned around and were like, oh, well, did you give away all the money that you made promoting a horrible lifestyle? It's like, no, they don't have to do that. Like, that's it's nice, like it's cool, it's okay, but it's not like, that is not the line, that's not the bar. And this guy says, yes, unless you gave back all the money, then you're not a Christian. Like, that's not what makes one a Christian, homie. That's not it.
This money. California taxes are ridiculously insane. OnlyFans takes what, 20%? OnlyFans takes 25% of what you make. It didn't matter how much of what I made my gross income that got. So my gross income got taxed 25%. So 25% of that got taken out. Then the tax I pay in California. Then the creator people that I was with took 50%. The agency took 50% of what I made. So you're left with all of that. Whatever's left out of all of that taxed. It's not like I just got $9 million. All of that got taxed 3 ways, and then whatever was left got sent to me. So, and no, you are not required, and nowhere in the Bible does it say. So there was this one man that Jesus told to sell all his belongings to and follow him. There was one man. That is not a stipulation for all Christians to sell everything that you have and then go follow Christ. If Christ told me to sell everything, which I've already sold everything, and follow him, I will. However, giving up all your money is not a requirement to be able to follow Christ. So
she's not wagging her finger at anybody. This is the argument that's being made at her while they're wagging their finger at her. And she's saying, no, you're wrong. Like, you're just wrong. That is not a requirement. I don't have to do this, but I don't have that money anyways. So, like, you don't have to worry about it. But for you to make the argument that I have to do that in order to be a real Christian, you're just incorrect. That's all she's doing here. But they're calling this the finger wagging. How dare you wave your finger at us?
If you're not a Christian, or you are a Christian and you're saying this, you need to get that out of your head. Because if God specifically told me, like reached down and told me, you know what, you need to be homeless in order to follow me, I'd be like, you know what, I know you'll provide for me no matter what, I'll be homeless. But I do not feel called to do that. Regardless of that, I have sold everything I own. I literally drive a Jeep now, and I live in South Carolina. So what do you got to say, Andrew? I'm really, I'm so intrigued.
I'm just gonna follow up on the super chatter. By the way,
like, she did totally just fucking destroy him. Like, she did. Andrew just got fucking wrecked there, as did the chatter, because this is kind of like the way that people are treating her. Is like, you know, you have to do all these things. And the fact that she mentioned all of the other people that were involved in her business and all of the other people that were taking their piece of the pie, to where it sounds like she got about 20% of her overall revenue. That's what it sounds like. So if you're saying, oh, well, she made $1 million a year. Okay, well, it sounds like she got about $250,000 of that. And then on top of that, she had to pay taxes and all sorts of other shit. And so it doesn't sound like she has a whole lot of money left. She says she doesn't have the Jeep. She drives or she doesn't have the Lamborghini. She drives a Jeep now. She lives in, I don't remember where she said, like Podunk, Indiana or some shit. But yeah, she doesn't seem, from what she's saying, to have this like lavish lifestyle that she's living from OnlyFans. It sounds like, no, she just left all of that and it's gone. And now, like, all the money's gone with it. That she was not living on millions of dollars that she can walk away with.
I mean, I don't even.
And so, yes, the argument that like you have to do that in order to be a Christian is just not true.
Know why you're so hostile with me? We haven't even really disagreed about anything most of the night.
Most of the night. No, absolutely. But my thing with you is that, like, how, not even degrading, but like when I came on last, you were so hostile towards me and what I did. And there was no love in your heart from me.
That was good.
So as a Christian, you think it's okay?
You were a lying, deceiving prostitute.
And so there, where she says, yes, as a Christian, you think it's okay to do this, to talk to me. So we're going to go back a little bit further. This is where that started.
retire today, could you?
$1,000,000%. I could have retired a year ago.
So it's, I mean, you're not familiar with Nala, but I think asking her that specific, granted, there are women who do OnlyFans who they will face that challenge, but I think Nala here is an exceptional
You're
earner.
an exception for it.
Well,
for sure.
it's just so much more about growing yourself as a person and not just growing and making content and taking pictures of yourself. That doesn't help you do anything bigger. And then when you're making this much money as such a young person, you're like, wow, this is the time to be an adult. You need to set up for your future self. Like, you need to think of like the future Nala and be like, you know what, she'd want to be comfortable too. And she would want to continue sending her parents money. I know that for a fact because I don't feel like I'm changing anytime soon. You know, so that was the biggest purpose of this. And I felt so steady in my decision making through this and financial, just like maneuvering. I'm so thankful that I did what I did.
I have a quick question. If you went to your parents and you asked them, you said, you know, I have a choice. I can either quit doing all of this tomorrow, right, and go get a job for like a tenth of this, or I can continue to do this and send you money. Which one do you think they would ask?
My mom would say, absolutely quit. My dad, he'd be like, oh my God, no, why would you ever quit?
Your dad would say that?
My dad would say that I send money to my dad so that he can be comfortable with
and
like
he's
their
a
family.
pastor?
So that's where all of this started, was her saying, Andrew asked her, if you could quit tomorrow, you said, hey, I think I can quit tomorrow, would your parents support you? And she said, yes. My mom would totally say, yes, quit right away, go ahead. But her dad would say no. And that's where this entire argument started.
No, he's not a pastor anymore. They stopped being a pastor when I was like 18.
Okay, but he was, and he retained his faith, right?
He did. I'm his daughter, though. You know, I'm not just some stranger. He's like, you know what? If I want her in my life,
doesn't that make it worse? Like, wouldn't that make it worse?
Not. Don't you have to accept your kids for who they
are?
Yeah. What? And
so what? No.
So wait.
No,
guys, one mic at a time.
Are you
One mic
just
at a
saying
time.
that? Like, let's just say,
I'll answer the
if you
question.
had a kid and they were doing OnlyFans, what? You just disown them because they made a bad decision.
Until they clean their life up, yeah.
You're a bad parent.
Wow, that's
my family would
absolutely
100% disown me.
Okay, well then.
100%.
So yeah, so he's saying if his kids did OnlyFans, he would disown them. All of these other girls were like, wow, you're a bad dad. You're a horrible father. Oh my goodness. And so that's where this whole argument really starts. And then it kind of gets into like a whole argument about the prodigal son and shit like that.
Insulin. I could have done anything in the world. They would always make sure I have my insulin.
Yeah.
Like certain things. You see what I'm saying? I know that's a different extreme, but it's kind of like, you know, it's like.
Doc Vinably donated $200. If my daughter did of, that means I failed her as a father. She would do of only if I am dead or in jail. Your fathers are morally weak men.
They are morally weak men.
I guess, could I ask you, who do you think is the example?
Well, I mean, you can say fuck you, but he's right. Look, the chatter's right.
Can I ask you a question?
Hang on, let me finish my point. I'm going to tell you, right? You do have to be a morally weak man if they know. Like in your case, maybe not, because your dad doesn't know. Okay, but a lot of people that I've talked to here, their dads do know, and they're just like,
but we're adults.
My dad doesn't like it.
We're able to make our own decisions.
My dad doesn't like it.
Just let me finish the point. I'm almost done. Okay. Yeah, I think that that's a moral weakness to say, I will enable you. I will enable you to do this threshold breaking thing, especially from a Christian perspective. It's insane. I don't know why anybody would do it. I would say, listen.
You know why? Because real Christians love everyone.
So then why not just make everything permissible?
I love the fact that you're like, I'll disown my daughter. That's not.
So everything's permissible.
I didn't think
there's a difference between.
Yeah, so there's this is the straw man, is that they always want to take everything to an extreme. Oh, so everything's permissible then. No, they're saying that you should like influence your kids in a positive way. You should be there for them, but you should also like you should tell them like, yeah, quit. But that doesn't mean telling them to quit means if they don't, you disown them. That is a far that is an extreme fucking a stance to take where you just disown them. They're saying, no, like these are your kids. You should continue to be there for them. You should continue to like witness them. You should continue to try to like be a good example and a good influence in their life. And yeah, his is like, oh, okay, so either I have to either totally disown them and never talk to them again, or everything's okay, everything's permissible, nothing is bad. It's like, no, it can be bad and you still don't disown them.
Right, no,
Deleting someone
everything's
is not
permissible.
permissible.
No, okay, but all social behaviors, all sexual behaviors, all everything, Christians must permit that.
Who's the example in Christianity for
Answer the
parenting?
question.
I
Christians must.
feel like
Ask him that. Who in
I didn't
Christianity?
even get an answer to my
You've given her
question.
an answer.
So it's like,
I'm asking you the question. Is all forms of social sexual behavior something which are supposed to be permissible to Christians?
I don't think it should be permissible. I think that you should love no matter what.
So then, if
But
it's
that's
not permissible, then I'm not giving permission, which means I'm not endorsing it, which means I'm not allowing it, which means I'm totally against it.
If your kid is an adult,
Yeah, this is just like a very binary thought process. But like other people here, so like Not So Erudite, she's a Christian. She's arguing against him this entire time. She's been a Christian her whole life. And she's sitting here arguing against everything he says. So when they're saying, oh, you can't say this because you've only been a Christian for 8 months, you can't tell us what is or isn't Christian beliefs, blah, blah, blah. Well, Not So Erudite makes the same exact argument, and she's been a Christian her whole life. I was a Christian for over 30 years, and I make the same exact argument that, yes, disowning them over this sort of behavior is, I wouldn't say that's Christian behavior, and I wouldn't say that that's a like spiritual sort of answer. I wouldn't say that that's something that the Bible would tell you to do or Christ would tell you to do. I would say that no, they want you to be a good influence on these people. Jesus hung out with thieves and prostitutes and all sorts of horrible actors, and he was not endorsing their lifestyles by being around them. He wasn't endorsing it. He was very clearly against the things that they did, but he also wanted to lead them to Christ. He wanted to help them. And you cannot lead people to Christ without engaging with people who you consider to be degenerate people. You cannot lead people to Christ without going and reaching out to those who are in the lowest of places. You can't do it. So this is just kind of backwards thought processes for coming from somebody who was like very evangelical and like, let's go out, let's preach to the masses, let's get as many people to convert as possible. Like that was the thought process that I came from.
Continue sinning where he was at. He wasn't doing any of that.
I'm not saying any of these things. The issue is that if Christ is the example for parenting and he loves you every single step of the way,
He's not the only example.
disowning your child is the opposite of that thing. Now, I am fine with parents getting to decide if they like don't want to like support that. They tell them explicitly. Like I would be fine with a relationship. Like my parents are Christian, my brother's gay. I'm fine with them regularly.
Can the Catholic Church excommunicate people?
Yes, but the Catholic Church is in no way the same thing as
so if the Catholic Church excommunicates somebody, are you saying that what they're doing?
Why do they excommunicate?
Let me finish.
Hold on, that's an extremely important
Fuck, we're getting.
Stop.
Okay, make a final point, and I'm moving
I'll
on.
make it quick. If you make,
Yeah, I was going to say whether or not the Catholic Church can excommunicate somebody doesn't really matter, because you would have to first say, hey, do you endorse the Catholic Church excommunicating people? And then if they say yes, well, now you have to say, okay, well, under what circumstances do you think it's acceptable for them to excommunicate somebody? But to just say, oh, does the Catholic Church excommunicate people? Oh, they do? Well, therefore, like, you didn't get a prescription in there. You got a descriptive claim that doesn't actually give you any information on your claim. So that was the initial thing that they were arguing about. And yeah, they go on to argue about this and like prodigal son for a while, stuff like that for a very long time.
In which context? Like his apostles
Matthew,
or when?
in the Gospels. Who did he dine
he would
with?
dine with everybody. He dined with sinners. He would dine with
Who
saints.
did he call godless fools and rejected outright?
Okay, just stop.
Who?
Just get to your point.
He
You should know this.
Well, it's fine if you don't know
should I?
this. The people he called godless fools was Pharisees, the leaders of the religion. Whereas in the cases of women who were adulterers,
I was gonna say he was talking about the priests and the people who were like who were just like using Christianity for their own benefits and being like overly harsh in the way that they acted to kind of like gatekeep everything pretty hardcore. Gatekeeping Christianity is one of the most anti-Christian things one could do. Like, gatekeeping in Christianity is, to me, the opposite of Christianity. It is meant to be open to all, available to all, and welcoming for anyone who is willing to choose it or even considering to choose it. That it is like, it should always be there, arms wide open, and the people of Christianity are meant to be the ones enacting that and endorsing it.
Tax collectors,
The ones he told to sin no
lepers,
more?
He told them to sin no more,
Sin
but
no
he
more.
still dined with them.
And he told them to sin no more. He
I
said, go and
agree,
sin
but
no more.
disowning is not the same thing as saying sin no more.
Disowning until a behavior is modified.
No.
That's behavior modification.
No, it's not.
How do you? Oh,
There's
okay.
a million
So-
ways to not. Hold on. There's a million ways to condone an action. How do you even reconcile the prodigal son when the father, as the son walks home, says, "You've been my son the whole time." He never removed it. The son left, and the father allowed him to live out the consequences of that. But the father didn't disown
first
him.
of all,
The
that's-
father didn't send him away. And when
yeah,
he came back,
the-
he threw him a massive party.
Yes, the parable, the
prodigal son.
parable prodigal son. But here's the thing: when you're looking at what happened in the results of the prodigal son, the father did not go where the son was committing all these heinous acts.
We're not saying
stop.
We're
let
not
me
saying you
finish
should
now.
start at OnlyFans.
No, but he did give him money and said, "Here you go. Adios." Yeah, he didn't go with him, but he did say, "Yeah, you're still my son." He didn't disown him. He didn't say, I want nothing to do with you. No, he said, you are welcome back anytime. You are my son, and you are welcome back anytime, whenever you're ready to come back. That's the point. But this is, his engagement with this isn't really an honest engagement here.
And you're like,
so that's where this whole argument came from. That's why she's saying he was disrespectful last time. And so that's what they're talking about.
Did. And there was no love in your heart from me.
That was good.
So as a Christian, you think it's okay?
You were a lying, deceiving prostitute. And you're like, Andrew, why weren't you just nice? Like, what are you talking about? Good.
I have a question.
Didn't
Jesus wash the feet of prostitutes or something?
By your own admission.
Jesus got
you were
Magdalene
lying,
washed his feet.
deceiving, deceitful, satanic prostitute by your own admission.
Satanic?
So she's saying, you were rude to me last time. And he's saying, you were a lying, deceiving prostitute by your own admission. You said you were. So of course I'm going to treat you that way. And so she responds and says, I didn't say that back then. You can't use that as an argument for why you treated me that way back then. But, it doesn't make sense.
Wow, that's a new one. That's a new one.
Hang on, Nala. You told me.
Yes, Andrew.
You told me that you had faith in Jesus Christ then. That your parents were pastors. That you had faith then.
You're getting it wrong already. So to unmisquote you,
you were going to do it.
You can play the quote. You can play the clip if you want.
Let me finish, and then you can respond. Okay. You said even then that you knew the truth, but you turned away anyway. Okay, so that you could basically make money. Now you say now, okay, well listen, that was all a character. I'm willing to believe that. I didn't ever say that you weren't playing a character. I'm willing to totally and completely believe you. Okay, but there's no way for me to determine that. I can only determine things based on what you say. So you say to me, well, I'm a degenerate prostitute who lies about everything, right? And it's like, okay, what did you want me to say to that? What would you?
See, he said, she says, you treated me bad back then. He said, you said you were a lying, deceiving prostitute. What should I have said to that? He's using this as an argument for why he treated her that way back then. But he didn't find that out until this very show. So when she says, I didn't say that back then.
What would you have wanted me to say?
So number one, you completely misquoted me. I never once said back then that I lied.
I never said once back then that I lied. And so, so this guy definitely is clipping her out of context to try to make it seem like she's lying now about this.
Well, I'm a degenerate prostitute who lies about everything, right? And it's like, okay, what did you want me to say to that? What would you have wanted me to say?
So number one, you completely misquoted me. I never once said back then that I lied. I never once said back then that I lied. So everything I've said on podcasts is complete clickbait. I did it to go viral to then make money. And so many.
So yes, this is from 5 minutes ago. This isn't from back then. This is from 5 minutes ago. So yeah, he's doing the thing that Michael Knowles is criticizing here. He is literally doing it. He is doing the exact thing that Michael Knowles is calling out Christians for, is saying, this is messed up. We should be welcoming to somebody like this. We should not be discouraging them from becoming a Christian and from leaving this style of life. And you guys are clipping her out of context and trying your best to make her look like a bad person. And you're doing it, dishonestly. The Trib for $5. Thank you. I was wondering, I thought I was going to read the thing through TTS, but it never came through. Sorry about that. But yeah, I appreciate your dono. You said, has Andrew ever explained his demonizations beliefs to you? To your knowledge, I see him just using Christianity as a hammer instead of teaching. I could be wrong. He has, and I've steel-manned it a couple of times. I totally disagree with the thought process, but he has explained it, and this guy explains it pretty succinctly here as well. So I'll let him go on, and then we'll wrap this up right here.
Some thoughts back. The wolves in sheep's clothing have completely eviscerated our society, and passive men have become the degenerates' playgrounds. I'm honestly tired of pretending Western Christians have done a good job at pushing back against the degenerate element. They haven't. They folded like cheap chairs to harpies and finger waggers, which have destroyed community after community.
Yeah, no, Trip, she is saying that she lied back then. She's saying, I was lying back then. But then she says, but you treated me horribly back then. And he says, well, yeah, of course I did. By your own admission, you were a lying, cheating prostitute. How am I supposed to respond to that? She's saying, back then? You didn't respond to that back then. I just said that today. So you can't say, oh, I treated you like that back then because you admitted you were a lying, cheating prostitute. You didn't know that back then. I didn't say that back then. So that was the, yeah, that was kind of the whole point is, yeah, he was using what he just learned in this show as the reason for why he said those things a year ago. This is 11 months ago that this podcast was done. 11 months ago is when they had this argument about the prodigal son and all of this, and about her dad and all of that. 11 months ago. So yeah, he can't use that as an argument for why he treated her that way a year ago when he just learned that information today. So this is Andrew responding to what it is that Michael Knowles said, but I don't think Michael Knowles really addressed Andrew at all in this. He said that he was arguing against the people in his that sent him the clip, I thought. So
is justified. So yeah, it doesn't really make sense to me. However, Andrew did respond to Michael Knowles through a Twitter post, which I'll read. Some thoughts back. The wolves in sheep's clothing have completely eviscerated our society, and passive men have become the degenerates' playgrounds. I'm honestly tired of pretending Western Christians have done a good job at pushing back against the degenerate element. They haven't. They folded like cheap chairs to harpies and finger waggers, which have destroyed community after community. We always forget that while we keep trying to entice wolves to become the sheep, our own flock are getting destroyed by them. We have lost every majority culture battle to the G-gents. We lose because weaklings are more concerned about an attention-seeking former prostitute selling teas and doing car raffles in the name of Jesus than we are with a man walking the path who gets destroyed by them.
So this is, like, again, it's all just strawman. Like, Michael Knowles is saying this girl left all of that. She's not an OnlyFans girl anymore. She's not this like online thought. She's not a bop. She's not any of these things. And she has come to Christ, and you guys are disincentivizing her and making her not feel welcome with Christians. You're making it to where she is not accepted. And yeah, and Andrew's still saying, oh, you would rather take the side of a fucking what does it say? I don't. It says this chick was a prostitute a few months ago and doesn't know a damn thing about religion she claimed to believe. It's been 8 months, so it's not really a few months ago, but yeah, people were calling her a liar as soon as she said that she converted
them. Here's the truth in plain English. This chick was a prostitute a few months ago and doesn't know a damn thing about the religion she claims to believe. There is no catechism, and there isn't an inkling of care for thousands of men she destroyed. Just arrogance and backtalk. Before you praise the next heresy machine, espousing nonsense, maybe remember that you also have due diligence to keep your communities intact and not let them become totally corrupted by the obviously subversive element which preaches a false gospel by your own standard. Women are lopsided in numbers for both Protestants and Catholics, and the men and women both have enabled lunatics to run the asylum, all in the name of feminism creed, which you people don't even acknowledge.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to get at a little bit ago. Andrew's keyboard said Nala had a private talk after the show. She had her OnlyFans open after she converted. So I as I said, I haven't seen that yet, and I don't know why that was the case, but she was talking about the fact that there were tons of other managers, tons of other people involved with her channel, tons of other people running it, tons of other like businesses and managers and shit like that. And it would totally make sense to me that if she decides to quit, she probably has contracts with people. There's other people who probably have like control of her channel. There's other people who have the ability to keep things up. And so, yeah, there's probably a process to go through to get those things taken down, which as of right now, as I understand, that is taken down and it is gone. And so from what I understand, that like there would be a process in that. I've had editors who have access to my copyright and to my content, and that like they would go and find other content creators who are putting up my content and be like, hey, I gotta copyright this person. Like they get a percentage of my channel and have like some ownership and everything. And so they're also like, they have creative control and all sorts of shit. So there's just a lot more that goes into it than that. And that's just my like a steel man of it. It could totally be that she was just keeping it up and that she shouldn't have, and that she is just like fucking with people. I have no idea, but I don't have information one way or the other on this, and I haven't seen anybody present any that actually says that she's dishonest. But I've watched tons of people make videos about it, and nobody's ever like actually given like a good argument that says, yeah, this is obvious that she is lying. There's just not really any talk, taked with a grain of salt, but I also heard she was doing DMs. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't think a content creator that large on OnlyFans does their own DMs. They have some random guy in India DMing all the guys for them.
From my perspective, it's despicable. So yes, it's very clear where Andrew Wilson stands, and I think it's a very, very different perspective of where Michael Knowles stands on these types of issues when it comes to feminism and Christianity, right? This is a debate that needs to happen, guys. It needs to happen between Michael Knowles and Andrew Wilson, because I think a lot of people do feel the way Andrew does, and they're totally frowned upon by feminists and many Christians to say, oh, well, you need to be nice to these people. You need to show them sympathy all the time, every time, and don't shame them for their bad behavior. This is the type of lunatic garbage thinking that has led to wokeism. All right. This
has nothing to do with wokeism. This is literally like Christian fundamentals. I don't understand this. This is you guys using a utilitarian mind frame to make an argument about Christianity. That's what you're doing. You're saying, look at the outcomes, guys. Based on outcomes, if we continue to act like Christians, we're going to lose a battle. And so we can't do the Christian thing. We can't. We have to do the non-Christian thing in order to get Christianity to win. And that's just, this is kind of backwards to me, and kind of the opposite of, yes, everything that I've ever learned is that no, we are meant to be Christians in the hardest of times. We are meant to be Christians when it is tested the most. We know that our religion will die out over time, and we will be alone, and it'll be hard to even know who is and isn't a Christian, and we will be demonized for it, and we will be the bad guys, and we will have to hold on to faith and hold on strong and just continue doing the right thing throughout this. This is this is a utilitarian framework to make an argument for why you shouldn't do the Christian things. That's what that is. And that is, from my understanding, this is Andrew's argument, is that yes, like that like going and being nice to people, going and telling them like, hey, you know, I just want to love you and I just want to pray for you and I just want to be here for you and help you, and like I know that you don't believe in God and you're doing OnlyFans and all those things, but I will love you anyways, and I will be here for you if you ever decide to come to Christianity. That like, this isn't something that builds a channel. This isn't something that helps you get views. This isn't something that's going to build a following. And if you never build a following, you'll never actually get the ability to get the word of God out to people. And so there is no like there's no path there. And so instead, if you go do this and yell at the thoughts and yell at the whores and talk down to them and shout them down and debate bro them and, you know, tell them how degenerate their lifestyles are, that this can build a following that you can use to now profess to. But I don't know that ever happens. I don't know where the professing is happening. I don't know where the like Christian conversations are happening. I don't know when they get to that, but that doesn't seem to be an aspect of this. It does seem to be more so that we have this like a shield of Christianity that we can use as a way to debate others and to create communities instead. And yeah, it's just there's different types of Christianity, different types of beliefs. Like I think Andrew is more Orthodox than others, and so I believe he's Orthodox, and so yeah, I'm not sure if they just have like very different ideals on this.
We have people saying, confirming that men are women and that fat chicks are just as beautiful as women that are.
Literally everything that Republicans ever do is always justified because Democrats say that men are women. Like, this is always the argument. It's like, bro, seriously? They're saying men are women. Like, okay, you guys have like small clips of fucking random TikTokers here and there saying that shit, and now you just apply this to all Democrats when almost no Democrats would say that sort of thing. They wouldn't say that like there's 62 genders. They wouldn't say that they just wouldn't say these things. But you guys use this as a bludgeon to like brainwash people that this is something that the other side believes, and it's just, yeah, it's not really.
Are in shape. We're enabling this type of behavior in these leftist lunatics. And you're doing the same thing when you have a former prostitute that was sucking knob a couple months ago and is now lecturing Andrew Wilson, or any Christian for that matter, that calls them out on their bullshit. Hey guys, all I got to say is please like the video. Every single one of you that are watching, like this video so that way it can get into the algo. So that
it's fine and all, but there just wasn't any bullshit being called out in this entire video. It's like it just wasn't there. And so, yeah, so this is the argument. This is the idea. So when Trib, you're asking, like, what is the argument for this? Like, how do they justify this? This is pretty much it. It's like, oh, the wokes are going to win. The woke is going to win. And all of this wokeism is taking over. And it's just, it is like this big boogeyman. You can just use the word woke as this boogeyman that's always there and always lingering. And it's just, all of the examples that they use of the wokeism and the woke stuff and the woke people, I just don't see these people. I don't see them. I don't know where they are. And there are the far leftists who are the like activists, like trans activists and like Palestinian activists and, LGBTQ activists and stuff like that. Those people are out there, but they're not representative of the Democratic Party at all. They're just not. And the Democratic like legislators and the politicians, the representatives, they're not pushing this sort of stuff. They're not saying these sort of things. So it's just, it doesn't actually seem to be representative of people. Stop gaslighting. Supreme Court Justice said she couldn't tell you how many genders there were during her nomination. Oh, wait. What the... This is what you guys always do. Is like literally, I say something and I'll say something like, yeah, like there isn't like this great representation of these things where people are saying this. And then you give me someone that isn't representation. Like that person was not democratically elected by the people. And even if they were, how many genders they think there are wouldn't be the thing that they're getting elected for. But like it wouldn't matter. That person is not like a Supreme Court justice is picked by the president. And if you can show me that like on the questionnaire that who was it? Was it Biden that picked them? That on the questionnaire, Biden said like, okay, we want to know first though, how many genders do you think there are? And they're like, oh, I said I have, who knows? And they're like, yeah, that's good. That's what we wanted. Okay, cool. Like you're such a liar. You guys always say this shit, but you don't ever have like evidence of these things. You don't ever have anything to show. Biden had trans person at the White House to represent women, you fool. I don't know what that means. That's not that's not any like evidence of something. That's not like proof of something that, okay. So this is the thing, is that like, most of the time when I talk to Republicans, they say things like, oh, we don't hate trans people. We're not against trans people. We're not trying to like stop trans people. We just don't like some of the things that this extends to, right? But then you'll say something like that, like that they had fucking trans people in the White House representing women. It's like, okay, so you are just against trans people. Like you don't think that they should be around. They don't think that they should be like existing at all. Like they just shouldn't be there. I don't have nothing wrong with being against trans. Okay, yeah, this isn't, you're not representative of most Republicans, because yeah, most of them say, oh, I don't have an issue with trans people existing. I don't have an issue with trans being around or anything like that. I just don't like the whole like thing with sports and bathrooms and, you know, being forced to use certain language and crap like that. Like, yeah, okay. I think most people agree with this, so fair enough. But that's not how about you look it up instead of lying? Wait, what is the lie and what is it that I'm looking up? Specifically, you don't have to send a super chat to tell me. You just tell me what is the lie and what is it that I'm looking up? Again, specifically. Trans aren't a thing, like furries aren't a real thing. That doesn't... Okay. You're literally, what you just said is a meaningless statement to say that's not a real thing. That is literally just a meaningless statement to say it's not a real thing. Like, I don't know what that means. I literally have no idea what that even means. It's not a real thing. I never said anything against trans, but a minority should not dictate policy. I already did the Supreme Court Justice nominee. Yes, oh my goodness. You said that I lied about it. I'm asking, what did I lie about? What should I look up? You said I lied about it. I don't know what you think I lied about or what we even disagree on. I said that that's just not, that doesn't disagree with me. you're telling me to look something up, I don't know what to look up. I have no idea what you think that I'm wrong about or what I lied about. I didn't say that she didn't say the thing that you said she said. I didn't say that. So I still haven't gotten an answer. What specifically would I look up? No, it's not. I just don't want to spend a shit ton of money trying to justify or tell you what to do. And all you keep doing is gaslighting. You have yet actually pull an article up. An article on what, Brandon? I don't know if you're like 5 minutes behind, but I don't know what we disagree on. Look up the pediatric study and how multiple countries have turned around and reversed course on gender-affirming care. Why? I already know that. You haven't disagreed with me on anything. I don't know what we disagree on. Look up the cases where California is now taking kids away from parents and holding them if they don't affirm their gender, and the state will do it for them. Okay. Let's see. The Trib, minorities don't dictate policy. It's MAGA dictating discourse. Everything y'all complain about gets addressed, no matter how factual each complaint is. Yeah, I'm not sure. Everybody in this channel, for regardless of their political stance, should go do the research. This guy doesn't. Brandon, you haven't disagreed with me on anything this whole time. You haven't disagreed with me. You have to understand. I never said it's not a real thing. I didn't say you did. I was talking to somebody else, Brandon. I have no fucking idea what you're talking about anymore. I literally don't. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what you think I disagree with you on. I haven't disagreed with you on anything. I don't know what you want me to, like, you're telling me to look this up, but this doesn't have anything to do with what it was that we were talking about. And so I'm not sure, like, I'm willing to look this up, but I don't know that this is proof that people think that that men are women or that there's 62 genders or anything like that. I don't think that any of this, I don't think any of this applies to what we were talking about. It's just a pretty important court justice in her interview for nomination. I didn't disagree with you, though. I didn't say that you were wrong about that. I can agree that she said that. It's just it doesn't apply to what we were talking about. So I just don't know why you keep bringing it up. I said when you mentioned it, yeah, this just doesn't like really engage with the point that I was making. But Montana parents who lost custody of daughter after opposing gender transition claim 14-year-old was taken without warrant. Okay, let's see. Montana couple who claimed they lost custody of their daughter after opposing a gender transition now allege the 14-year-old was taken from them by the state's Child Protective Services without a warrant, according to a new lawsuit. The teen's father, Todd Kolstad, and stepmother, Krista, slapped the agency with a federal suit earlier this week, claiming that social workers allegedly took their child without due process by not having a judge sign off the warrant, the Daily Montana reported. The couple also alleged their religious freedoms were ignored and their civil rights violated when CPS opted to put the teen in psychiatric facility in Wyoming instead of Montana, and then banned them from communicating with the child. The legal saga first erupted when Kolstad said the teen, who is only identified as HK in court papers, told them last year that he identifies as transgender and wanted to transition to a male. The couple, however, said they refused the teen's request because of their strong religious beliefs. The state officials were alerted last summer when HK expressed suicidal thoughts at school and was admitted to a hospital for inpatient psychiatric care after claiming to have ingested a mix of ibuprofen and toilet bowl cleaner. concerned about the risk of suicide and imminent harm, state officials argued at the time that they were justified in taking custody. But the couple claimed the social workers lied in an affidavit that HK faced an imminent risk of physical harm and left out any mention of their religious beliefs. Okay, so you realize this is very different. The report is very different, and we can go look up the actual case, but what it is that this article is claiming says that the report says that they were apparently abusive, that the kid was attempting suicide, and that they were, it sounds like they weren't like acting on the suicidal actions, ideations. They weren't trying to get help for them, and that the report claimed that, yes, they were in danger of physical harm. So we can go look it up and see like if they won this lawsuit or whatever. But you said Republicans also clinch on to small issues like transgenderism, and it's not really happening. That's where this argument started. Okay, so I think that if you even when you use the word transgenderism, right? That does not say anything. That literally says nothing, okay? But if you want to say, hey, I'm against courts taking kids away from their parents because they want to transition. Okay, that's one thing. But if you're going to say, I don't think people should be allowed to transition whatsoever, well, that's an insanely different thing. Then if you want to say, I don't think that people should go in women's bathroom, a trans woman should go in women's bathrooms. I think that they should go in the bathroom based on their biological makeup. Okay, that's also very different than the others. If you want to say, hey, I think that sports should be segregated based on their biological sex. Okay, that's also different. But like when you just say transgenderism, that's not an argument. And that guy didn't make any of these arguments. He said, when these people are saying that men are women or that a man can be a woman, and I'm saying, yeah, this just isn't really like that's not this big like issue that's taking over the fucking country that is like, causing all of these problems. These are all very separate issues. These are all very separate things to where, yeah, I can say, yes, I think that somebody should transition if they have like a mental illness to where they have a high likelihood of suicidal ideations. But that is a very rare thing. So if it was happening a lot, I would have a problem with it. Currently, there's only about 1,000 kids who transition every year out of 100,000, surgically transition every year out of 100,000 who are diagnosed, right? That's a very small percentage of people. You literally talk so much and say nothing. I've literally just quoted numerous stats, studies, empirical data. If you don't understand empirical data and you don't know that that's saying everything, then I'm sorry, but there is no helping you. But yes, like they have the same rate. They don't. There are small studies that say that they have the same rate. There's the Swedish study that says that they have the same rate. All other studies, much bigger studies, all say that they have different rates, much different rates. So the science wouldn't say, oh, they have the same rate, but let's just do it anyways. If they had the same rates. Also, the suicide rate is not the only thing that like makes it to where they prescribe this. It's also the fact that they're more likely to be able to go to school. They're more likely to be able to get a job. They're more likely to be able to go to work, and they're more likely to be able to go to like social gatherings and make friends. They're more likely to go to family gatherings and socialize with people. They're more likely to have a social life. They're more likely to have a professional life. It's about like their entire health, the entire health of their life, that it changes. And so it's not just suicidal ideation, it's their whole fucking life changes. There's a massive difference between one and the other. It doesn't change the suicide rate, it's increased. Okay. we'll stick to this, and then I will go over that. Okay? And if that's what you think, by reading one small study from Sweden, when literally every other study disagrees with that, then I will show you. And I'm sure you will choose to still believe the one small study from Sweden, and you will still disregard all of the other bigger studies from everywhere else. I'm sure you will still believe that it's what I show you will not make any difference to you, but I will do it anyway. So, this case is Wyoming. I said California. Is it? Oh, it is. You're right. Well, I'm. The thing is I don't know that they're actually doing this, and I like keep hearing that they like kids are getting taken for shit like this, but there are contexts where I think, yes, if somebody is like in imminent danger from like some sort of health concern, and their parents aren't allowing them to get any help for it, there isn't much you can do there. Like, it doesn't make sense to say, oh no, when kids are having like major health crisis and their parents say, we don't believe in health crisis, we don't believe in medicine, we don't believe in that, so our religion says that we don't believe in those things, then yeah, I would say there's not much of a choice for the state at that point if they are willing to endanger their own child like that. But it just depends on the circumstance, because if all it is the kid just wants to transition and they won't let them, and the state took them away, that's fucked up. They better not take their fucking kid away. That would be an insanely fucked up thing. You believe it's a mental illness? No, I don't believe it. It just is a mental illness by literally every standard, by literally the definition, by every metric. The fact that there are millions and millions and millions of them, all with the same symptoms, the same I can't think of the words, but before it was ever a social media thing or something on television, there were already millions and millions of them. Trans equals mental. That's what I just said. You just said. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a mental illness. This is a medical diagnosis. Like, trans doesn't equal mental illness. It's just more so gender dysphoria is a mental illness. It is like a diagnosed mental illness. So using a term to describe all aspects of it is not a good thing. I have to be very precise on what I'm saying. Men and women's bathrooms is wrong. Anybody under the age of 18 transitioning surgery. Okay. Yeah, I would disagree to some extent. Like, I don't think that kids should transition, but I also currently, because it is such a small amount of them that transition, and they like the laws have very like strict guidelines on the fact that it has to be one of the most like extreme circumstances for a kid to transition. Currently it's just not like a big problem. It's not a big issue because it is not a large amount of kids who are actually doing it. And so it's not it's just not even like something that's worth like making a big deal out of. So is being gay a mental illness in your book? No? Critics twist California bill that would weigh gender identity support in custody cases. Democrat California lawmaker have approved a bill that would instruct courts, have approved a bill that would instruct courts to consider, among many other factors, whether a parent affirms a child's gender identity when making custody and visitation decisions. But critics online are claiming that the measure goes much further and means any parent who doesn't support their kid's desire to pursue gender-affirming surgery will lose custody. Legal experts and the bill sponsor say that's not the case. Here's a closer look at the fact. Claim California Bill AB 957 would require parents to affirm the gender transition of any child, including surgery, or else lose custody. The facts, the bill which, so this is what people are saying it says, but they're saying it doesn't say this. The facts, bill which in the state Senate and Assembly approved last week and is awaiting Governor Gavin Newsom's signature, says nothing directly about surgery. It's specific to custody cases and instructs judges to consider a parent's support of child's identity in addition to other factors already weighed. It doesn't require a judge to side with an affirming parent, nor does it bar a non-affirming parent from accessing the child. The bill does not announce any bright line rules forbidding the judge to award custody to a denying parent or mandating that the judge award a child to an affirming parent, said Scott Altman, a family law professor at the University of South Carolina. Widespread posts on social media reacting to the bill's passage, however, claimed it would mean that a parent unsupportive of a child's gender transition would inherently lose custody of their child. Okay. I don't think this is what he was talking about, because I thought he was saying that like DFACS would come take them or something. Brandon, that's not what you were talking about, right? You weren't talking about like a custody battle between parents. You weren't saying that it's one of the things that they'll take into consideration. You're saying that like child protective services are going to take them away, right? All this starts from some place and everything is related to something else. It is just symptoms of a bigger problem. Right, but that's you're literally just saying, let's just lose all nuance. Let's not be nuanced and let's not talk about like the issue in and of itself. Let's broaden it out as much as possible. And this is what I hate about what leftists do sometimes, is where they'll say, dude, religion is this fucking horrible thing. And I'm like, how? Like, why do you hate religion? They're like, do you know what Christians do in this country? Do you know how bad they are? And I'm like, well, give me an example. What's something? And they're like, do you know that some states allow adults to marry 13-year-olds for religious reasons? I'm like, okay, yes, I know that there are Republican states that allow 13-year-olds to get married and that they say they leave it open for religious reasons. Yes, I know that. They're like, yeah, the religion is horrible, dude. It's disgusting. It's promoting pedophilia. I'm like, okay, that's not really religion. Like you're taking like a state doing something. They're like, no, there's a bunch of them. I'm like, I like, this just isn't, you're not really like saying anything. So I can't really engage with this. No, you're diagnosing people as mentally ill based on your feelings and nothing else. You're arguing from your feelings despite the fact that the facts disagree with you. Okay. Because gender dysphoria is included in the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders. This is also called the DSM. If you've ever heard of it, it is the Authority on Mental Illnesses. Not sure if you're aware of this, but this is what claims that it is a mental disorder. So that's the Authority on Mental Illnesses. This isn't a feeling. This isn't This isn't somebody's like opinion. It just is a mental illness. It just is. That's what it is. I don't know where you're getting it from, that this isn't a fact or that this is a feeling, John, but it's not. This is a fact. It just is a mental illness. So, but yes, if we broaden that out to say, okay, well, Christianity's bad. That's the root problem. All of these things come from another thing, and those come from another thing, and we need to get to the root cause of what's causing people to argue that 13-year-olds should be able to get married. Well, Christianity, we gotta get rid of Christianity. It is the problem here. It's like this is what leftists do to try to argue against these things, and it's a ridiculous argument. It's a ridiculous way of arguing. You have to get to the nuance. You have to get into like the different types of Christianity, the different the different sects out there, the different denominations, the different beliefs within each denomination, different churches with it. Like these are all very separate, and a congressman who is religious using his religion as a reason for why he's arguing for 13-year-olds to get married isn't actually an argument against religion. Being trans has been removed as part of the DSM, actually. Wait, hold on. Being trans, gender dysphoria. So earlier when they said, do you believe trans is a mental illness? I said not being trans really, but having gender dysphoria, yes. So gender dysphoria is a mental disorder. And it's supposed to be expanded upon in the DSM-6. They are not removing it. They are expanding upon it. Well, here's the evidence. You can't post links in chat. YouTube doesn't let you. If you want to tell me where you got it from, I'm happy to look it up. Let's see, this right here says, when did gender dysphoria stop being a mental disorder? The term replaced the previous diagnostic label of gender identity disorder. In 2013, with the release of Diagnostics Manual DSM-5, the condition was renamed to remove the stigma associated with the term. So, gender identity disorder was removed. Gender dysphoria is what replaced it. But this is in the DSM-5 currently, right now. I assumed John was going to respond, but they didn't. So yeah, it is currently in the DSM-5. And yes, it is the APA that writes the DSM-5, the American Psychiatric Association. They are the ones who come up with the diagnostic criteria and decide what goes in there. So But yeah, I don't see anything. I haven't found anything saying that they're going to take that like child protective services are going to take kids away from their parents if they don't affirm their gender. But it does have in family law for child custody that is one of the hundreds of things that they will take into consideration. So, yeah, this is very different, but just the same as like, again, there are Republicans who make religious arguments and Christianity arguments for why 13-year-olds should be able to get married in their states. I wouldn't keep bringing this up all the time to say, dude, they're like, when they're literally letting 13-year-olds get married, like, we can't listen to the Republicans anymore. We can't allow them to like keep getting away with this stuff. Like, these people are fucking crazy, and I just bring it up all the time. They're always letting 13-year-olds get married, bro. Like, it's not really happening, even though they do allow the law. It doesn't happen a lot. It's not this huge issue that's going on there. Should they fix it? Sure. Is it something that I'm gonna act like it's like a big representation of Republicans? No, because that would be bad faith. But yeah, it's just not like we just don't. We're just not engaging in the same way. Where like, yeah, I'm trying to actually like make sure I'm arguing against like the real representation of the other side. I don't think that's being returned. All right, what is this?
Trump is learning pretty quickly the concept of F around, find out, as his tariff scheme just got turned on its head. So just yesterday, he took to Truth Social, writing, "On January 20th, as one of my many first executive orders, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States and its ridiculous open borders. This tariff will remain in effect until such time as drugs, in particular fentanyl, and all illegal aliens stop this invasion of our country." Well, turns out both Canada and Mexico have a pretty good sense of who Trump is by now, and a pretty good sense that he's not interested in diplomacy and only cares about brute force. And so today, the Mexican president suggested Mexico could respond to any of Donald Trump's tariffs with tariffs of its own on U.S. products. And as for Canada, well, they issued a statement that included a thinly veiled threat of their own. Quote, "Our relationship today is balanced and mutually beneficial, particularly for American workers. Today, Canada buys more from the United States than China, Japan, France, and the UK combined. Canada is essential to U.S. domestic energy supply, and last year, 60% of U.S. crude oil imports originated in Canada." In other words, from Mexico, you've got the explicit threat of a trade war, and from Canada, you've got the implicit threat of a trade war. And I want to be crystal clear here. There are no winners in a trade war. None. No matter how big and powerful we all like to believe the United States is, we live in a global economy, and two of our top 3 biggest trade partners are the exact countries that Donald Trump is attacking as we speak. That means just as much as we can inflict pain on them, they can inflict pain on us. Consider, for example, the leverage that Canada has, as explained in the statement that I just read. There is a reason that Canada's Deputy Prime Minister made it clear that 60% of U.S. crude oil imports originate in Canada. It's because they know that we rely on that oil to fuel our energy sector. No pun intended. They are not without leverage here. And if the U.S. is going to attack Canada, then clearly Canada is willing to reciprocate, and they know they can. And it's not just oil and gas either. Consider too the leverage that Mexico has over the U.S. with regard to our food supply. Take a look at this chart that shows where our vegetables come from. See all that green? That's our imports from Mexico. And in red are our imports from Canada. That is 15 billion pounds of produce, a gap that we wouldn't be able to compensate for. Meaning we'll still need to import that food, it'll just be more expensive. Why? Because tariffs are a tax not on the exporting country, but rather on the consumer of the importing country.
Yeah, so this is part of the problem that, I forget his name, but the guy who called in earlier, who was saying that, like, everybody votes based on policy. Nobody votes based on policy. Most people don't even understand policies. They don't understand how they work. They don't understand that, like, most of the time when Trump or Kamala or Biden or any of these people are running saying, I'm going to get this done, they can't actually do it. They don't have the authority. They don't have the ability. They don't have any of the, they don't have any of like the work or the status. Like they just have no ability to get those things done. But if they're president, they can try to get Congress to do it, and they can try to work with Congress to get people to vote in favor of it and try to negotiate these things and try to, try to do their best to get everything worked out. But most people, they have no idea, and they think, oh, Trump can just decide to build the wall. No, he can't really. He doesn't have the ability. He can't just write an executive order. We're going to build the wall. Like, he can't. So he has to get Congress to do it, and Congress refused to pass it and refused to actually go along with it. And so he had to use some like shady maneuvers to get around it. Just as like with tariffs, when Trump says he's going to tariff somebody, even though people hear that and they're like, good, we're tired of the trade deficit. We're losing the war. We're losing the trade war with China. We weren't in a trade war with China. And being in a deficit doesn't actually hurt the country at all. The trade deficits don't matter. They don't affect us. They're not a problem. They can be. There's a way for it to be, but it just doesn't matter that we have a deficit. But Trump starting to tariff China starts a trade war with one of our biggest suppliers. And now the same with Canada and Mexico. Like, all of our biggest suppliers are now going to get tariffed. And when you ask somebody, hey, what do you want Trump to do? They're like, oh, I love that he's going to tariff China. They're really bad. Okay. Do you not think it's like bad that it's going to cost the American people a lot of money for us to tariff China? They're like, well, no, it doesn't cost us money. China is going to pay a lot of money. They're the ones who are going to get in a lot of trouble because they're going to have to pay that tariff. So no, they don't pay the tariff. Americans pay the tariff. Americans have to pay for it. Our prices go up. Our money goes up. Our expenses go up. Like, that's how this works. But they don't know that because they don't know how policies work. They have no idea. They've never looked at the policies, and they don't know anything about it. But when this guy who was on earlier tries arguing with me, telling me that all Americans are voting based on policy, bullshit. They don't even know the fucking policies. They don't know what they're running on. They don't know what they mean. They don't know how they get them done. They don't know if they cost money. They don't know if they help, if they give you money. They don't know. They have no idea. They just know the rhetoric that's used towards tariffs, and that's it. That's what they know.
That means us. And by the way, for anyone who thinks that Trump couldn't possibly saddle us with a costly trade war, might I remind you that he literally already did it with China in 2018. According to the Tax Foundation, the Trump administration imposed nearly $80 billion worth of new taxes on Americans by levying tariffs on thousands of products valued at approximately $380 billion in 2018 and 2019, amounting to one of the largest tax increases in decades. Here's Tennessee's Department of Agriculture Commissioner back in 2019 discussing the impacts of the trade war on farmers and the Trump administration being forced to make those farmers whole by using tax dollars to compensate for him starting a trade war.
60% of our exports were going to China. Trade wars started that effectively lost soybean, corn, took a big hit. I mean, it really, and all farmers in the whole country were affected, and especially those that grow a lot of row crops in West Tennessee. At least some reports that they're making progress with China now. Even if that progress is made and you reinstitute that market, it's going to take some time to get it back developed.
It's hilarious to me that this dude, a YouTube streamer, is telling a billionaire businessman, former president, how to run a country. Okay, so you're telling me that you don't disagree with Kamala on anything, right? Correct? Somebody being a billionaire has nothing to do with whether or not they're able to run a fucking country. I don't know why you even mentioned that. Them being a businessman or a fucking billionaire does not mean that they're able to run a country. I've had hundreds of employees. I've run businesses. I've had my own businesses. That doesn't mean I know more about any of these things. That's not relevant. But if you think it matters, then hey, I've been a businessman. I've run my own businesses. I've started my own businesses. I've sold my own businesses, and I've run businesses and corporations with other people, with hundreds of employees. So you can't tell me what it is that I do and don't know about this. Sorry. But yeah, if that's the case, Kamala was in politics for over 25 years, and she says that Trump is wrong on these things. So if that's what all you need is just to know, you just need to have more experience, then Kamala is the one who, with way more experience than Trump, and has done way more and knows way more. Therefore, according to your line of thinking, you should listen to Kamala then.
Some people say a year or two even after that.
So you think the subsidies that they get, they'll hold out, probably won't go bankrupt, anything like that?
Well, the money that they get's not going to fill the hole completely. We need some movement on and try to reopen that market before we'll be fully whole.
The reality is that another trade war, especially with both Canada and Mexico, will impact nearly every part of our economy. Take a look at this chart to see what the U.S. imports from Canada. Cars, tractors, trucks and parts, machinery and appliances, aluminum, iron, steel, wood, plastics, paper, pharmaceuticals, fertilizers. Or how about this chart to see what the U.S. imports from Mexico? Machinery and mechanical appliances, electronics, cars, tractors, trucks, parts, film equipment, beverages and alcohol, iron, steel, plastics, furniture, bedding, lamps. Here's that point being made on CNN as well.
If you voted for Trump because you thought he was going to bring down the cost of housing, a lot of our lumber, cement, other materials comes from Canada, which means that construction costs are going to go up. Not to mention all of the ways he's going to roil the U.S. auto industry, because a lot of autos cross borders in North America multiple times before they're ultimately finished and sold to consumers. Not to mention the fact that a lot of U.S. manufacturers purchase inputs, intermediate goods like metals and cement and other things from Canada, from Mexico, and not to mention even the retaliation that we should expect. All of which is going to be very bad for consumers, not to mention, again, many of the U.S. workers that Trump allegedly wants to help.
All of which is to say, again, that trade wars have no winners. There is a reason that diplomacy is a better tool than entering office an unhinged toddler and waging your economic wars on your allies. These people are literally our allies. They aren't even our enemies. Trump can parrot America first until he's blue in the face, but we live in a global economy. We rely on other countries to keep that economy running, and we are better off cooperating with them than declaring war on them, which seems like a pretty basic concept, and yet here...
And Tori, I'm fucking 36. I'm not doing it now. Those were all past tense. I said past tense. You saying I'm live all the time right now, therefore I don't do this. That doesn't make sense. It was all in the past. It's past. The not current. Didn't say present. All in the past. I've had a long life. Been an adult for a long time. I've had a long time to do a lot of things.
Here we are. And look, we could go on and on about how these tariffs are going to touch every part of our lives here in the U.S., and trust me, they will. But what I think is the more brazen part of this is that Donald Trump and Republicans spent the better part of a year completely destroying the Biden White House for high prices as the result of inflation, which of course was out of the White House's control. Inflation was a global phenomenon, and as the result of that inflation, there wasn't a single incumbent party in any industrialized country on earth that did not lose seats in their majorities or just lose their elections outright. That is how consequential the phenomenon of inflation was. This was a miserable year for incumbents across the entire globe, and the U.S. wasn't spared by that. And Trump, whether fairly or not, was the beneficiary of that anti-incumbent sentiment as the result of high inflation. And yet now, the very first thing he's seeking to do in office on the back of that anti-inflation sentiment is going to be to take action that'll have the effect of raising prices. So either he truly does not have one single person in his orbit who understands the consequences of tariffs and their impact on consumers, or He never actually cared about lowering costs, and he just attacked the Democrats on an issue that he recognized was potent while being fully willing to extract even more pain onto the country for the very thing that he accused the left of doing. That is Donald Trump's depravity, hypocrisy, and lack of care for the American people on full display. So while
the tariff stuff literally makes absolutely no sense. It just doesn't. There's no excuse for it. There's no reason for it. There's no argument for it. It literally makes no sense. It is just like, hey, I need to make a new boogeyman to make people think that they're the bad guy and I'm the one who's solving it again. Just as all of like the weird vague boogeymen about like the deep state and the swamp and the establishment and like all of these just random boogeymen that I can always point at and say everybody should be scared of these people. It's just the same thing again as always, just another way to try to make people afraid of something that's not even a problem. All right, let's see. Where's the... What the fuck? I don't know how to unmute this. Oh, there we go.
Women lose. I'm voting for the man that's going to take America back, baby. Donald J. Trump, man.
What's one of your biggest issues?
Probably going to be inflation, because I sell T-shirts and all that stuff.
Your T-shirts are made in the USA?
No, my blanks, no. See, that's the thing Trump's talking about. If we tax them, hit tariffs, the same item they're making over there will cost the same to make over here.
We pay the tariffs.
Well, the companies pay the tariffs, not us.
China doesn't pay the tariffs. We do when they come in.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Like if I'm buying 1,000 shirts from China and there's a tariff on it, I'm paying the tariff.
Well, no, whoever's getting it imported in is going to pay the tariffs.
Yeah. I'm the business owner. I'm paying the tariff. China doesn't pay it. I pay for it.
Well,
like if I'm
It's funny to me that literally 85% of Americans voted for 85% of Americans. What the fuck? 85% of Americans voted for him? Where the fuck did you get that stat from, fucking Tory? What? What kind of fucking math is that? It's not even half of Americans. What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Do you not? What is this? 85% of Americans, 76 million voted for him out of 350 million. That is about 22%. 22%, Tori, not 85%. 22% of Americans, 76 million. We have 350 million Americans in the country. This is not even fucking close to 85%, bro. Trump got 280 million votes and still counting. Yeah, he is just, whoo, dude, that's amazing. Shit. 280 million Americans voted for him. Whoa. That is fucking wild, dude. That is, sheesh. Yeah, no, about 23%. So you think only 22% voted for Trump? I know only, if you would like to show me the numbers, Tori, you can send it to me, okay? Send me numbers where 280 million Americans voted for Trump. Send it to me. I'll look at it. I'll pull it up on screen. You can I will pull up whatever you send me. I will look fucking horrific when you show me 280 million Americans voted for him and not 76 million. How many do you think voted for Harris? 74 million. I literally have the numbers on the screen for you right here. The AP is the one who counts the votes. That's who counts it. It's them. They're the ones who count it. They're the ones who keep track of this. It's them. Literally them. So you think only 22% voted for Trump? LOL. No, I know that. What do you mean? She didn't win the full states. She won a few counties in the states. What are you on about? Where does the 85% come from, Tori? Where the fuck did you get that from? Where the fuck did you get 85% from? Where the fuck? You're talking about the actual number, 22%, times 4. You got it 4 times what the actual number is. Even when it comes to California, you are literally just saying meaningless statements. That nothing you're saying means anything. It doesn't. These are all meaningless statements. Trump didn't actually win the country, guys. He only won states. That's it. Truly, he only won states. Look. He only won states. He didn't win the whole country. Do you see this? He didn't win the whole country. He only won states. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's crazy, bro. He only won states. He didn't actually win the country, dude. He didn't even win. He just won states and not the country. That's what you're saying right now, Tori. Trump also won counties. That nobody wins states. Without winning the counties. You saying she won counties, not states. That's a meaningless statement. You're just not saying anything. The states that she won in, she won the majority of votes in those states. That's it. That's the end of it. What do you mean where I get that from? I'm not saying that. How far behind are you, Tori? I asked you over and over, where did you get 85% from? You said 85% of Americans voted for Trump. You said that. Do you want me to pull it back up for you? I have it right here. I can show you where you said that. Did you forget? Right here. You said, it's funny to me that literally 85% of Americans voted for him, and they aren't all uneducated or know how finances and tariffs work. That's, you said, literally 85% of Americans voted for Trump. You said that. And you can only put so much in this. I'm about as far behind as you are when it comes to not realizing Trump won in a landslide. I said Trump was going to win. I bet on Trump winning. I said he was going to win all 6 swing states. Me. I'm not taking a long time to realize. I said this before the election even happened. I said it weeks before the election ever happened. Trump was going to win all 6 swing states. I said this. I said Kamala was not going to come close. So you saying I'm taking forever to realize this. I don't know where the fuck you got that from. I knew a long time ago. Can you tell me where you got 85% of Americans voted for Trump from?
I'm the business owner and I buy 1,000 shirts.
I see what you're saying. No, whoever's getting it imported in is going to pay the tariffs.
Yeah. I'm the business owner. I'm paying the tariff. China doesn't pay it. I pay for it.
Well,
Like, if I'm the business owner and I buy 1,000 shirts.
I see what you're saying.
China's not... Jolly. So I'm trying to explain.
Who pays the tariff? They're paying the tariff.
Do you think that? Do you believe that?
I was trying to say, because I sell merch as well.
I sell you something for $10, right? You're going to sell it to him for $20.
Exactly.
But then I make you pay me $15 for it. Are you still going to sell it to him for $20?
Am I going to sell it to him for $20?
If I raise the price $5?
The fact that 85% of registered voters voted for him? Not unregistered or illegals. Oh, true. So true, Queen. You just made it make so much sense now because of all the illegals that voted. I totally forgot about that. That's true. Yeah. So true. Makes so much sense, dude. Yeah. Shit. Got me there, dude. Fuck. All right. Where did that just go?
How much do you think undocumented immigrants pay into the tax system every year?
Zero.
Nothing.
Probably nothing.
Undocumented, I would guess zero. And why would they pay anything?
My guess is nothing.
Since they're undocumented, $0.
$100.
$100. 2022, they paid $96 billion into Social Security and Medicare, just undocumented.
I really don't know what to say about it.
2022, they paid $96 billion into the Social Security Medicare system.
It seems ludicrous that there would be that kind of money coming in.
You are 100% right. Given everything we've heard, it sounds absurd. It sounds insane, just like an alternate reality, right? It runs counter to the entire narrative that we've been getting the past several years.
Who did? The government?
The undocumented immigrants, they paid into the system. They pay it into the system.
Okay.
So through ITN number.
So documented immigrants?
Undocumented immigrants. They pay Medicare, they pay Social Security. They don't get Social Security.
Right, but they pay into it.
They pay into
See, I
it.
wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that.
It kind of is against like our like thoughts on how taxes should work, is that you shouldn't there's not supposed to be like taxation without representation. This is like part of like the philosophy on taxes. But we can't allow illegal immigrants to get representation because we can't allow them to vote unless they're actual citizens. And so it is like this weird like kind of a paradigm where they do need to pay taxes because they live here. They use the roads. They use our utilities and services. They need to pay those taxes. But we can't let them vote. Like, that can't happen. They no shot. They can never fucking vote. So it's it's just like a weird paradigm when it comes to illegal immigrants.
So Donald Trump has started saying there's voter fraud in Pennsylvania. I guess he thinks he's losing. So Donald Trump
it was funny, yes. They had so many claims about fraud all over the place at the very beginning of the election, and then as soon as he started winning, they fucking shut up very quickly. Had nothing to say. Nope, no claims of fraud anymore. No issues with fraud. No, we don't think it was stolen. No, we don't think there was any fraud. No. Nope. No, it was
So
good.
Trump is saying that if Kamala wins, it's going to be the Great Depression in 3 days. But if Trump wins...
No. Listen, don't even talk like that. Because here in Pennsylvania, you know what we value? Getting shit done and real freedom. And we know Kamala Harris is the candidate who can get shit done. She's the candidate who's going to protect our freedom. Folks here are fired up. They're ready to go.
They give birth, and that's automatically a citizen. No, you need to go through the proper channels.
I feel like there's something in the Bible about that, where someone goes into a foreign area and gives birth. I don't know. There's gotta.
It's not.
When saw we thee a stranger and took thee in, or naked and clothed thee? As ye have done it unto one of the least of these, my brethren, ye have done it unto me. What do you think it's about?
The only thing I can say is until we get our own people under control, I'm not worried about anybody outside this country.
We were talking about immigration. There were some parts in it that I thought were like pro-immigration.
They are. Jesus was an immigrant, right? Illegal.
I didn't hear what he said.
That's
What was it?
automatically a citizen. No, you need to go through the proper channels.
I feel like there's something in the Bible about that, where someone goes into a foreign area and gives birth. I don't know. There's gotta.
It's not.
When saw we thee a stranger and took thee in, or naked and clothed thee? As ye have done it unto one of the least of these, my brethren, ye have done it unto me. What do you think it's about?
The only thing I can say is until we get our own people under control, I'm not worried about anybody outside.
I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Why? I'm lost. Am I stupid?
No.
Am I fucking retarded? Why is he reading? Why is he getting that from what the Bible says?
And that's automatically a citizen. No, you need to go through the proper channels.
I feel like there's something in the Bible about that where someone goes into a foreign area and gives birth. I don't know. There's gotta. When saw we thee a stranger and took thee in, or naked and clothed thee? As ye have done it unto one of the least of these, my brethren, ye have done it unto me.
Oh, okay. So he's saying, yes, if you help the lowest among you, you are helping Jesus. Okay. It's very different, but sure. But like, I don't know that really applies to illegal immigration. I don't think that's the same thing, dude. I don't think that applies, but okay, homie.
We're just asking virgins here at the Trump rally why they think that they should have a say in women's reproductive care.
No comment. I actually have a Trump Bible with me.
What is the Trump Bible?
Have you read the Trump Bible?
No.
This is the Trump Bible. You think I'm a sucker because I paid for the Trump Bible?
I'm on record saying that you're the sucker, yeah.
I'm reading the Trump Bible. I'm just trying to find the part where they talk about abortion. Go away. Can you help?
It is kind of gross that Trump sold a Bible to try to make money, that he put the Constitution and shit in there, and it's like, that's literally blasphemy, dude. Like, that's literally to combine, as much as I love our state and as great as I think our country is, and as it is the best of all time, greatest country of all time, greatest everything, it's still not on par with a holy Bible, and to just put it in there like those go together, that is blasphemy. And for people to then turn around and buy the Bible is wild to me.
Oh my God, I remember you from TikTok.
Yes.
Oh my God. So yeah, this guy, if you don't know him, this is a Log Cabin Republicans meeting.
It is.
You are gay for Trump, and you famously went to a Trump rally and they yelled slurs at you. They did. And yeah, they did.
Oh, they're chanting the fucking N-word at him. Shit. I didn't expect that.
It was awful. He is back, apparently. I mean, they literally yelled slurs and epithets at him.
He shout epithets to everybody.
Epithets to everybody.
It's equality.
I have no words.
We're not highlighting gays for Trump as voting against their own interest. If you are voting for Trump, you are voting against your own interest.
If you have an interest and you're voting for Trump, you are voting against it.
Yes.
It's on a specific demographic.
Do you own a Fortune 500 company?
Yeah.
You're voting against your own interest.
If you are worth less than $100 million, you are voting against your own interest.
I will say that if you're worth more than $100 million, absolutely.
This is for you.
Well, I mean, if you care more about money than the planet or
human rights,
American democracy,
reproductive rights.
Yeah.
We keep going. Oh my God! I remember. What are we talking about today?
I'm interviewing people based on why they're inclined to vote for Kamala Harris, and then
Dude, I'll tell you a million reasons why I'm going to vote. She actually has a housing plan, unlike Donald Trump. She wants to help first-time homebuyers buy a home. Real estate is his literal day job, which is hilarious to me.
We're at 8% high.
Mortgage rates are at 6%.
The main issue is welfare spending.
The average time that someone is on welfare, what's the average time?
Average time, it's a generational thing.
2 years. The average is 2 years.
Yeah, I was about to say it's 2 years. Most states have a hard limit on how long you're allowed to be on welfare, and so people can't get on welfare and just stay on it forever. They have to it's just there for periods of time. And then you have to get off of it. You can't just get on welfare and just live on welfare forever. But that is what a lot of people think. They think that tons of people are just living their whole fucking lives on welfare. Just welfare queens out here just living. We'll just start off from day one, born into this country on welfare, and then die on welfare. 2
years. Some people are on welfare for 2 years.
It's
2 years. I used to be on benefits, and it was incredibly helpful to me at a time when I was starving.
You have illegals who are also using up our welfare.
Okay, let's talk about that. How much do you think undocumented immigrants pay in taxes every year?
They don't pay in taxes.
How much?
They don't pay in taxes.
How much?
Zero.
2022, they paid $96 billion into Social Security and Medicare.
How would they be able to pay if they don't have the money?
Okay, it's called the ITIN, and that's just undocumented immigrants.
Okay, there were 9 Tajiki nationals that were apprehended at the border.
Apprehended.
Now you're being condescending.
Apprehended. Yes, this is what people keep doing is they keep saying this many illegals were apprehended at the border. And it's like, okay. They're like, yeah, so Biden's letting them in. It's like, wait, you just said they were apprehended. Why? Apparently they're not being let in. Apparently they're being apprehended. So I don't know how you can use this language.
Yes, apprehended.
Still think you're making the same argument.
At least finish his response. But if it weren't for the FBI and the ATF apprehending these Tajiki illegals who were affiliated with ISIS, then they would have essentially created a widespread attack within the U.S.
Apprehended. Not answering.
Yes, again. And if it wasn't for them if it wasn't for them stopping terrorists, like, who stops them? The FBI. Well, isn't that who's supposed to stop terrorists? Like, so they're doing their jobs. Like, you're saying nothing, that, like, yes, people are doing their jobs while acting like they're not doing their jobs. That's interesting, huh?
Alongside the southern border to ensure that no new illegals, radical Islamist groups, cartels, fentanyl, 70,000 Americans being killed to it.
You go and I'll go.
Okay.
Apprehended. What are we talking about today?
I'm interviewing people based on...
Apprehended, bro. Apprehended. This guy does, like, other shit where he says he's trolling... what is it? Democrats, but I feel like it's fake. I feel like it's fake. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's fake as fuck.
Right now, a big issue is indoctrination of our children in schools with the whole LGBTQ thing. My daughter right now is in the 2nd grade, and
you see her face, dude. She is not having it. She is not having it, bro. She is not happy.
The school is teaching her pronouns. Apparently, there's like...
School's teaching her pronouns. Oh, no. Oh, no. I watched a guy the other day call into a show and say, pronouns are the devil. He said it like 5 times. It wasn't a misspeak. He said it over and over and over. Pronouns are the devil. I will never use pronouns. I will never say pronouns, ever. I will never do that. The pronouns are the devil, bro. I'll never do that. Over and over and over. Pronouns. It's like, but... You think pronouns are bad? You're just taking a whole section of grammar and vocabulary and you're just saying you just don't use that part? Like, do you have an issue with, like, action verbs? What about the proper nouns? Do you have issues with adjectives, maybe? Any other parts of grammar that you're just totally against? Do you ever use the word you? Have you ever said the word it? Huh. Oh, okay. Oh, so you use pronouns. You're just against them, apparently. You're against pronouns, but you say them all the time? I don't understand what's going on here.
Like 100 pronouns according to this school. I can't say anything about this because I'm 6 to 8 months behind on my child support payments. According to the government, I have no rights in saying where she goes to school. What about school choice?
And by school choice,
you know what he means being pedantic is showing your dishonesty. So it's that people are so dumb that it shows their retardation. and that they show how little they know about what it is they're talking about by the statements that they make. And so when somebody says something like that, like earlier, we had somebody in this chat, you wouldn't believe it, dude. You wouldn't believe it. This woman came in and said, we were talking about tariffs, and she's like, you think Americans aren't smart enough to understand tariffs when 85% of Americans voted for Trump? 22% of Americans voted for Trump. So yes, actually, yes, I do. That is exactly what I think. When you think that 74 million is 85% of Americans, when we have 350 million people in our country, you think that's 85%. No, I have zero faith that you understand math and how tariffs work and how like this can affect an economy, how this can change prices. Yes, like you're telling me in your own sentence how little you know as you're acting indignant about the fact that you know nothing. Like, as you're acting like you're totally smart enough to understand these things, you're also saying 85% of Americans voted for Trump. So yes, like you could, it's not dishonest. It's not being pedantic. It is the fact that they show how little they know about the topic in the way that they talk about it.
Choice? Do you mean defunding public education?
Yeah. That's what school choice is.
The last thing we need right now is a government to union bust teachers' unions. Haven't they been through enough? They showed up. They were there for our children.
See, I don't believe this chick. I think this is fake. The way that she's acting, it seems like acting.
Do you mean defunding public education?
Yeah. That's what school choice is.
The last thing we need right now is a government to union bust teachers' unions. Haven't they been through enough?
See, like that's acting, dude. The last thing we need them to do is union bust the teachers' unions. Haven't they been through enough? It's like Will Ferrell in Talladega Nights, where they're like recording him, and he's like, I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know what to do with my hands. Like, when you're on camera, everybody acts weird with their hands when they're first on camera, and it's very awkward. You're not sure like how to like use body language. I don't know what it is, but it's like a whole phenomenon where like, yeah, people just get very awkward in front of cameras and aren't sure how to use their hands anymore and how to act anymore. And that's exactly what she's doing in the way that she's talking.
Do you mean defunding public education?
Yeah. That's what school choice is.
The last thing we need right now is a government to union bust teachers' unions. Haven't they been through enough? They showed up. They were there for our children during the pandemic. The government has continually failed to protect them from gun violence. And now you want to union bust, defund public education, and take their jobs? Absolutely not.
The Republicans have supported stronger doors and, to give teachers more access to assault rifles. Right now, a big issue.
They've been in favor of stronger doors, guys. Come on.
A little personal story I have about Obamacare. So under Obamacare, I was forced to buy health care. I go to visit the doctor. I'm sitting in the doctor's office. This guy comes in with a lab coat and a stethoscope, and he sticks his fingers right up my ass. Okay, and then I find out he doesn't even work there. And then I find out I'm not even in the doctor's office. I had the...
Oh no, dude. What the fuck? Oh no. Hold on, let me hear this again. That was... Oh shit. What the fuck?
Had the wrong address. I'm afraid of that same thing happening to the American people if big government takes over Medicare.
Thank you for making the case for mental health.
Right now, a big issue is indoctrination of our children. A little personal story I have about Obamacare. So under Obamacare, I was forced to buy health care. I go to visit the doctor. I'm sitting in the doctor's office. This guy comes in with a lab coat and a stethoscope, and he sticks his fingers right up my ass. Okay, and then I find out he doesn't even work there. And then I find out I'm not even in the doctor's office. I had the wrong address. I'm afraid of that same thing happening to the American people if big government takes over Medicare.
Thank you for making the case for mental health care for all.
A little
This is acting, bro. This is acting. This is fucking acting. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is acting. This is all scripted. I don't believe it. This is here's the link to his channel if you guys want to go check him out, or if you want to cope in his comments. What's the... his name is Walter Masterson. And I just saw him in another video. I'd never seen him before. Didn't know who he was. Knew nothing about him. And then all of a sudden the other day, I just clicked on a video and there he was. Just right there. Oh shit, do I not have the video? Did I lose it? I lost it. I lost the fucking video. Yeah, I lost it. Wow. Okay. Well, while I find it, y'all check out this fucking banger of a video that I think probably if Donald Trump had run on everyone having to watch this video, I would have voted for him. Hands down. Hands down in a second. If Donald Trump said, in order to be an American citizen, we're going to take away the birthright and we're going to make it to where you have to watch this video in order to be an American citizen, I would have voted for him immediately. That's it. This is the greatest video I have ever seen in my life. So here we go. This is it. She saved the cat while she's in a burning building. Oh, she got saved. She's in oh, and now it's sad. And 5 years later, it works out, you know? And then she's a little girl back in the burning building. And he's coming back to save her as a super giant fire. And now she's a little girl. He's throwing her out. And now he's still in the burning building, and he's holding her picture, but she's an old woman again. The building blew up, but apparently they both died somehow. And yeah, they're both dead now in heaven together. It's a beautiful story. It's a beautiful story, and it's mostly about consequences. It's about consequences of your actions. That if you go and light a match and catch the building on fire, it should be on you to save the people in the building. That is the message behind this, is that it is on you. And if you can't save the people in the building, you have to die trying. And it's mostly about, if you voted for Donald Trump, you are going to be the ones who have to pay the consequences. That in Trump's last term, he helped rich people and billionaires more than anybody and hurt the middle class and the lower class more than anybody. And it is, again, poor, uneducated people who are voting for him and poor, uneducated people who are going to suffer and who are going to die in the building while waiting. So they will be the ones to suffer the consequences. That's what that video is about. And that's why Donald Trump should have to, that's why he should make everybody watch that video so that nobody ever votes for him again. Which apparently they won't. He said you'll never have to vote again. So I don't think it actually matters at this point. Wait, is that Laura Loomer? No shot.
What do you think about cancel culture?
Well, you know, I am the most banned woman in the world. Just wrote a book about it.
What's the name of the book?
It's called...
Did she actually just do that? Wow. What do you think about cancel culture? Wow.
What do you think about...
What the fuck? Why does it keep doing this? I hate
about
this.
cancel culture?
Well, you know, I am the most banned woman in the world. Just wrote a book about it.
What's the name of the book?
It's called Loomered, How I Became the Most Banned Woman in the World.
Where can they find the book?
I think the last time I checked, I'm banned more than she is, and I think I'm banned more than Alex Jones is, but I'm not sure. The last time I checked, they had 2 platforms each, and I had 3. And pretty close to a 4th. But you know, that's my that's the liberal bias that makes sure that I am always getting banned from everywhere.
Well, it's on Barnes & Noble. You can go to Barnes & Noble.
That's what Barnes & Noble carries it.
Barnes & Noble said that they have a no book burning policy. They may not have a book on the shelves at the time, but they will never not order it. If you go in and you request to order a book, they'll order it. I am the most banned woman in the world. You can go to my website and get copies as well.
Not on Amazon.
Well, Amazon, they are carrying it. Just because it's available on Amazon doesn't mean that I want to direct people to Amazon to make Jeff Bezos even richer just so, you know, he can continue funding the Washington Post and all of his little communist pet projects. I am the most banned woman in the world, and so I have a lot to say about cancel culture.
She thinks Jeff Bezos is communist. This is so frustrating. Yes, okay, I'm sorry that you guys are offended that I say that you don't know anything. But I'm sorry, you don't fucking know anything. When you have leaders out there calling the most capitalistic people in the fucking history of the universe, somebody like Jeff Bezos, the most capitalistic person in the history of the universe. That's not an exaggeration, just to be clear. That is not an exaggeration. This guy is the biggest capitalist of all time. And she's calling him a communist. Yes, I'm sorry. But when that is somebody who's able to gain any popularity whatsoever on your side, I'm saying your side is ready to be buried with her.
If there is cancel culture, you got to keep pushing through regardless. You can't let them stop you.
What do you think of pronouns?
Listen, I just think it's crazy what's happening in this country right now.
How many pronouns are there for the record?
It's he or her, right? Don't try to make me miserable.
There's just 2 pronouns, guys. There's just 2 pronouns. That's it. There's no other pronouns. There's just 2.
Your transitioning surgery is so.
This is I understand. It is pedantic. It is they are being pedantic, but that is the point. Is that it shows how little they know about the topics that they fucking rage about. They rage about fucking pronouns. They rage about tariffs. They rage about communism. They literally know nothing about these things. So according to a linguistic source, there are over 120 pronouns in the English language, including both commonly used and less frequently, with different categories like personal, demonstrative, interrogative, and relative pronouns. However, the most frequently used set of pronouns is much smaller. So if we look at pronouns, it says there are 3 sorry, there are 7 different types of pronouns in both English and English as a second language. Writers must recognize the personal pronouns, the demonstrative pronouns, the interrogative pronouns, and the relative pronouns, the indefinite pronoun, the reflexive pronoun, and the intensive pronoun. So so words like it, you, me, him, her, these are all pronouns. It's all words to refer to a thing, and we use that in place of like their name or the title of the object. And so instead of it being a noun or a I don't know why I'm blanking on this. Instead of it being a common noun or a fuck, why am I blanking on this word? My head is blurring right now. Yeah, it's indoctrination, dude. Proper noun. Thank you, Zach. Fuck, I just gave myself such a migraine trying to think of proper noun. So yes, proper nouns, and unless you use one of those, you use a pronoun in place. But it's indoctrination that gets people to use pronouns. It's the indoctrination of getting people to use pronouns like you or it. Can't believe it. I almost said can't believe it, but I'm anti-pronouns. I am totally against pronouns. I don't use.
Awful that I can't tell that you are the gender that you're pretending to be. Don't get mad at me, right? Just go about your life.
Just to be sure, it is 2 O's in Loomer?
Yeah.
Okay, and what are your pronouns?
My pronouns?
Yeah. I'm asking everyone.
Well, I'm a woman, so my pronouns are what is it? She, her? I mean, this is crazy.
What do you think about cancel culture?
Well, you know, I am the most banned woman in the world. Just wrote a book about it.
What's the name of the book?
It's called Loomered, How I Became the Most Banned Woman in the World.
Where can they find the book?
Are you registered to vote?
Yes, I am.
And who will you be voting for in November?
Trump.
What would you say your top issue is as a voter?
All the immigrants, illegal immigrants.
Does it concern you
Yes,
that
it
there
does.
was a bipartisan border bill?
Tom misrepresenting the argument as usual. I've already explained it to you. I don't know. I can't. If you don't understand it already, then I'm just. You're just proving my point. So I'll leave it at that.
Bill that would have given Biden the power to close the border, actually, at the southern border, but it got shut down because Trump started intervening.
Really? I did not know that. I did not know that.
It's one of the top issues this election. Like you said, it's your top issue, immigration.
Yeah.
Well, Donald Trump wanted to be able to run
Right.
on immigration, so he calls up all his Republican friends, says, hey, don't vote on that bill. Even though, leading up to the bill, that bipartisan...
It's not about pronounce. You know that. I do know that. I told you earlier, I know that they're not really against pronouns. I said this earlier. I already explained it. As I said, I've already explained it. I've already explained that I understand that they're not actually against pronouns. Literally everybody knows they're not against pronouns. That is the point. That is the point. We all know that's the whole fucking point. That is the whole fucking point. We know it's not actually about pronouns. But because they think it's about pronouns and they say, I'm against pronouns. I don't use pronouns. Those pronoun people need to get out of here. Where I will never use a pronoun. Ever. The pronouns are the fucking devil. Like, this proves that these people are so fucking retarded, they don't know anything. They have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Somehow they missed second grade when we all learned pronouns. Nobody says that. Okay. You just heard somebody say that, first off. Secondly, I literally said earlier that I literally just watched a video of a guy calling into a show screaming and yelling about the fact that pronouns are the devil and he will never use pronouns. Like, I've seen it so many times of people saying they are against pronouns. They are against pronouns. They will never use pronouns. Like, and there's even people in chat as we're going over this saying that yeah, pronouns are bad. Why would we use pronouns? That's fucking indoctrination, bro. Like, it's even happening as we're talking about it. Well, you don't usually use pronouns when talking face to face with that person. LOL. So, okay, so you, in that sentence, you just used a pronoun. Well, two pronouns. You used two pronouns in that sentence. While talking to me, you used two different pronouns. So again, this is the point. This is the whole point. People think that pronouns are a trans thing. Lots of people think pronouns are something that only trans people use. And so they say that they are against pronouns. And when they say, nobody thinks that. Okay, again, we've already been over this. Yes, people do think that. Again, people are literally in chat saying pronouns are indoctrination. Like, there's people, I'm not going to keep going over this. Anyways, the point is that when people make these arguments, they are showing their ignorance and showing just how little they know when they say these things. Like, they're just kind of like proving how little they know when this is a fucking thing you learn in second grade. It's about pronouns. This, that, them, they, he, she, it, you, me. Like, these are all pronouns. They are stand-ins for nouns. They are a type of noun that is taking the place of a personal or proper noun. A personal or a proper noun. So it's well, I guess not just a personal and a proper noun, but it's just taking place of a noun. So yeah. So it'll, if you say, instead of a chair, you say that. Well, because you didn't say chair, you said that. Now that is the pronoun because it replaced the noun. So now it is a pronoun. Just as if instead of saying John, I say he, that is now a pronoun because I put that in replace of what it is that I'm using to refer to John. So so yeah, that's, let me see if I can find I know there's a couple of channels that I saw some of these on, so I can pull up a couple. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so your requirement of a woman is they have to have the proper chromosomes. What are those
Correct.
chromosomes?
XY?
Yeah, let's go with that. I agree. In order to be a woman, you must have XY chromosomes. I agree with you. I'm on your side now. I agree.
Okay, so what is the next topic that you have there?
This is more of what I was talking about, but yeah, let's. This is more of what I'm talking about.
You said gender does not exist, so you would not be a man, correct? Because men don't exist.
Gender don't exist. Sex exists.
Yes, so you would not be a man, which
So
is
I'm
a
a
gender
man.
term.
My sex is a man.
Man is a gender
sex
term,
is a
not a
man.
sex term.
Man is a gender term, not a sex. Male would be the term. But this is the same thing, is that people will say, oh, gender doesn't exist. It's like, come on, bro. Like, you can't be this fucking ridiculous. Like, come on. It exists. You just don't believe it. Like, trans people are the gender they identify with. Gender exists. But again, yes, when people just say, oh, gender's not a real thing. There's gender ideology. It's like, you mean trans ideology, not gender ideology. There's like, again, but it's, yes, it is. Okay.
Are doing wonderful.
I don't know if this is it. I don't know if he takes his lives down. So, I just happened upon this guy the other day, and I believe this is the one where the guy is saying, I don't know where the fuck. It says that it found the word pronouns somewhere, but it won't show me where. Oh, it's in my fucking search thing. I'm stupid. Okay, yeah. It looks like it's not, he doesn't have the live up anymore. But yes, these are all the points that we're talking about, is that when people, like, when that's their argument, right? When they come in saying pronouns are bad, or gender doesn't exist, or man is a sex, or like things like that. Like, these are, we're saying that, like, yes, at that point, we're just kind of we just kind of already won the argument. Like, it's not like really, we're not really being pedantic. We're saying that this is the joke, is that yes, because they do this, it's already over. Yeah, it doesn't look like his live, whichever one it was. I don't know if he has it in a playlist or something. Shorts, systemic racism, abortion debate, religious debate, gaming, video essays, capitalism debate, Trump debates, trans debates, all debates. Yeah, I've never seen this guy before, so I'm kind of interested in going through some of his debates and seeing what all he has here. But
you took out, if you were allowed to dismantle the current prison system, but you had to deal with all those thousands to millions of people that are in.
Decriminalizing. Those are two different things. Decriminalizing means that we don't punish people for doing these specific things. We can still criminalize drug sale. I still think selling drugs should probably be criminalized unless you're like a licensed drug dealer. I think that this is not necessarily a bad thing to criminalize drug sale for specific things. However,
yeah, decriminalizing like drugs normally just means that you're making it to where people won't get arrested. Sometimes they can still get like fines and get tickets and stuff like that, or they'll just like not. There won't be like punishments for it, but they'll take drugs from you. Like if they find drugs on you, they'll take them from you, but you just won't get like a harsh punishment. But they'll They should always have like, yeah, drug dealers getting in trouble. Drug dealers should always get arrested and face pretty severe consequences for it. Yeah, I don't know. I might go through this guy's channel and look at some of his stuff because, yeah, does anybody in chat know this guy? Have any of you seen him before? Jovan Bradley. Anybody have any idea who he is?
You had a great week.
Oh, wait. I think this is it.
Greg is another one of those people who could only double down. Wait, I need one. Wait, I also need one that says emotional for when we get men that just cry. Oh, I need to crash you in society. You feed them when they're hungry. Against trying to. He will reply, truly, I tell you, at any point say I was a cat, dummy. Did I at any point?
Literally, oh God.
And did not help you. He will reply, truly, I tell you, whatever you did not do for the least of these, you did not do for me. Then they will go away to eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life. This is directly what Jesus taught.
Yeah, this
help
is the
your
one.
fellow man
I think
get into heaven. Be selfish, you go to hell. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And every single person that's like, you're misinterpreting it. I'm not. I'm literally not. You just are not actually Christian. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
I didn't hear one said this guy kept on reading. He's out here with freaking Mickey Mouse ears trying to lecture us about God.
Oh, those are definitely
womp, womp. You know the difference? You know the difference between Mickey Mouse and a cat?
Listen, you're a man. I'm not going to treat you as a cat.
I didn't ask you to, stupid. Did I at any point say I was a cat, dummy? Did I at any point? Hey guys, rewind the tape. When did I say I was a cat? Let's because Greg clearly doesn't know anything. I'd love to know when I said I'm a cat, Greg.
It's the stupidest thing.
When did I say I was a cat, Greg? When did I say I was a cat, Greg? When did I say I was a cat?
Pronouns are stupid.
Greg,
pronouns are stupid.
when did I say I was a cat? When did I say I was a cat? I'm just waiting. When did I say I was a cat, Greg?
Call yourself furry, God.
When did I?
Nobody ever says this. Pronouns are stupid. Pronouns are stupid. Pronouns are stupid. Nobody ever said that, Tom. Nobody ever said that. Pronouns are stupid.
Say I was a cat, Greg.
For you to sit here and call yourself furry.
When did I say I was a cat, Greg?
Call yourself.
When did I say I was a cat? When did I say it? When did I say I was a cat, Greg? I'm just waiting.
You never said it.
Oh, great. Did you guys hear that? I never said it. Greg, you can go back into the fiery pits of stupidom where you once came from. Dumb fuck.
So if you wear certain things, you become that thing?
Yeah, I'm wearing a Kenneth Cole shirt, so I am now Kenneth Cole.
Yo, I'm about to go put on.
I am fashion industry mogul Kenneth Cole because apparently you wear something, you become that thing. Homie's never heard of clothing before.
I'm about to become the Flash. It's over.
Bazinga. Greg is another one of those people who could only double down. Wait, I need one. Wait.
His double down thing looks like my Thomas Fair emote. Can somebody put the Thomas Fair in chat real quick? His double down looks just like the Thomas Fair.
Could only double.
Is it? Or sorry, not Thomas Fair. What's the other one? We freaking agree. That's what it is. It's we freaking agree. Yeah, Thomas Fair is this one, but it's the we freaking agree one that I'm thinking of. Yes, there we go. There we go. We freaking agree. It looks his looks just like that. I think it's like the same text, same color, same font. We freaking agree.
Down. Wait, I need one. Wait, I also need one.
I want to do this too. Ever since I saw him, he like puts shit up on the screen while he's talking to people. I was thinking, I got to do that, dude. I got to.
That says emotional for when we get men that just cry. Oh, I need a crash out one.
What do you mean? That wasn't him, man. He said he didn't care about pronouns. That was clearly a woman. You know,
right.
so
that was a lady. My bad.
Didn't care about pronouns at all, so don't mind what they call.
Wait, I definitely need a emotional one. Like, I think that's just so funny.
I don't care about pronouns.
This guy talking is obviously a bit of a retard as well. As yeah, he's the word man is a noun, not a pronoun. What's your favorite song from VeggieTales? Ooh, girl. Shit. We about to get in some VeggieTales, motherfucker. It's, is it My Hairbrush? Larry identified as someone with hair, but none of the bigots would accept it. Damn, bro. Damn, son. Nah, my favorite is Water Buffalo. I thought everybody's was Water Buffalo, but I guess Hairbrush is, it probably is up there. Oh, where is my hairbrush? Oh, where is my hairbrush? But yeah, I like the everybody's got a water buffalo. Yours is fat, but mine is slow. Oh, where we get them, I don't know. But everybody's got a water buffalo. Ooh. Great fucking song.
Greg is back in the box. Do we think Greg's gonna learn from his past mistake, or will Greg double down, everybody? What do we think's gonna happen? Will Greg learn, or will Greg double down? What do we think's gonna happen, chat?
Yeah, okay, childish. You call me a woman in my face, big man.
You are a woman. You said you don't care about pronouns, right?
The pronouns are the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Okay, what are you?
They're both doing it now. They're both saying woman is a fucking pronoun. I can't. My head's gonna explode. I can't do it. That's it for me. I think we've covered all of the world.
President Trump, you talked about how the increase in the price of food, gas, and rent is hurting families. But the real cost that's breaking families' backs and preventing women from participating in the workforce is childcare. Childcare is now more expensive than rent for working families and is costing the economy more than $122 billion a year, making it one of the most urgent economic issues that is facing our country. In fact, the cost of childcare is outpacing the cost of inflation, with the majority of American families of young children spending more than 20% of their income on childcare. One thing that Democrats and Republicans have in common is that both parties talk a lot about what they're going to do to address the childcare crisis, but neither party has delivered meaningful change. If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down. You know, I was somebody, we had Senator Marco.
Democrats' answer to childcare is abortion. Oh, shit. That's actually pretty funny. Fucking Nathan Ping. Let's get some W's in chat for Nathan. That was actually pretty good, dude. That's pretty funny.
Rubio and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that because the childcare is childcare, it's couldn't, you know, there's.
What the fuck is he saying? Is this even English? So she just asked him she just said childcare is one of the biggest costs on humans currently. You keep saying that you want to help the American families and deal with their costs, and the biggest cost for American families is childcare. So can you tell us what you are going to do to help parents with childcare? And he's just, childcare. Oh, but Ivanka loves childcare. We did more childcare than any other country when I was president. We were number one in childcare when I was in office, and Biden didn't do anything for childcare. Biden tried putting in place a policy for him to sniff childcare, and it didn't even go through. It didn't even make it through the House. They rejected his bill to sniff childcare. And I was talking to somebody the other day, and they said, You have the best childcare. You have the best childcare of anyone. And I was like, oh wow, thank you. Whoa. I'm so humble that I don't normally talk about these things. But I appreciate you bringing it up, because yes, they were telling me that I'm #1 in childcare, and I was impressed that they knew so much about childcare.
Common is that both parties talk a lot about what they're going to do to address the childcare crisis, but neither party has delivered meaningful change. If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Trump has never talked about a specific piece of legislation ever. Like he's never done it. Not as like a campaigning thing. He hasn't done it. Like he's obviously talked about specific pieces of legislation while in office, but as for campaigning, he has never said, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to pay for it. This is how we're going to implement it. This is how we're going to make sure that this gets through. This is how we're going to make sure that it's affordable. This is how we're going to, like, he's never done this ever on anything. But he'll say things like, we're going to build a wall, the most beautiful wall. It's going to be a beautiful wall, and we're gonna have Mexico pay for it, and probably they're gonna pay for all of it. Yeah, but he's not. That's not. There's no policy there. There's no like legislation. There's no like explanation for this. There's no specificity. Her question, everybody remember, her question is, what are you going to do to help parents pay for childcare? And if you're going to do something, what specifically are you going to do in terms of policy to help parents with childcare? That was her question. That's what she's asking. This is his answer.
I would do that, and we're sitting down, I
would do that. What are you going to do to help parents with childcare? I would do that. Yeah. Huh.
Somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue.
This is really, the audio on this is fucked. The audio on this is actually fucked. How do I change this? Can I get this? Can I put this on? Okay, there we go. Hold on.
But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about...
Is that better? That should be better for you guys. I can't hear it, but is that better? This is, his audio levels are like this. Like the right side is way up here. The left side is way down here. I've never seen a video do that before, ever.
Important issue, but I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that because look, childcare is childcare. There's something.
Childcare is childcare. I could do that, and Marco Rubio and Ivanka, it was important to them, and childcare is childcare. We, yeah.
You'd have to look, childcare is childcare. There's something, you'd have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the...
He was just staring at her tits the whole time she was talking. That's it. He doesn't know what she asked. He doesn't know what she said. He knows that the last word she said was childcare. And now he's just like, shit, I just got caught having no idea what it is that she just said. So I'm just going to start rambling.
To have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by...
When you talk about those numbers compared to my, she didn't talk about numbers. She didn't say anything about numbers. She said literally nothing about numbers. She said literally nothing about numbers. This is like, guys, please, there's one chat, okay? There's one chat right now that is coping so hard right now, okay? You guys all came in here when we were fucking roasting Kamala, when we were laughing at her interviews, when we were laughing at her answers, when we were fucking all like making fun of her and shit. You guys were all having a whole lot of fun with that and enjoying it. But then as soon as we ever turn to Trump and start making fun of him and roasting him and laughing at the stupid stuff he says, you guys immediately start, oh, it's fucking TDS. Oh, Orange Man bad. Oh, he's so, oh yeah, we hate him. Oh, he's so bad. Like, you guys can just laugh at it too. Like, this is ridiculous. You can just admit it's ridiculous. It doesn't mean that your vote was bad. It doesn't mean your vote was wrong. It doesn't mean anything. You don't have to extrapolate it, okay? You can just laugh at it. Don't get triggered. Don't get upset. Don't freak out. Just, it's funny. It is funny. Come on.
Childcare couldn't, there's something you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from...
And he just started talking about tariffs. He just started talking about tariffs. They were asking him about fucking childcare, and he's talking about tariffs. He says the numbers you're talking about, those are small numbers. We do big numbers. Like, we're talking about childcare, bro. What numbers? Nobody said anything about fucking numbers. What are you doing?
Doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including...
What is happening, dude? What is happening? You're not even talking about big numbers. My tariffs, those are big numbers. Childcare, that's not even a big number, dude. That's not even a big number. Why are you even bringing up childcare? Childcare is not big numbers. Fuck childcare. I mean, tariffs. Now, those are big numbers. Tariffs, those are big numbers. And I like big numbers. Big numbers. I have all the biggest numbers.
Childcare, that it's going to take care. We're going to have, I look forward to having no deficits within a fairly short period of time, coupled with the reductions that I told you about on waste and fraud and all of the other things that are going on in our country. Because I have to stay with childcare. I want to stay with childcare, but those numbers are small relative to the...
Yeah, dude. You want to talk about childcare? Those are small numbers, dude. I don't talk about small numbers. I'm sorry, but I can't even discuss childcare with you. Childcare, can't do it. That's small stuff, okay? We need big numbers. Big numbers. Billions and billions. Childcare? Small numbers. Small numbers. We want big numbers, like tariffs.
The kind of economic numbers that I'm talking about, including growth, but growth also headed up by what the plan is that I just told you about. We're going to be taking in trillions of dollars, and as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers.
Dude, what is he doing? What is this? What the fuck is this? What is this, bro? What is that? Can you please give me a specific policy plan on how you're going to deal with childcare? Childcare is childcare. Tariffs. Those are big numbers. Childcare, those are small numbers, dude. Small numbers. We like big numbers, bro.
We'll be taking in. We're going to make this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people. But we're going to take care of our country first. This is about...
What the fuck just happened? What just happened? We're going to tariff you. We're going to raise tariffs. We're going to make it to where you guys have to spend way more on all of your products, on all of your necessities, everything that you buy every day. We're going to make it to where you have to spend way, way, way more on all of it. And then we'll have big numbers. You won't even have to worry about childcare anymore. Because yeah, this... Tom, that has nothing to do with whether oxygen is a drug or not. Stay on topic. My bad. My bad. This is my fault. I'm the one getting off topic here. True.
Incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people. But we're going to take care of our country first. This is about...
And then we're going to help other people. What is he talking about, dude? What is happening here? He was just staring at her tits, dude. He was just staring at her tits. He had no idea what the fuck she was talking about. He had no idea. He was just staring at her tits. He's playing 3D checkers. True, that's what it is. This is 3D checkers. This is a mind game that he's playing with them.
America first. It's about make America great again. We have to do it because right now we're a failing nation.
So good.
So we'll take care
So
of it.
good.
Thank you. Very good question.
So good.
Thank you.
So good.
Thank
excuse me, sir. You've lost your mind. You need to get off stage. You fucking lost your mind. You sound like a fucking idiot right now. You are a rambling, insane person. This is worse than anything Joe Biden ever said. You've got to get off stage now. Please. For the love of fucking God. Stop talking. Thank you. Like,
Thank you.
You gotta go, bro. You gotta get out of here. You were just staring at that lady's tits for way too long, bro.
The food, gas, and rent is hurting families.
It's not even fair. We don't even get to see them. This isn't America first. This isn't America first at all. He gets to stare at the tits, but not us. He doesn't care about your everyday person. He doesn't give a fuck about your average Joe, dude. He is staring at tits, and we don't get to. He is making sure that everything is only kept for the rich and the wealthy. The establishment gets everything, and we are left with no tits.
But the real cost that's breaking families' backs and preventing women from participating in the workforce is childcare. Childcare is now more expensive than rent for working families and is costing the economy more than $122 billion a year, making it one of the most urgent economic issues that is facing our country. In fact, the cost of childcare...
Like, from the little that we can see, she looks really cute, so I would like to see them. But this isn't... They're not going to let us.
...is outpacing the...
See, look at this guy, dude. Look at this guy right here. He is zoned in, bro. This guy is totally zoned in, bro. These two guys sitting right next to her. This guy's eyes are on fucking target, bro. This guy's eyes right next to her. This guy's eyes on target. Okay? This Jewish guy sitting right there, he's not moving. He's been turned around the entire show. He's been turned around the whole show. They're making sure that we are not going to be able to see them. We need a politician with a massive bulge. I can't run then. That excludes me, so I will I will happily help you guys try to find someone, though. Yeah, this other guy over here. This guy right here. Gay. He's the only guy in the whole place who's not staring at her tits. Yeah. Gay. For sure. It would have been great if, like, during Trump's thing, he's like, childcare is childcare. And anywhere from, breastfeeding to buying your daughter her first bra. Childcare is fine. But I'm sorry. But ma'am, you have small numbers. Okay? You have very small numbers. You want to see big numbers? Look at my daughter, Ivanka. Those are big numbers. You want to see big numbers? Look at my wife, Melania. But you, ma'am, small numbers. Okay? Melania, Ivanka, tariffs, big numbers. That's what I'm about. But all right, I'm going to bed. I'm going to raise you guys out. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you hit the subscribe. Join the Discord. Link's in the description for the Discord. Join my Twitter. The link's also in the description. Link is in the description for the Discord, and it's in there for Twitter. You'll get notifications every single time I go live. I go live pretty much every single night. We are going to raise you guys out to another channel so that you guys can all go together and hold hands and still be with one another. We don't want you guys to be separated while I'm offline. It's not your fault that I have to go. So, or you don't have to wait for the raid. You can just join the Discord, and we're all going to hang out there afterwards, and we'll all be chatting in the server. And just for you, okay? Yes, you. Everybody in the server has been talking mad shit about you. You gotta join the Discord. You cannot let them keep talking that much fucking shit about you. Okay? I would not allow those people to get away with this shit. It is disgusting. Yes, you. They are talking so much shit about you. You need to get in there, and you need to stop them. It is getting out of hand. You need to let them know what's really going on. After every single stream, they all talk shit about you. The link is in the Discord. Join the Discord. Don't let them talk shit about you like that, okay? I'm telling you because I care. I'm telling you. I'm saying something because I'm not okay with this. So just join the Discord. Link is in the description. Don't let them get away with this. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
Buddy Flood says, CEOs shouldn't get more than 25 times the lowest workers.
Get in the liberal safe space. Most everybody in there is a fucking conservative.
Catmara 591 Mir says, that feeling when you tuck it between your legs to make your roommate laugh but one of your balls takes a few hours to drop. Simon Allen says, don't suffer it. Mario Meta 8 says, mega over childcare. Felix 954 says, bunch of meanies.
Bunch of big
Hisoka
jerks,
M
yeah.
says, nitrogen, oxygen, argon, carbon dioxide make up
Good
air.
nitrogen to you,
Technically it can be considered a drug. Botrix says, make sure to hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you enjoyed. Rocky Macabre says, what a guy. Felix 954 says, GG chat and Tom. Catmara 591 Mir says, oxygen is a drug, Google it. Mario Meta 8 says,
Oxygen
good
is
night,
a drug.
fools.
Google it.
Rocky Macabre says,
Just Google it, bro.
this thing is rigged. Simon Allen says, toodles. Test desperate sip diario biosis.